Her Father's Daughter, Part 2, by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 18. Spanish. Iris. Just as Linda was most deeply absorbed with her own concerns, there came a letter from Marian which Linda read and reread several times. For Marian wrote, "My dearest pal, life is so busy up San Francisco way that it makes Lilac Valley look in retrospection like a peaceful sunset preliminary to bedtime. But I want you to have the consolation and the comfort of knowing that I have found at least 2 friends that I hope will endure. One is a woman who has a room across the hall from mine in my apartment house. She is a newspaper woman and life is very full for her, but it is filled with such intensely interesting things that I almost regret having made my life work anything so prosaic as inanimate houses. But then it's my dream to enliven each house I plan with at least the spirit of home. This woman, her name is Dana Mead, enlivens every hour of her working day with something concerning the welfare of humanity. She is a beautiful woman in her soul, so extremely beautiful that I can't at this minute write you a detailed description of her hair and her eyes and her complexion, because this nice, big, friendly light that radiates from her so lights her up and transfigures her that everyone says how beautiful she is, and yet I have a vague recollection that her nose is what you would call a beak, and I am afraid her cheekbones are too high for good proportion, and I know that her hair is not always so carefully dressed as it should be. But I can't swear to any of these things. They're sketchy impressions. The only thing I am absolutely sure about is the inner light that shines to an unbelievable degree. I wish he had more time, and I wish I had more time, and that she and I might become such friends as you and I are. I can't tell you, dear, how much I think of you. It seems to me that you're running a sort of undercurrent in my thoughts all day long. You will hardly credit it, Linda, but a few days ago I drove a car through the Eno. Thickest traffic, up a steep hill and round a curve. I did it, but practically collapsed when it was over. The why of it was this. I think I told you before that in the offices of Nicholson and Snow, there is a man who is an understanding person. He is the junior partner and his name is Eugene Snow. I happened to arrive at his desk the day I came for my instructions and to make my plans for entering their contest. He was very kind to me and went out of his way to smooth out the rough places. Ever since, he makes a point of coming to me and talking a few minutes when I am at the office, or when he passes me on my way to the drafting rooms where I take my lessons. The day I mention I had worked late and hard the night before, I had done the last possible thing to the plans for my dream house. At the last minute, getting it all on paper, working at the specifications at which you know I am wobbly, was nervous business, and when I came from the desk after having turned in my plans, perhaps I showed fatigue. Anyway, he said to me that his car was below. He said also that he was a lonely person, having lost his wife 2 years ago and not being able very frequently to see his little daughter who is in the care of her grandmother. There were times when he was hungry for the companionship he had lost. He asked me if I would go with him for a drive, and I told him that I would. I am rather stunned yet over what happened. The runabout he led me to was greatly like yours and, Linda, he stopped at a florist's and came out with an armload of bloom, exquisite lavender and pale pink and faint yellow and waxen white, the most enticing armload of spring. For 1 minute I truly experienced a thrill. I thought he was going to give that mass of flowers to me, but he did not. He merely laid it across my lap and said, "Edith adored the flowers from bulbs." I never see such bloom that my heart does not ache with a keen, angry ache to think that she should be taken from the world, and the beauty that she so loved, so early, and so ruthlessly, will take her these as I would take them to her were she living. So, Linda dear, I sat there and looked at color and drank in fragrance, and we whirled through the city, and away to a cemetery on a beautiful hill and filled a vase inside the gates of a mausoleum with these appealing flowers. Then we sat down, and a man with a hurt heart told me about his hurt, and what an effort he was making to get through the world as the woman he loved would have had him. And before I knew what I was doing, Linda, I told him the tellable part of my own hurts. I even lifted my turban and bowed my white head before him. This hurt, it was one of the inexorable things that come to people in this world I could talk about. That deeper hurt, which has put a scar that never will be effaced on my soul, of course I could not tell him about. But when we went back to the car, he said to me that he would help me to get back into the sunlight. He said the first thing I must do to regain self-confidence was to begin driving again. I told him I could not, but he said I must, and made me take the driver's seat of a car I had never seen, and take the steering wheel of a make of machine I had never driven, and tackle 2 or 3 serious problems for a driver. I did it all right. Linda, because I couldn't allow myself to fail the kind of a man Mr. Snow is, when he was truly trying to help me, but in the depths of my heart, I am afraid I am a coward forever, for there is a ghastly illness takes possession of me as I write these details to you. But anyway, put a red mark on your calendar beside the date on which you get this letter, and joyfully say to yourself that Marian has found 2 real sympathetic friends. In a week or 10 days I shall know about the contest. If I win, as I really have a sneaking hope that I shall, since I have condensed the best of 24 houses into one, and exhausted my imagination on my dream home, I will surely telegraph, and you can make it a day of jubilee. If I fail, I will try to find out where my dream was not true, and what can be done to make it materialize properly. But between us, Linda girl, I am going to be dreadfully disappointed. I could use the material value that prize represents. I could start my life work, which I hope to do in Lilac Valley, on the prestige and the background that it would give me. I don't know, Linda, whether you ever learned to pray or not, but I have, and it's a thing that helps when the black shadow comes, when you reach the land of benefits forgot and friends remembered not. And this reminds me that I should not write to my very dearest friend who has her own problems and make her heart sad with mine. So to the joyful news of my 2 friends add a third, Linda, for I am going to tell you a secret because it will make you happy. Since I have been in San Francisco, some man, who for a reason of his own does not tell me his name, has been writing me extremely attractive letters. I have had several of them, and I can't tell you, Linda, what they mean to me, or how they help me. There is a touch of whimsy about them. I can't as yet connect them with anybody I ever met. But to me, they are taking the place of a little lunch on the bread of life. They are such real, such vivid, such alive letters from such a real person that I have been doing the very foolish and romantic thing of answering them as my heart dictates and signing my own name to them. Which on the surface looks unwise when the man in the case keeps his identity in the background, but since he knows me and knows my name, it seems useless to do anything else. And answer these letters I shall and must, because every one of them is to me a strong light thrown on John Gilman. Every time one of these letters comes to me, I have the feeling that I would like to reach out through space and pick up the man who was writing them and dangle him before Eileen and say to her, "Take him. I dare you to take him." And my confidence, Linda, is positively supreme that she could not do it. You know, between us, Linda, we regarded Eileen as a rare creature, a kind of exotic thing, made to be kept in a glass house with tempered air and warmed water. But as I go about the city and at times amuse myself at concerts and theaters, I am rather dazed to tell you, honey, that the world is chock full of Deleens. On the streets and the stores, everywhere I go, sometimes half a dozen times in a day, I say to myself, There goes Eileen. I haven't a doubt that Eileen as a heart, if it has not become so callous that nobody could ever reach it, and I suspect she has a soul. But the more I see of her kind, the more I feel that John Gilman may have to breast rather black water before he finds them. With dearest love, be sure to remember me to Catherine O'Donovan. Hug her tight and give her my unqualified love. Don't let her forget me. As ever, Marion. This was the letter that Linda read once, then she read it again, and then she read it a third time, and after that she lost count and reread it whenever she was not busy doing something else, for it was a letter that was the next thing to laying hands upon Marion. The part of the letter concerning the unknown man who was writing Marion, Linda pondered over deeply. That is the best thing I ever did in my life, she said in self-commendation. It's doing more than I hoped it would. It's giving Marion something to think about. It's giving her an interest in life. It's distracting her attention. Without saying a word about John Gilman, it is making her see for herself the weak spots in him through the very subtle method of calling her attention to the strength that may lie in another man. For once in your life, Linda, you have done something strictly worthwhile. The thing for you to do is to keep it up, and in order to keep it up, to make each letter fresh and original, you will have to do a good deal of sticking around Peter Morrison's location and absorbing rather thoroughly the things he says. Peter doesn't know he is writing those letters, but he is in them till it's a wonder. Marion does not hear him drawl and see the imps twisting his lips as she reads them. Before I write another single one, I'll go see Peter. Maybe he will have that article written. I'll take a pencil, and as he reads, I'll jot down the salient points, and then I'll come home and work out a head and tail piece for him to send in with it. And in that way I'll ease my soul about the skylight and the fireplace. So Linda took pad and pencils, raided Katie for everything she could find that was temptingly edible, climbed into the Bearcat, and went to see Peter as frankly as she would have crossed the lawn to visit Marion. He was not in the garage when she stopped her car before it, but the workman told her that he had strolled up the mountain and that probably he would return soon. Learning that he had been gone but a short time, Linda set the Bearcat squalling at the top of its voice. Then she took possession of the garage, and clearing Peter's work table, spread upon it the food she had brought, and then started out to find some flowers for decorations. When Peter came upon the scene, he found Linda, flushed and brilliant-eyed, holding before him a big bouquet of alder bloom, the last of the lilacs she had found in a cool, shaded place, pink fillory, blue lupin, and white mahogany panicles. "Peter," she cried, "you can't guess what I have been doing." Peter glanced at the flowers. "Isn't it obvious?" he inquired. "No, it isn't," said Linda, "because I am capable of two processes at once. The work of my hands is visible. With it I'm going to decorate your table. You won't have to go down to the restaurant for your supper tonight, because I have brought my supper up to share with you. And after we finish, you're going to read me your article as you have rewritten it. I'm going to decorate it, and we are going to make a hit with it that will be at least a start on the road to greater fame. What you see is material. You can pick it up, smell it, admire it, and eat it. But what I have truly been doing is setting Spanish iris for yards down one side of the bed of your stream. When I left it was 1.5 feet high, Peter, and every blue that the sky ever knew in its loveliest moments, and a yellow that is. The the concentrated essence of the best gold from the heart of California. Oh, Peter, there is enchantment in the way I said it. There are irregular deep beds, and there are straggly places where there are only one or two in a ragged streak, and then it runs along the edge in a fringy rim, and then it stretches out in a marshy place that is going to have some other wild things, arrowheads and orchids, and maybe a bunch of paintbrush on a high dry spot nearby. I wish you could see it. Peter looked at Linda reflectively, and then he told her that he could see it. He told her that he adored it, that he was crazy about her straggly continuity and her fringy border. But there was not one word of truth in what he said, because what he saw was a slender thing, willowy, graceful, rough and wavy black hair, hanging half her length in heavy braids, dark eyes and bright cheeks, a vivid red line of mouth, and a bright brown line. And no, what he was seeing was a soul, a young thing, a thing he coveted with every nerve and fiber of his being. And while he glibly humored her in her vision of decorating his brook, in his own consciousness he was saying to himself, "Is there any reason why I should not try for her?" And then he answered himself, "There is no reason in your life. There is nothing ugly that could offend her or hurt her. The reason, the real reason, probably lies in the fact that if she were thinking of caring for anyone, it would be for that attractive young schoolmate she brought up here for me to exercise my wits upon. It is very likely that she regards me in the light of a grandfatherly person to whom she can come with her joys or her problems as frankly as she has now." So Peter asked if the irises crossed the brook and ran down both sides. Linda sat on a packing case and concentrated on the iris, and finally she announced that they did. She informed him that his place was going to be natural, that nature evolved things in her own way. She did not grow irises down one side of a brook. And arrowheads down the other. They waded across and flew across and visited back and forth, riding the water or the wind or the down of a bee or the tail of a cow. As she served the supper she had brought, she very gravely informed him that there would be iris on both sides of his brook, and cress and miner's lettuce under the bridge, and she knew exactly where the wild clematis grew that would whiten his embankment after his workmen had extracted the last root of poison oak. "It may not scorch you, Peter," she said gravely, "but you must look out for the missus and the little things. I haven't definitely decided on her yet, but she looks a good deal like Mary Louise Whiting to me. I saw her the other day. She came to school after Donald. I liked her look so well that I said to myself, everybody talks about how fine she is. I shouldn't wonder if I had better save her for Peter. But if I decide to, you should get that poison stuff out, because it sure is shooting to attack anyone with the soft, delicate skin that goes with the golden." "Head. Oh, let's leave it in," said Peter, "and dispense with the golden head. By the time you get that stream planted as you're planning, I'll have become so accustomed to a dark head bobbing up and down beside it that I won't take kindly to a sorrel top." "That is positively sacrilegious," said Linda, lifting her hands to her rough black hair. "Never in my life saw anything lovelier than the rich gold on Louise Whiting's bare head as she bent to release her brakes and start her car. A black head looks like a cinder bed beside it, and only think what a sunburst it will be when Mary Louise kneels down beside the iris." When they had finished their supper, Linda gathered up the remnants and put them in the car. Then she laid a notebook and pencil on the table. "Now I want to hear that article," she said. "I knew you would do it over the minute I was gone, and I knew you would keep it to read to me before you sent it." Said Peter. "Is it second sight, or psychoanalysis, or telepathy, or what?" Mostly what? Laughed Linda. I merely knew. The workmen are gone and everything is quiet now, Peter. Begin. I am crazy to get the particular angle from which you make the world safe for democracy. John used to call our attention to your articles during the war. He said we had not sent another man to France who could write as humanely and as interestingly as you did. I wish I had kept those articles, because I didn't get anything from them to compare with what I can get since I have a slight acquaintance with the procession that marches around your mouth. Peter, you will have to wash that mouth of yours. It's an awfully betraying feature, so long as it's occupied with politics and the fads and the foibles and the sins and the foolishness and the extravagances of humanity, it's all very well. But if you ever get in trouble, or if ever your heart hurts, or you get mad enough to kill somebody, that mouth of yours is going to be a most awfully revealing feature, Peter. You will have hard work to settle it down into hard and fast non-committal lines. Peter looked at the girl steadily. Have you specialized on my mouth? He asked. Huh, said Linda, shaking her head vigorously. When I specialize, I use a pen and a microscope and go right to the root of matters as I was taught. This is superficial. I am extemporizing now. Well, if this is extemporizing, said Peter, God help my soul if you ever go at me with a pen and a microscope. Oh, but I won't, cried Linda. It wouldn't be kind to pin your friends on a setting board and use a microscope on them. You might see things that were strictly private. You might see things they wouldn't want you to see. They might not be your friends anymore if you did that. When I make a friend, I just take him on trust, like I did Donald. You're my friend, aren't you, Peter? Yes, Linda, said Peter soberly. Put me to any test you can think of if you want proof. But I don't believe in proving friends either, said Linda. I believe in nurturing them. I would set a friend in my garden and water his feet and turn the sunshine on him and tell him to stay there and grow. I might fertilize him, I might prune him, and I might use insecticide on him. I might spray him with rather stringent solutions, but I give you my word I would not test him. If he flourished under my care, I would know it, and if he did not, I would know it, and that would be all I would want to know. I have watched Daddy search for the seat of nervous disorders, and sometimes he had to probe very deep to find what developed nerves unduly, but he didn't ever do any picking and raveling and fringing at the soul of a human being merely for the sake of finding out what it was made of, and everyone says I am like him. I wish I might have known him, said Peter. Don't I wish it, said Linda. Now then, Peter, go ahead, read your article. Peter opened a packing case, picked out a sheaf of papers, and sitting opposite Linda, began to read. He was dumbfounded to find that he, a man who had read and talked extemporaneously before great bodies of learned men, should have cold feet and shaking hands and a hammering heart because he was trying to read an article on America for Americans before a high school junior. But presently, as the theme engrossed him, he forgot the vision of Linda interesting herself in his homemaking and saw instead a vision of his country threatened on one side by the red menace of the Bolshevik, on the other by the yellow menace of the Jap, and yet on another by the treachery of the Mexican and the slowly uprising might of the black man, and presently he was thundering his best considered arguments at Linda until she imperceptibly drew back from him on the packing case, and with parted lips and wide eyes she listened in utter absorption. She gazed at a transformed Peter with aroused eyes and a white light of patriotism on his forehead, and a conception even keener than anything that the war had brought her young soul was burning in her heart, of what a man means when he tries to express his feeling concerning the land of his birth. Presently, without realizing what she was doing, she reached for her pad and pencils and rapidly began sketching a stretch of peaceful countryside over which a coming storm of gigantic proportions was gathering. Fired by Peter's article, the touch of genius in Linda's soul became creative, and she fashioned huge storm clouds, wind, driven, that floated in such a manner as to bring the merest suggestion of menacing faces, black faces, yellow faces, brown faces, and under the flash of lightning, just at the obscuring of the sun, a huge, evil, leering red face. She swept a stroke across her sheet, and below this she began again, sketching the same stretch of country she had pictured above, strolling in cultivated fields, dotting it with white cities, connecting it with smooth roadways, sweeping the sky with giant plains. At one side, weaning in from the glow of morning, she drew in the strong winged flight of a flock of sea swallows peacefully homing toward the far distant ocean. She was utterly unaware when Peter stopped reading. Absorbed, she bent over her work. When she had finished, she looked up. "Now, I'll take this home," she said. "I can't do well on color with pencils. You hold that article till I have time to put this on watercolor paper and touch it up a bit here and there, and I believe it will be worthy of starting and closing your article." She pushed the sketches toward him. "You little wonder," said Peter softly. "Yes, little is good," scoffed Linda, rising to very nearly his height and reaching for the lunch basket. "Little is good, Peter. If I could do what I like to myself, I would get in some kind of a press and squash down about 7 inches." "Oh, Lord," said Peter, "forget it. What's the difference what the inches of your body are so long as your brain has a stature worthy of mention?" "Goodbye," said Linda. "On the strength of that, I'll jazz that sketch all up, bluey and red purple and jade green. I'll make it as glorious as a Catalina sunset." As she swung the car around the sharp curve at the boulders, she looked back and laughingly waved her hand at Peter, and Peter experienced a wild desire to shriek lest she lose control of the car and plunge down the steep incline. A second. Later, when he saw her securely on the road below, he smiled to himself. "Proves one thing," he said conclusively. "She is over the horrors. She is driving unconsciously. Thank God she knew that curve so well. She could look the other way and drive it mentally." Chapter 19. The Official Bug Catcher. Not a mile below the exit from Peter's grounds, Linda perceived a heavily laden person toiling down the roadway before her, and when she ran her car abreast and stopped it, Henry Anderson looked up at her with joyful face. "Sorry I can't uncover, fair lady," he said, "but you see I am very much otherwise engaged." What Linda saw was a tired, disheveled man standing in the roadway beside her car, under each arm a boulder the size of her head, one almost jet black, shot through with lines of white and flying figures of white crossing between these bands that almost reminded one of winged dancers. The other was a combination stone made up of matrix thickly embedded with pebbles of brown, green, pink, and dull blue. "For pity's sake," said Linda, "where are you going, and why are you personally demonstrating a new method of transporting rock?" "I am on my way down Lilac Valley to the residence of a friend of mine," said Henry Anderson. "I heard her say the other day that she saved every peculiarly marked boulder she could find to preserve coolness and moisture in her fern bed." Linda leaned over and opened the car door. "All well and good," she said, "but why in the cause of reason didn't you leave them at Peter's and bring them down in his car?" Henry Anderson laid the stones in the bottom of the car, stepped in and closed the door behind him. He drew a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his perspiring face and soiled hands. "I had two sufficient personal reasons," he said. "One was that the car at our place is Peter Morrison's car, not mine, and the other was that it's none of anybody's business but my own if I choose to say it with stones." Linda started the car, being liberal with gas, so liberal that it was only a few minutes till Henry Anderson protested. "This isn't the speedway," he said. "What's your hurry?" "Two reasons seem to be all that are allowed for things at the present minute," answered Linda. "One of mine is that you can't drive this beast slow, and the other is that my workroom is piled high with things I should be doing. I have 2 sketches I must complete while I am in the mood, and I have had a great big letter from my friend Marion Thorne today that I want to answer before I go to bed tonight." "In other words," said Henry Anderson bluntly, "you want me to understand that when I have reached your place and dumped these stones, I can beat it, you have no further use for me." "You said that," retorted Linda. "And who ever heard of such a thing," said Henry, "as a young woman sending away a person of my numerous charms and attractions in order to work, or to write a letter to another woman?" "But you're not taking into consideration," said Linda, "that I must work, and I scarcely know you, while I have known Marion ever since I was 4 years old, and she is my best friend." "Well, she has no advantage over me," said Henry instantly, "because I have known you quite as long as Peter Morrison has at least, and I'm your official bug catcher." "I had almost forgotten about the bugs," said Linda. "Well, don't for a minute think I am going to give you an opportunity to forget," said Henry Anderson. He reached across and laid his hand over Linda's on the steering gear. Linda said nothing, neither did she move. She merely added more gas and put the Bearcat forward at a dizzy whirl. Henry laughed. "That's all right, my beauty," he said. "Don't you think for a minute that I can't ride as fast as you can drive?" A dull red mottled Linda's cheeks. As quickly as it could be done, she brought the Bearcat to a full stop. Then she turned and looked at Henry Anderson. The expression in her eyes was disconcerting even to that cheeky young individual. He had not borne her gaze a second until he removed his hand. "Thanks," said Linda in a dry drawl, "and you will add to my obligation if in the future you will remember not to deal in assumptions. I am not your beauty, and I'm not anyone's beauty, while the only thing in this world that I am interested in at present is to get the best education I can, and at the same time carry on work that I love to do. I have a year to finish my course in the high school, and when I finish, I will only have a good beginning for whatever I decide to study next." "That's nothing," said the irrepressible Henry. "It will take me 2 years to catch a sufficient number of gold bugs to be really serious, but there wouldn't be any harm in having a mutual understanding and something definite to work for, and then we might be able, to cut out some of that year of high school grinding. If the plans I have submitted in the Nicholson and Snow contest should just happen to be the prize winners, that would put matters in such a shape for young Henry that he could devote himself to crickets and tumble bugs at once." "Don't you think," said Linda quietly, "that you would better forget that silly jesting and concentrate the best of your brains on improving your plans for Peter Morrison's house?" "Why, surely I will if that's what you command me to do," said Henry, purposely misunderstanding her. "You haven't mentioned before," said Linda, "that you had submitted plans in that San Francisco contest." "All done and gone," said Henry Anderson lightly. "I had an inspiration one day, and I saw a way to improve a house with comforts and conveniences I never had thought of before. I was enthusiastic over the production when I got it on paper and figured it. It's exactly the house that I am going to build for Peter, and when I've cut my eye teeth on it, I am going to correct everything possible and build it in perfection for you." "Look here," said Linda soberly, "I'm not accustomed to this sort of talk. I don't care for it. If you want to preserve even the semblance of friendship with me, you must stop it and get to impersonal matters and stay there." "All right," he agreed instantly, "but if you don't like my line of talk, you're the first girl I ever met that didn't." "You have my sympathy," said Linda gravely. "You have been extremely unfortunate." Then she started the bearcat, and again, running at undue speed, she reached her wildflower garden. Henry Anderson placed the stones as she directed and waited for an invitation to come in, but the invitation was not given. Linda thanked him for the stones. She told him that in combination with the few remaining from the mantel, they would make all she would require, and excusing herself, she drove to the garage. When she came in, she found the irrepressible Henry sitting on the back steps explaining to Katie the strenuous time he had had finding and carrying down the stones they had brought. Katie had a plate of refreshments ready to hand him when Linda laughingly passed them and went to her room. When she had finished her letter to Marion, she took a sheet of drawing paper and in her most attractive lettering sketched in the heading a palate teaser, which was a direct quotation from Katie. Below she wrote, "You will find tunas in the cacti thickets of any desert. But if you are so fortunate as to be able to reach specimens which were brought from Mexico and set as hedges around the gardens of the old missions, you will find there the material for this salad in its most luscious form. Naturally, it can be made from either Opuntia fiscus indica or Opuntia tuna, but a combination of these two gives the salad an exquisite appearance and a tiny touch more delicious." Flavor. Because tuna, which is red, has to my taste a trifle richer and fuller flavor than indica, which is yellow. Both fruits taste more like the best well-ripened watermelon than any other I recall. Bring down the tunas with a fishing rod or a long pole with a nail in the end. With anything save your fingers, roll them in the sand or in tufts of grass to remove the spines. Slice off either end, score the skin down one side, press lightly, and a lush globule of pale gold, or rosy red fruit larger than a hen's egg lies before you. With a sharp knife, beginning with a layer of red and ending with one of yellow, slice the fruits thinly, stopping to shake out the seeds as you work, in case you live in San Diego County or farther south, where it is possible to secure the scarlet berries of the strawberry cactus. It is the Mammillaria Goodridge's species that you should use. A beautiful decoration for finishing your salad can be made from the red strawberries of these. If you live too far north to find these, you may send your salad to the table beautifully decorated by cutting fancy figures from the red tuna, or by slicing it lengthwise into oblong pieces and weaving them into a decoration over the yellow background. For your dressing, use the juice of a lemon mixed with that of an orange, sweetened to taste, into which you work, a drop at a time. 4 tablespoons of the best Palermo olive oil. If the salad is large, more oil and more juice should be used. To get the full deliciousness of this salad, the fruit must have been on ice, and the dressing made in a bowl embedded in cracked ice, so that when ready to blend both are ice cold and must be served immediately. Gigantic specimens of fruit-bearing cacti can be found all over the Sunland Desert near to the city, but they are not possessed of the full flavor of the cultivated old mission growths, so that it is well worth your while to make a trip to the nearest of these for the fruit with which to prepare this salad. And if, as you gather it, you should see a vision of a white head, a thin, ascetic, old face, a lean figure trailing a brown robe, slender white hands clasping a heavy cross. If you should hear the music of worship ascending from the throats of Benedictine fathers, leading a clamoring choir of the blended voices of Spaniard, Mexican, and Indian, combining with the music of the bells and the songs of the mocking birds, nest-making among the tunas, it will be good for your soul in the line of purgicate. From Sibdams Ham Blight. Linda read this over, working in changes here and there. Then she picked up her pencil and across the top of her sheet indicated an open sky with scarcely a hint of cloud. Across the bottom she outlined a bit of Sunland Desert she well remembered, in the foreground a bed of flat-leaved nopal, flowering red and yellow, the dark red prickly pears, edible, being a near relative of the fruit she had used in her salad. After giving the prickly pear the place of honor to the left, in higher growth, she worked in the slender, cylindrical jointed stems of the cholla, shading the flowers a paler, greenish yellow. On the right, balancing the hoya, she drew the oval cylindrical columns of the hedgehog cactus, and the color touch of the big magenta flowers blended exquisitely with the color she already had used. At the left, the length of her page, she drew a gigantic specimen of opuntia tuna, covered with flowers, and well-developed specimens of the pears whose coloring ran into the shades of the hedgehog cactus. She was putting away her working materials when she heard steps and voices on the stairs, so she knew that Eileen and John Gilman were coming. She did not in the least want them, yet she could think of no excuse for refusing them admission that would not seem ungracious. She hurried to the wall, snatched down the paintings for Peter Morrison, and looked around to see how she could dispose of them. She ended by laying one of them in a large drawer, which she pushed shut and locked. The other she placed inside a case in the wall which formerly had been used for billiard cues. At their second tap, she opened the door. Eileen was not at her best. There was a worried look across her eyes, a restlessness visible in her movements, but Gilman was radiant. "What do you think, Linda?" he cried. "Eileen has just named the day." "I did no such thing," broke in Eileen. "Your pardon, fair lady, you did not," said Gilman. "That was merely a figure of speech. I meant name the month. She is definitely promised in October, and I may begin to hunt a location and plan a home for us. I want the congratulations of my dear friend and my dearer sister." Linda held out her hand and smiled as bravely as she could. "I am very glad you are so pleased, John," she said quietly, "and I hope that you will be as happy as you deserve to be." "Now exactly what do you mean by that?" he asked. "Oh, Linda prides herself on being deep and subtle and conveying hidden meanings," said Eileen. "She means what 1,000 people will tell you in the coming months, merely that they hope you will be happy." "Of course," Linda hastened to corroborate, wishing if possible to avoid any unpleasantness. "You certainly have an attractive workroom here," said John, "much as I hate to see it spoiled for billiards." "It's too bad," said Linda, "that I have spoiled it for you for billiards. I have also spoiled the outside appearance of the house for Eileen." "Oh, I don't know," said John. "I looked at it carefully the other day as I came up, and I thought your changes enhanced the value of the property." "I am surely glad to hear that," said Linda. "Take a look through my skylight and my new window. Imagine you see the rugs I am going to have and a few more pieces of furniture when I can afford them. And let me particularly point out the fireplace that Henry Anderson and your friend Peter designed and had built for me. Doesn't it add a soul and a heart to my study?" John Gilman walked over and looked at the fireplace critically. He read the lines aloud. Then he turned to Eileen. "Why, that is perfectly beautiful," he said. "Let's duplicate it in our home." "You bungler," scoffed Eileen. "I think you're right," said Gilman reflectively. "Exactly right. Of course I would have no business copying Linda's special fireplace, where the same people would see it frequently, and if I had stopped to think a second, I might have known that. You would prefer tiling to field stone." "Linda seems very busy tonight," said Eileen. "Perhaps we are bothering her." "Yes," said John. "We'll go at once. I had to run up to tell our good news, and I wanted to tell you too, Linda dear, that I think both of us misjudged Eileen the other day. You know, Linda, you have always dressed according to your father's ideas, which were so much simpler and plainer than the manner in which your mother dressed Eileen, that she merely thought that you wished to continue in his way. She had no objection to your having any kind of clothes you chose, if only you had confided in her and explained to her what you wanted." Linda stood beside her table, one lean hand holding down the letter she had been writing. She stood very still, but she was powerless to raise her eyes to the face of either John or Eileen. Above everything, she did not wish to go any further in revealing Eileen to John Gilman. If he knew what he knew, and if he felt satisfied, after what he had seen, with any explanation that Eileen could trump up to offer. Linda had no desire to carry the matter further. She had been ashamed of what she already had done. She had felt angry and dissatisfied with herself, so she stood before them downcast and silent. "And it certainly was a great joke on both of us," said John jovially, "what we thought about that box of cigarettes, you know. They were a prize given by a bridge club at an ambassador a benefit for the Good Samaritan Hospital. Eileen, the little card shark she is, won it, and she was keeping it hidden away there to use as a gift for my birthday. Since we disclosed her plans prematurely, she gave it to me at once, and I'm having a great time treating all my friends." At that instant, Linda experienced a revulsion. Previously, she had not been able to raise her eyes. Now it would have been quite impossible to avoid looking straight into Eileen's face. But Eileen had no intention of meeting anyone's gaze. At that minute, she was fidgeting with a sheet of drawing paper. "Careful you don't bend that," cautioned Linda. Then she looked at John Gilman. He believed what he was saying. He was happy again. Linda evolved the best smile she could. "How stupid of us not to have guessed," she said. Closing the door behind them, Linda leaned against it and looked up through the skylight at the deep blue of the night, the low-hung stars. How long she stood there she did not know. Presently she went to her chair, picked up her pencil, and slowly began to draw. At first, she scarcely realized what she was doing. Then she became absorbed in her work. Then she reached for her color box and brushes, and shortly afterward tacked against the wall an extremely clever drawing of a greatly enlarged wasp. Skillfully, she had sketched a face that was recognizable round the big insect eyes. She had surmounted the face by a fluff of bejeweled yellow curls, encased the hind legs upon which the creature stood upright in pink velvet Turkish trousers, and put tiny gold shoes on the feet. She greatly exaggerated the wings into long trails and made them of green gauze with ruffled edges. All the remainder of the legs she had transformed into so many braceleted arms, each holding a tiny fan, or a necklace, a jewel box, or a handkerchief of lace. She stood before this sketch, studying it for a few minutes, then she walked over to the table and came back with a big black pencil. Steadying her hand with a mahl stick rested against the wall, with one short sharp stroke she drew a needle-pointed stinger, so screened by the delicate wings that it could not be seen unless you scrutinized the picture minutely. After that, with careful, interested hands, she brought out Peter Morrison's drawings and replaced them on the wall to dry. Chapter 20. The Cap Sheaf. Toward the last of the week, Linda began to clear the mental decks of her ship of life in order that she might have Saturday free for her promised day with Donald. She had decided that they would devote that day to wave-beaten Laguna. It was a long drive but delightful. It ran over the old King's Highway between miles of orange and lemon orchards in full flower, bordered by other miles of roses in their prime. Every minute when her mind was not actively occupied with her lessons or her recipes, Linda was dreaming of the King's Highway. Almost unconsciously she began to chant, "All in the golden weather. Forth let us ride today, you and I together on the King's Highway, the blue skies above us and below the shining sea. There's many a road to travel, but it's this road for me. You must have ridden this road with an understanding heart and the arm of God around you." To know the exact degree of disappointment that swelled in Linda's heart when she answered the telephone early Saturday morning and heard Donald Whiting's strained voice speaking into it. He was talking breathlessly in eager, boyish fashion. "Linda, I am in a garage halfway downtown," he was saying, "and it looks to me as if to save my soul I couldn't reach you before noon. I have had the darndest luck. Our Jop got sick last week and he sent a new man to take his place. There wasn't a thing the matter with our car when I drove it in Friday night. This morning Father wanted to use it on important business and it wouldn't run. He ordered me to tinker it up enough to get it to the shop. I went at it, and when it would go, I started. You can imagine the clip I was going, and the thing went to pieces. I don't know yet how it comes that I saved my skin. I'm pretty badly knocked out, but I'll get there by noon if it's a possible thing. Oh, that's all right, said Linda, fervently hoping that the ache in her throat would not tincture her voice. It was 11:30 when Donald came. Linda could not bring herself to give up the sea that day. She found it impossible to drive the King's Highway. It seemed equally impossible not to look on the face of the ocean, so she compromised by skirting Santa Monica Bay and taking the foothill road. She ran it to the north end of the beach drive. When they had spread their blankets on the sand, finished their lunch and were resting, Linda began to question Donald about what had happened. She wanted to know how long Whiting's gardener had been in their employ, if they knew where he lived and about his family, if they knew who his friends were or anything concerning him. She inquired about the man who had taken his place and wanted most particularly to know what the garageman had found, the trouble with the car that ran perfectly on Friday night and broke down in half a dozen different places on Saturday morning. Finally, Donald looked at her, laughingly quizzical. "Linda," he said, "you're no nerve specialist and no naturalist. You're the cross-examiner for the plaintiff. What are you trying to get at? Make out a case against Yogo Sani?" "Of course it's all right," said Linda, watching a distant pelican turn head down and catapult into the sea. "It has to be all right, but you must admit that it looks peculiar. How have you been getting along this week?" Donald waved his hand in the direction of a formation of stone the size of a small house. "Been rolling that to the top of the mountain," he said lightly. Linda's eyes narrowed, her face grew speculative. She looked at Donald intently. "Is it as difficult as that?" she asked in a lowered voice as if the surf and the sea chickens might hear. "It is just as difficult as that," said Donald. "While you're talking about peculiar things, I'll tell you one. In class, I came right up against Okasaye on the solution of a theorem in trigonometry. We both had the answer, the correct answer, but we had arrived at it by widely different routes, and it was up to me to prove that my line of reasoning was more lucid, more natural, the inevitable one by which the solution should be reached. We got so in earnest that I am afraid both of us were rather tense. I stepped over to his demonstration to point out where I thought his reasoning was wrong. I got closer to the Jap than I had ever been before, and by gracious Linda! Scattered but nevertheless still there and visible, I saw a sprinkling of gray hairs just in front of and over his ears. It caught me unawares, and before I knew what I was doing, before the professor and the assembled classroom, I blurted it out. "Say, Okasei, how old are you?" If the Jap had had any way of killing me, I believe he would have done it. There was a look in his eyes that was what I would call deadly. It was only a flash, and then, very courteously, putting me in the wrong, of course, he remarked that he was almost 9 clean. And it struck me from his look and the way he said it that it was a lie. If he truly was the average age of the rest of the class, there was nothing for him to be angry about. Then I did take a deliberate survey. From the subtle solidity of his frame and the shape of his hands and the skin of his face and the set of his eyes and his head, I couldn't see that much youth. I'll bet he's 30 if he's a day, and I shouldn't be a bit surprised if he has graduated at the most worthwhile university in Japan before he ever came to this country to get his English for nothing. Linda was watching a sea swallow now, and slowly her lean fingers were gathering handfuls of sand and sifting them into a little pyramid she was heaping beside her. Again, almost under her breath, she spoke. Donald, do you really believe that? She asked. Is it possible that mature Jap men are coming here and entering our schools and availing themselves of the benefits that the taxpayers of California provide for their children? Didn't you know it? Asked Donald. I hadn't thought of it in connection with Okasaye, but I do know cases where mature Japs had been in grade schools with children under 10. Oh, Donald, exclaimed Linda. If California is permitting that or ever has permitted it, we're too easy. We deserve to become their prey if we are so careless. Why, I know it's true, said Donald. I have been in the same classes with men more than old enough to be my father. I never was, said Linda, industriously sifting sand. I have been in classes with Japs ever since I have been at school, but it was with girls and boys of our gardeners and fruit dealers and curio shop people, and they were always of my age and entitled to be in school, since our system includes the education of anybody who happens to be in California and wants to go to school. Did my being late spoil any particular plan you had made, Linda? Yes, said Linda. It did. Oh, I am so sorry, cried Donald. I certainly shall try to see that it doesn't occur again. Could we do it next Saturday? I am hoping so, said Linda. I told Dad, said Donald, where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do, and he was awfully sorry, but he said it was business, and it would take only a few minutes, and he thought I could do it and be on time. If he had known I would be. Detained. I don't believe he would have asked it of me. He's a grand old pater, Linda. Yes, I know, said Linda. There's not much you can tell me about paters of the grand sort, the real true flesh and blood, big-hearted human being fathers who will take you to the fields and the woods and take the time to teach you what God made and how he made it and why he made it and what we can do with it, and of the fellowship and brotherhood we can get from nature by being real kin. The one thing that I have had that was the biggest thing in all this world was one of these real fathers. Donald watched as she raised the pyramid higher and higher. Did you tell your father whom you were to go with? She asked. Sure I did, said Donald. Told the whole family at dinner last night. Told 'em. About all the things I was learning, from where to get soap off the bushes to the best spot for material for wooden legs or instantaneous relief for snakebite. What did they say? Linda inquired laughingly. Unanimously in favor of continuing the course, he said. I had already told Father about you when I asked him for books and any help that he could give me with Okasai. Since I had mentioned you last night, he told Mother and Louise about that, and they told me to bring you to the house sometime. All of them are crazy to know you. Mother says she is just wild to know whether a girl who wears boots and breeches and who knows canyons and the desert and the mountains as you do can be a feminine and lovable person. If I told her how many friends I have, she could have speedily decided whether I am lovable or not, said Linda. But I would make an effort to convince her that I am strictly feminine. You would convince her of that without making the slightest effort. You're infinitely more feminine than any other girl I have ever known. How do you figure that? Asked Linda. Well, said Donald, it's a queer thing about you, Linda. I take any liberty I pretty nearly please with most of the girls I have been associated with. I tie their shoes and pull their hair down if I want to and hand them round, most any way the notion takes me, and they just laugh and take the same liberties with me, which proves that I am pretty much a girl with them or they are pretty much boys with me. But it wouldn't occur to me to touch your hair or your shoelace or the tips of your fingers, which proves that you're more feminine than any other girl I know, because if you were not, I would be treating you more like another boy. I thought, the first day we were together, that you were like a boy, and I said so. And I thought it because you did not tease me and flirt with me, but since I have come to know you better, you're less like a boy than any other girl I ever have known. Don't get psychological, Donald, said Linda. Go on with the Jap. I haven't got an answer yet to what I really want to know. Have you made the least progress this week? Can you beat him? Donald hesitated, studying over the answer. Beat him at that trid proposition the other day, he said. Got an open commendation before the class. There's not a professor in any of my classes who isn't hep to what I'm after by this time. And if I would cajole them a little, they would naturally be on my side, especially if their attention were called to that incident of yesterday. But you said I have to beat him with my brains by doing better work than he does. So about the biggest thing I can honestly tell you is that I have held my own. I have only been ahead of him once this week, but I haven't failed in anything that he has accomplished. I have been able to put some additional touches to some work that he has done for which he used to be marked A, which means you're 100, double A, which means your plus I made in one instance. And you needn't think that Okasaye does not realize what I am up to, as well as any of the rest of the class. And you needn't think that he is not going to give me a run for my brain. All I've got will be needed before we finish this term. I see, said Linda, slowly nodding her head. I wish, said Donald, that we had started this thing 2 years ago, or better still, 4. But of course you were not in the high school 4 years ago, and there wasn't a girl in my class or among my friends who cared whether I beat the Jap or not. They greatly preferred that I take them motoring, or to a dance or a picture show or a beach party. You're the only one except Mother and Louise who ever inspired me to get down to business. Linda laid her palm on the top of the sand heap and pressed it flat. She looked at Donald with laughing eyes. Symbolical, she announced. That sand was the Jap. She stretched her hand toward him. That was you. Did you see yourself squash him? Donald's laugh was grim. Yes, I saw, he said. I wish it were as easy as that. That was not easy, said Linda. Make a mental computation of all the seconds that it took me to erect that pyramid and all the millions of grains of sand I had to gather. Donald was deeply thoughtful, yet a half-smile was playing round his lips. Of all the queer girls I ever knew, you're the cap-sheaf, Linda, he said. Linda rose slowly, shook the sand from her breeches, and stretched out her hand. Let's hot-foot it down to the African village and see what the movies are doing that is interesting today, she proposed. Chapter 21. Shifting the Responsibility. On her pillow that night before dropping to almost instantaneous sleep, Linda reflected that if you could not ride the King's Highway, racing the sands of Santa Monica was a very excellent substitute. It had been a wonderful day after all. When she had left Donald at the Lilac Valley into the car line, he had held her hand tight an instant and looked into her face with the most engaging of queer, boyish smiles. Linda, isn't our friendship the nicest thing that ever happened to us? He demanded. Yes, answered Linda promptly, quite the nicest. Make your plans for all day long next Saturday. I'll be here before the birds are awake, promised Donald. At the close of Monday's sessions, going down the broad walk from the high school, Donald overtook Linda, and in a breathless whisper he said, What do you think? I came near Okasayaya again this morning in Trig, and his hair was as black as jet, dyed to a midnight charcoal finish, and I am not right sure that he had not borrowed some girl's lipstick and rouge pot for the benefit of his lips and cheeks. Positively, he's hectically youthful today. What do you know about that? Then he hurried on to overtake the crowd of boys he had left. Linda's heart was racing in her breast. Turning, she re-entered the school building, and taking a telephone directory she hunted an address, and then, instead of going to the car line that took her to Lilac Valley, she went to the address she had looked up. With a pencil, she wrote a few lines on a bit of scratch paper in one of her books. That note opened a door and admitted her to the presence of a tall, lean, gray-haired man with quick blue gray eyes and lips that seemed capable of being either grave or gay on short notice. With that perfect ease which Linda had acquired through the young days of her life in meeting friends of her father, she went to the table beside which this man was standing, and stretched out her hand. "Judge Whiting?" she asked. "Yes," said the judge. "I am Linda Strong, the younger daughter of Alexander Strong. I think you knew my father." "Yes," said the judge. "I knew him very well indeed, and I have some small acquaintance with his daughter through very interesting reports that my son brings home." "Yes. It is about Donald that I came to see you," said Linda. If she had been watching as her father would have watched, Linda would have seen the slight uplift of the judge's figure, the tensing of his muscles, the narrowing of his eyes and the swift, speculative look he passed over her from the crown of her bare, roughened black head, down the gold brown of her dress to her slender, well-shod feet. The last part of that glance Linda caught. She slightly lifted one of the feet under inspection, thrust it forward, and looked at the judge with a gay challenge in her dark eyes. "Are you interested in them too?" she asked. The judge was embarrassed. A flush crept into his cheeks. He was supposed to be master of any emergency that might arise, but one had arisen in connection with a slip of a schoolgirl that left him wordless. "It is very probable," said Linda, "that if my shoes had been like most other girls' hose, I wouldn't be here today. I was in the same schoolroom with your son for 3 years, and he never saw me or spoke to me until one day he stopped me to inquire why I wore the kind of shoes I did. He said he had a battle to wage with me because I tried to be a law to myself, and he wanted to know why I wasn't like other girls. And I told him I had a crow to pick with him because he had the kind of brain that would be content to let a Jap beat him in his own school, in his own language, and in his own country. So we made an engagement to fight to a finish, and it ended by his becoming the only boyfriend I have, and the nicest boyfriend a girl ever had, I am very sure. That's why I'm here." Linda lifted her eyes, and Judge Whiting looked into them till he saw the same gold lights in their depths that Peter Morrison had seen. He came around the table and placed the big leather chair for Linda. Then he went back and resumed his own. "Of course," said the judge in his most engaging manner. "I gather from what?" "Donald has told me that you have a reason for being here, and I want you to understand that I am intensely interested in anything you have to say to me. Now tell me why you came." "I came," said Linda, "because I started something and am afraid of the possible result. I think very likely if, in retaliation for what Donald said to me about my hair and my shoes, I had not twitted him about the use he was making of his brain and done everything in my power to drive him into competition with Okasai, in the hope that a white man would graduate with the highest honors, he would not have gone into this competition, which I am now certain has antagonized Okasai." Linda folded her slim hands on the table and leaned forward. "Judge Whiting," she said earnestly, "I know very little about men. The most I know was what I learned about my father and the men with whom he occasionally hunted and fished. They were all such fine men that I must have grown up thinking that every man was very like them. But one day I came in direct contact with the Jap that Donald is trying to beat, and the thing I saw in his face put fear into my heart, and it has been there ever since. I have almost an unreasoning fear of that Jap, not because he has said anything or done anything, it's just instinctive. I may be wholly wrong in having come to you and in taking up your time, but there are two things I wanted to tell you. I could have told Donald, but if I did, and his mind went off at a tangent thinking of these things, he wouldn't be nearly so likely to be in condition to give his best thought to his studies. If I really made him see what I think I have seen, and fear what I know I fear, he might fail where I would give almost anything to see him succeed. So I thought I would come to you and tell you about it and ask you please to think it over, and to take extra care of him, because I really believe that he may be in danger, and if he is, I never shall be able to rid myself with a sense of responsibility. I see, said Judge Whiting. Now tell me, just as explicitly as you have told me this, exactly what it is that you fear. Last Saturday, said Linda, Dummel told me that while standing at the board beside Okasie, demonstrating a theorem, he noticed that there were gray hairs above the Jap's ears, and he bluntly asked him, before the professor in the class, how old he was. In telling me, he said he had the feeling that if the Jap could have done so in that instant, he would have killed him. He said he was 19, but Donald says, from the matured lines of his body, from his hands and his face and his hair, he is certain that he is 30 or more, and he thinks it very probable that he may have graduated at home before he came here to get his English for nothing from our public schools. I never before had the fact called to my attention that this was being done, but Donald told me that he had been in classes with matured men when he was less than 10 years of age. That is not fair, Judge Whiting. It is not right. There should be an age specified above which people may not be allowed to attend public school. I quite agree with you, said the judge. That has been done in the grades, but there is nothing fair in bringing a boy under 20 in competition with a man graduated from the institutions of another country, even in the high schools. If this be the case, you can be certain that it is, said Linda, because Donald whispered to me as he passed me half an hour ago, coming from the school building, that today Okasie's hair is a uniform, shining black, and he also thought that he had used a lipstick and rouge in an effort at rejuvenation. Do you think, from your knowledge of Donald, that he would imagine that? No, said Judge Whiting, I don't think such a thing would occur to him unless he saw it. Neither do I, said Linda. From the short acquaintance I have with him, I should not call him at all imaginative, but he is extremely quick and wonderfully retentive. You have to show him, but once from which cactus he can get Victrola needles and fishing hooks, or where to find material for wooden legs. The judge laughed. Doesn't prove much, he said. You wouldn't have to show me that more than once either. If anyone were giving me an intensive course on such interesting subjects, I would guarantee to remember even at my age. Linda nodded in acquiescence. Then you can regard it as quite certain, she said, that Okasaye is making up in an effort to appear younger than he is, which means that he doesn't want his right questioned, to be in our schools, to absorb the things that we are taught, to learn our language, our government, our institutions, our ideals, our approximate strength, and our only too apparent weakness. The judge leaned forward and waited attentively. The other matter, said Linda, was relative to Saturday. There may not be a thing in it, but sometimes a woman's intuition proves truer than what a man thinks he sees and knows. I haven't seen a thing, and I don't know a thing, but I don't believe your gardener was sick last week. I believe he had a dirty job he wanted done and preferred to save his position and avoid risks by getting some other job who had no family and no interest here to do it for him. I don't believe that your car, having run all right Friday night, was shot to pieces Saturday morning so that Donald would smash with it in a manner that might very easily have killed him or sent him to the hospital for months while Okasaye carried off the honors without competition. I want to ask you to find out whether your regular gardener truly was ill, whether he has a family and interests to protect here, or whether he is a man who could disappear in a night, as Japs who have leased land and have families cannot. I want to know about the man. Who took your gardener's place, and I want the man who is repairing your car interviewed very carefully as to what he found the trouble with it. Linda paused. Judge Whiting sat in deep thought. Then he looked at Linda. I see, he said at last. Thank you very much for coming to me. All these things and anything that develops from them shall be handled carefully. Of course you know that Donald is my only son, and you can realize what he is to me and to his mother and sister. It is because I do realize that, said Linda, that I am here. I appreciate his friendship, but it is not for my own interest that I am asking to have him taken care of while he wages his mental war with this Jap. I want Donald to have the victory, but I want it to be a victory that will be an inspiration to any boy of white blood among any of our allies or among peoples who should be our allies. There's a showdown coming between the white race and a mighty aggregation of colored peoples one of these days, and if the white man doesn't realize pretty soon that his supremacy is not only going to be contested but may be lost, it just simply will be lost. That is all there is to it. The judge was studying deeply now. Finally he said, Young lady, I greatly appreciate your coming to me. There may be nothing in what you fear. It might be a matter of national importance. In any event, it shows that your heart is in the right place. May Mrs. Whiting and I pay you a visit some day soon in your home? Of course, said Linda simply. I told Donald to bring his mother the first time he came, but he said he did not need to be chaperoned when he came to see me, because my father's name was a guarantee to his mother that my home would be a proper place for him to visit. I wonder how many of his other girlfriends invited him to bring his mother too. See them, said the judge. Oh, he probably grew up with the other girls and was acquainted with them from tiny things, said Linda. Very likely, conceded the judge. I think, after all, I would rather have an invitation to make one of those trips with you to the desert or the mountains. Is there anything else as interesting as fishhooks and Victrola needles and wooden legs to be learned? Oh, yes, said Linda, leaning farther forward, a lovely color sweeping up into her cheeks, her eyes ashine. She had missed the fact that the judge was jesting. She had thought him in sober, scientific earnest. It's an awfully nice thing if you dig a plant or soil your hands in hunting or anything like that, to know that there are 4 or 5 different kinds of vegetable soap where you can easily reach them if you know them. If you lose your way or have a long tramp, it's good to know which plants will give you drink and where they are. And if you're short of implements, you might at any time need a mescal stick or an arrow shaft or an arrow even. If Donald were lost now, he could keep alive for days because he would know what wood would make him a bow and how he could take Emily fiber and braid a bowstring and where he could make arrows and arrow points so that he could shoot game for food. I've taught him to make a number of snares, and he knows where to find and how to cook his greens and potatoes and onions, and where to find his pickles and how to make lemonade and tea, and what to use for snakebite. It's been such fun, Judge Whiting, and he has been so interested. Yes, I should think he would be, said the judge. I am interested myself. If you would take an old boy like me on a few of those trips, I would be immensely pleased. You'd like brigand beefsteak, suggested Linda, and you'd like cress salad, and I am sure you'd like creamed yucca. Said the judge. Sounds to me like Jane Meredith. Linda suddenly sat straight. A dazed expression crossed her face. Presently she recovered. Will you kindly tell me, she said, what a great criminal judge knows about Jane Meredith? Why, I hear my wife and daughter talking about her, said the judge. I wonder, said Linda, if a judge hears so many secrets that he forgets what a secret is and couldn't possibly keep one to save his life. On the other hand, said Judge Whiting, a judge hears so many secrets that he learns to be a very secretive person himself, and if a young lady just your size and so like you in every way as to be you, told me anything and told me that it was a secret, I would guarantee to carry it with me to my grave, if I said I would. One of Linda's special laughs floated out of the windows. Her right hand slipped across the table toward the judge. Cross your heart and body, she challenged. The judge took the hand she offered in both of his own. On my soul, he said, I swear it. All right, bubbled Linda. Judge Whiting, allow me to present to you Jane Meredith, the author and originator of the Aboriginal cookery articles now running in Everybody's Home. Linda stood up as she made the presentation, and the judge arose with her. When she bowed her dark head before him, the judge bowed equally as low. Then he took the hand he held and pressed it against his lips. I am not surprised, he said. I am honored, deeply honored, and I am delighted. For a high school girl, that is a splendid achievement. But you realize, of course, said Linda, that it is vicarious. I really haven't done anything. I am just passing on to the world what Alexander Strong found it interesting to teach his daughter because he hadn't a son. I certainly am fortunate that my son is getting the benefit of this, said Judge Whiting earnestly. There are girls who make my old-fashioned soul shudder, but I shall rest in great comfort whenever I know that my boy is with you. Sure, laughed Linda. I'm not vamping him. I don't know the first principles. We're not doing a thing worse than sucking hunter's rock leek or roasting Indian potatoes or fishing for trout with cactus spines. I have had such a lovely time, I don't believe that I'll apologize for coming, but you won't waste a minute in making sure about Okasaye. I won't waste a minute, said the judge. Chapter 22. The End of Marion's Contest. Coming from school a few days later on an evening when she had been detained, Linda found a radiant Katie awaiting her. "What's up, old dear?" cried Linda. "You seem positively illumined." "So be," said Katie. "It's a good time I'm havin'. In the first place, the previous boss of this place ain't no ways so bossy as she used to be, and livin' with her is a deal easier. And then, when Miss Eileen is around these days, she is beginning to see things, and she is just black with jealousy of ye. Something funny happened here the afternoon, and she was home for once and got the full benefit of it. I was swapping the east walk, but I know she was inside the window and I know she heard. First comes a great big loaded automobile driven up, and stopped in front with a flourish, and out hops as nice and nate a looking lad as ever you clapped your eyes on, and up he comes to me, and off goes his hat with a swape, and he hands me that bundle, and he says, "Here's something Miss Linda is wantin' bad for her wild garden." Katie handed Linda a bundle of newspaper, inside which, wrapped in a man's handkerchief, She found several plants, carefully lifted, the roots properly balled, the hands erect, crisp, although in full flower. "Oh, Katy," cried Linda. "Look, it's Galito, little rooster. Now ain't them just yellow violets?" asked Katy dubiously. "No," said Linda, "they are not. They are quite a bit rarer. They are really a wild pansy. Bring water, Katy, and help me." "But I've something else for ye," said Katy. "I don't care what you have," answered Linda. "I am just compelled to part these little roosters at once." "What makes you call them that ungodly name?" asked Katy. "Nothing ungodly about it," answered Linda. "It's funny. Galito is the Spanish name for these violets, and it means little rooster." Linda set the violets as carefully as they had been lifted and rinsed her hands at the hydrant. "Now bring on the remainder of the exhibit," she ordered. "It's there on the top of the rock pile, which you notice has increased since you last saw it." "So it has," said Linda. "So it has, and beautifully colored specimens those are too. My fern bed will lift up its voice and rejoice in them, and rocks mean Henry Anderson, the box I do not understand." Linda picked it up, untied the string, and slipped off the wrapping. Katy stared in wide-mouthed amazement. "I was just tickled over that because Miss Eileen saw a good-looking and capable young man leave a second package right on the heels of young Whiting," she said. "Whatever have you got, Lambie? What does that mean?" Linda held up a beautiful box of glass, inside of which could be seen swarming specimens of every bug, beetle, insect, and worm that Henry Anderson had been able to collect in heaven only knew what hours of search. Linda opened the box. The winged creatures flew, the beetles tumbled, the worms went over the top. She set it on the ground and laughed to exhaustion. Her eyes were wet as she looked up at Katy. "That first night, Henry Anderson and Peter Morrison were here to dinner, Katy," she said. "Anderson made a joke about being my bug catcher when I built my home nest, and several times since he has tried to be silly about it, but the last time I told him it was foolishness to which I would listen no more. So instead of talking, he has taken this way of telling me that he is fairly expert as a bug catcher. Really, it is awfully funny, Katy." Katy was sober. She showed no appreciation of the fun. "You know, Lambie," she said, her hands on her hips, her elbows widespread, her jaws argumentative, "I've done some blarneying with that lad, and I fed him some, because he was doing things that would help and please ye, but now I'm telling ye, just like I'll be telling ye till I die, I ain't strong for him. If ever the day comes when you ask me to take on that Whiting kid for me, boss, I'll bow my head and I'll fly at his bidding, because he is real. He's going to come out a man lots like your pa or his'n. And if ever the day comes when you will be telling me you want me to serve Pater Morrison, I'll well nigh get on my knees to him. I think he'd be." "The closest we'd ever come to getting the master back, but I couldn't say I'd ever take to Anderson. They's something about him, I can't just say what, but he puts me back up amazin'." "Don't worry, ancient custodian of the family," said Linda. "That same something in Henry Anderson that antagonizes you affects me in even stronger degree. You must not get the foolish notion that any man has a speculative eye on me, because it is not true. Donald Whiting is only a boy friend, treating me as a brother would, and Peter Morrison is much too sophisticated and mature to pay any serious attention to a girl with a year more high school before her. I want to be decent to Henry Anderson, because he is Peter's architect, and I'm deeply interested in Peter's house and the lady who will live in it. Sometimes I hope it will be Donald's sister, Mary Louise. Anyway, I am going to get acquainted with her and make it my business to see that she and Peter get their chance to know each other well. My job for Peter is to help run his brook at the proper angle. Build his bridge, engineer his road, and plant his grounds. So don't be dreaming any foolish dreams, Katie. Katie folded her arms, tilted her chin at an unusually aspiring angle, and deliberately sniffed. Don't ye be letting yourself belave your own foolishness, she said. I ain't done with me exhibit yet. On the hall table you will find a package from the Pater Morrison man that Miss Eileen had the joy of taking in and laying aside for ye. And atop of it rests a big letter that I'm thinking might mean Miss Marion. Oh, cried Linda, why are you wasting all this time? If there is a letter from Marion, it may mean that the competition is decided, but if it is, she loses, because she was to telegraph if she won. Linda rushed into the house and carried her belongings to her workroom. She dropped them on the table and looked at them. I'll get you off my mind first, she said to the Morrison package, which enclosed a new article entitled How to Grow Good Citizens. With it was a scrawled line, I'm leaving the head and heels of the future to you. How fine, exulted Linda. He must have liked the head and tail pieces I drew for his other article, so he wants the same for this, and if he is well paid for his article, maybe in time, after I've settled for my hearth motto, he will pay me something for my work. Galloom shoes. As she opened the letter from Marion, she slowly shook her head. Drat the luck, she muttered. No good news here. Slowly and absorbedly she read. Dearest Linda, no telegram to send. I grazed the first prize and missed the second because Henry Anderson wins with plans so like mine that they are practically duplicates. I have not seen the winning plans. Mr. Snow told me as gently as he could that the judges had ruled me out entirely. The winning plans are practically a reversal of mine, more professionally drawn, and no doubt the specifications are far ahead of mine, as these are my weak spot, although I have worked all day and far into the night on the mathematics of house building. Mr. Snow was very kind and terribly cut up about it. I made what I hope was a brave fight. I did so believe in those plans that I am afraid to say just how greatly disappointed I am. All I can do is to go to work again and try to find out how to better my best, which I surely put into the plans I submitted. I can't see how Henry Anderson came to hit upon some of my personal designs for comforts and conveniences. I had hoped that no man would think of my especial kitchen plans. I rather fancied myself as a benefactor to my sex, an emancipator from drudgery, as it were. I had a concealed feeling that it required a woman who had expended her strength combating the construction of a devilish kitchen to devise some of my built-in conveniences, and I worked as carefully on my kitchen table as on any part of the house. If I find later that the winning plans include these things, I shall believe that Henry Anderson is a mind reader, or that lost plans naturally gravitate to him. But there is no use to grouch further. I seem to be born a loser. Anyway, I haven't lost you and I still have Dana Mead. I have nothing else to tell you except that Mr. Snow has waited for me 2 evenings out of the week ever since I wrote you, and he has taken me in his car and simply forced me to drive him for an hour over what appeals to me to be the most difficult roads he could select. So far I have not balked at anything, but he has had the consideration not to direct me to the mountains. He is extremely attractive, Linda, and I do enjoy being with him, but I dread it too, because his grief is so deep and so apparent that it constantly keeps before me the loss of my own dear ones and those things to which the hymn books refer, ashing voids in my own life. But there is something you will be glad to hear. That unknown correspondent of mine is still sending letters, and I am crazy about them. I don't answer one now until I have mulled over it 2 or 3 days, and I try to give him as good as he sends. I judge from your letters that you are keeping at least even with Eileen, and that life is much happier for you. You seem to be broadening. I am so glad for the friendship you have formed with Donald Whiting. My mother and Mrs. Whiting were friends. She is a charming woman, and it has seemed to me that in her daughter Louise, she has managed a happy compound of old-fashioned straightforwardness and unswerving principle, festooned with happy trimmings. Of all that is best in the present days. I hope that you do become acquainted with her. She is older than you, but she is the kind of girl I know you would like. Don't worry because I have lost again, Linda dear. Today is my blue day. Tomorrow I shall roll up my sleeves and go at it again with all my might, and by it is written in the books that things will come right for me. They cannot go wrong forever. With dearest love, Marion. Linda looked grim as she finished the letter. "Confound such luck," she said emphatically. "I do not understand it. How can a man like Henry Anderson know more about comforts and conveniences in a home than a woman with Marion's experience and comprehension? And she has been gaining experience for the past 10 years. That partner of his must be a 6. Cylinder miracle. Linda went to the kitchen because she was in pressing need of someone to whom to tell her troubles, and there was no one except Katie. What Katie said was energetic and emphatic, but it comforted Linda because she agreed with it, and what she was seeking at the minute was someone who agreed with her. As she went back upstairs, she met Eileen on her way to the front door. Eileen paused and deliberately studied Linda's face, and Linda stopped and waited quietly until she chose to speak. "I presume," said Eileen at last, "that you and Katie would call the process through which you are going right now, taking the bit in your teeth, or some poetic thing like that, but I can't see that you are getting much out of it. I don't hear the old laugh or the clatter of gay feet as I did before all this war of dissatisfaction broke out. This minute, if you haven't either cried or wanted to, I miss my guess." "You win," said Linda. "I have not cried because I make it a rule never to resort to tears when I can help it. So what you see now is unshed tears in my heart. They in no way relate to what you so aptly term my war of dissatisfaction. They are for Marion. She has lost again, this time the Nicholson and Snow Prize in Architecture." "Serves her right," said Eileen, laughing contemptuously. "The ridiculous idea of her trying to compete in a man's age-old occupation. As if she ever could learn enough about joists and beams and girders and installing water and gas and electricity to build a house. She should have had the sense to know she couldn't do it." "But," said Linda quietly, "Marion wasn't proposing to be a contractor. She only wants to be an architect. And the man who beat her is Peter Morrison's architect." "Henry Anderson, and he won by such a narrow margin that her plans were thrown out of second and third place because they were so very similar to his. Doesn't that strike you as curious?" "That is more than curious," said Eileen slowly. "That is a very strange coincidence. They couldn't have had anything from each other because they only met at dinner before all of us, and Marion went away the next morning. It does seem queer." Then she added with a flash of generosity and justice, "It looks pretty good for Marion at that. If she came so near winning that she lost second and third because she was too near first to make any practical difference, I must be wrong and she must be right." "You are wrong," said Linda tersely, "if you think Marion cannot make wonderful plans for houses. But going back to what my war of dissatisfaction is doing to me, it's a pale affair compared with what it is doing to you, Eileen. You." look a debilitated silhouette of the near recent past. Do you feel that badly about giving up a little money and authority? I never professed to have the slightest authority over you, said Eileen very primly as she drew back in the shadows. You have come and gone exactly as you pleased. All I ever tried to do was to keep up a decent appearance before the neighbors and make financial ends meet. That never seemed to wear on you as something seems to do now, said Linda. I am thankful that this week ends it. I was looking for you because I wanted to tell you to be sure not to make any date that will keep you from meeting me at the office of the president of the Consolidated Bank Thursday afternoon. I am going to arrange with John to be there, and it shouldn't take 15 minutes to run through matters and divide the income in a fair way between us. I am willing for you to go on paying the bills and ordering for the houses you have been. Certainly you are, sneered Eileen. You are quite willing for all the work and use the greater part of my time to make you comfortable. Linda suddenly drew back. Her body seemed to recoil, but her head thrust forward as if to bring her eyes in better range to read Eileen's face. That is utterly unjust, Eileen, she cried. Then two at a time she rushed the stairs in a race for her room. Chapter 23. The Day of Jubilee. Linda started to school half an hour earlier Wednesday morning because that was the day for her weekly trip to the post office for any mail which might have come to her under the name of Jane Meredith. She had hard work to keep down her color when she recognized the heavy gray envelope used by the editor of Everybody's Home. As she turned from the window with it in her fingers, she was trembling slightly and wondering whether she could have a minute's seclusion to face the answer which her last letter might have brought. There was a small alcove beside a public desk at one side of the room. Linda stepped into this, tore open the envelope and slipped out the sheet it contained. Dazedly, she stared at the slip that fell from it. Slowly the color left her cheeks, and then came rushing back from her surcharged heart until her very ears were red, because that slip was very manifestly a check for $500. Mentally and physically Linda shook herself, then she straightened to full height, tensing her muscles and holding the sheet before her with a hand on each side to keep it from shaking while she read. My dear madam, I sincerely apologize for having waited so long before writing you of the very exceptional reception which your articles have had. I think one half their attraction has been the exquisite and appealing pictures you have sent for their illustration. At the present minute they are forming what I consider the most unique feature in the magazine. I am enclosing you a check for $500 as an initial payment on the series. Just what the completed series should be worth, I am unable to say until you inform me how many months you can keep it up at the same grade of culinary and literary interest and attractive illustration. But I should say at a rough estimate that you would be safe in counting upon a repetition of this check for every 3 articles you send in. This, of course, includes payment for the pictures also, which are to me, if anything, more attractive than the recipes, since the local color and environment they add to the recipe and the word sketch are valuable in the extreme. If you feel that you can continue this to the extent of even a small volume, I shall be delighted to send you a book contract. In considering this proposition, let me say that if you could not produce enough recipes to fill a book, you could piece it out to the necessary length most charmingly and attractively by lengthening the descriptions of the environment in which the particular fruits and vegetables you deal with are to be found, and in book form you might allow yourself much greater latitude in the instructions concerning the handling of the fruits and the preparation of the recipes. I think myself that a wonderfully attractive book could be made from this material, and hope that you will agree with me. trusting that this will be satisfactory to you and that you will seriously consider the book proposition before you decline it, I remain, my dear madam, very truly yours, Hugh Thompson, editor, Everybody's Home. Gripping the check and the letter, Linda lurched forward against the window casement and shut her eyes tight, because she could feel big, nervous gulps of exultation and rejoicing swelling up in her throat. She shifted the papers to one hand and surreptitiously slipped the other to her pocket. She tried to keep the papers before her and look straight from the window to avoid attracting attention. The tumult of exultation in her heart was so wild that she did not surely know whether she wanted to sink to the floor, lay her face against the glass, and indulge in what for generations women have referred to as a good cry, or whether she wanted to leap from the window and sport on the wind like a driven leaf. Then she returned the letter and check to the envelope and slipped it inside her blouse and started on her way to school. She might as well have gone to Multifloor's canyon and pitted her strength against climbing its walls for the day, for all the good she did in her schoolwork. She heard no word of any recitation by her schoolmates. She had no word ready when called on for a recitation herself. She heard nothing that was said by any of the professors. On winged feet, she was flying back and forth from the desert to the mountains, from the canyons to the sea. She was raiding beds of camas and devising ways to roast the bulbs and make a new dish. She was compounding drinks from mescal and bisnaga. She was hunting desert pickles and trying to remember whether Indian rhubarb ever grew so far south. She was glad when the dismissal hour came that afternoon. With eager feet, she went straight to the Consolidated Bank, and there she asked again to be admitted to the office of the president. Mr. Worthington rose as she came in. "Am I wrong in my dates?" he inquired. "I was not expecting you until tomorrow." "No, you're quite right," said Linda. "At this hour, tomorrow. But, Mr. Worthington, I am in trouble again." Linda looked so distressed that the banker pushed a chair to the table's side for her, and when she had seated herself, he said quietly, "Tell me all about it, Linda. We must get life straightened out as best we can." "I think I must tell you all about it," said Linda, "because I know just enough about banking to know that I have a proposition that I don't know how to handle. Are bankers like father confessors and doctors and lawyers? I think they are even more so," laughed Mr. Worthington. "Perhaps the father confessor takes precedence. Otherwise, I believe people are quite as much interested in their financial secrets as in anything else in all this world. Have you a financial secret?" "Yes," said Linda. "I have what is to me a big secret, and I don't in the least know how to handle it. So right away I thought about you and that you would be the one to tell me what I could do." "Go ahead," said Mr. Worthington kindly. "I'll give you my word of honor to keep any secret you confide to me." Linda produced her letter. She opened it and without any preliminaries handed it and the check to the banker. He looked at the check speculatively and then laid it aside and read the letter. He gave every evidence of having read parts of it 2 or 3 times. Then he examined the check again and glanced at Linda. "And just how did you come into possession of this, young lady?" he inquired. "And what is it that you want of me?" "Why, don't you see?" said Linda. "It's my letter and my check. On Jane Meredith. Now how am I going to get my money?" For one dazed moment, Mr. Worthington studied Linda. Then he threw back his head and laughed unrestrainedly. He came around the table and took both Linda's hands. "Bully for you!" he cried exultantly. "How I wish your father could see the seed he has sown bearing its fruit. Isn't that fine? And do you want to go on with this anonymously?" "I think I must," said Linda. "I have said in my heart that no Jap, male or female, young or old, shall take first honors in a class from which I graduate, And you can see that if people generally knew this, it would make it awfully hard for me to go on with my studies, and I don't know that the editor who is accepting this work would take it if he knew it were sent him by a high school junior. You see the dignified way in which he addresses me as Madam. I see, said Mr. Worthington reflectively. I'm sure, said Linda with demure lips, though the eyes above them were blazing and dancing at high tension. I'm sure that the editor is attaching a husband and a house having a well-ordered kitchen and rather wide culinary experience to that dear madam. And what about this book proposition? Asked the banker gravely. That would be a big thing for a girl of your age. Can you do it and continue your schoolwork? With the background I have, with the unused material I have, and with vacation coming before long, I can do it easily, said Linda. My schoolwork is not difficult for me. It only requires concentration for about 2 hours in the preparation that each day brings. The remainder of the time I could give to amplifying and producing new recipes. I see, said the banker. So you have resolved, Linda, that you don't want your editor to know your real name. Could scarcely be done, said Linda. But have you stopped to think, said the banker, that you will be asked for personal history and about your residence and no doubt a photograph of yourself. If you continue this work anonymously, you're going to have trouble with more matters than cashing a check. But I am not going to have any trouble cashing a check, she said, because I have come straight to the man whose business is checks. True enough, he said. I shall have to arrange the check. There's not a doubt about that. And as for your other bugbears, I refuse to be frightened by them, interposed Linda. Have you ever done any business at the bank? No, said Linda. None of the clerks know you. Not that I remember, said Linda. I might possibly be acquainted with some of them. I have merely passed through the bank on my way to your room twice. Then, said the banker, we'll have to risk it. After this estate business is settled, you will want to open an account in your name. Quite true, said Linda. Then I would advise you, said Mr. Worthington, to open this account in your own name. Endorse this check, Jane Meredith, and make it payable to me personally. Whenever one of these comes, bring it to me and I'll take care of it for. You. 1 minute. He left Linda sitting quietly reading and rereading her letter, and presently returned and laid a sheaf of paper money before her. Take it to the paying teller. Tell him that you wish to deposit it, and ask him to give you a bank book and a check book, he said. Thank you very much for coming to me and for confiding in me. Linda gathered up the money and said goodbye to the banker. Just as she started forward, she recognized Eileen at the window of the paying teller. It was an Eileen she never before had seen. Her face was strained to a ghastly gray, her hat was not straight, and her hands were shaking. Without realizing that she was doing it, Linda stepped behind one of the huge marble pillars supporting the ceiling and stood there breathlessly, watching Eileen. She could gather that she was discussing the bank ledger which lay before the teller, and that he was refusing something that Eileen was imploring him to do. Linda thought she understood what it was. Then very clearly Eileen's voice, sharp and strained, reached her ears. You mean that you are refusing to pay me my deposits on my private account? She cried. And Linda could also hear the response. I am very sorry if it annoys or inconveniences you, Miss Strong, but since the settlement of the estate takes place tomorrow, our orders are to pay out no funds in any way connected with the estate until after that settlement has been arranged. But this is my money, my own private affair, begged Eileen. The estate has nothing to do with it." "I am sorry," repeated the teller. "If that is the case, you will have no difficulty in establishing the fact in a few minutes' time." Eileen turned and left the bank, and it seemed that she was almost swaying. Linda stood a second with narrowed eyes and deep thought. "I think," she said at last, deep down in her heart, "that it looks precious much as if there had been a bit of transgression in this affair. It looks, too, as if the way of the transgressor were a darned hard way. Straight ahead, open and above board for you, my girl." Then she went quietly to the desk and transacted her own business, but her beautiful day was clouded. Her heart was no longer leaping exultantly. She was sickened and sorrowful over the evident nerve strain and discomfort which Eileen seemed to have brought upon herself. She dreaded meeting her at dinner that night, and she wondered all the way home where Eileen had gone from the bank and what she had been doing. What she felt was a pale affair compared with what she would have felt if she could have seen Eileen leave the bank and enter a nearby store, go to a telephone booth and put in a long-distance call for San Francisco. Her eyes were brilliant, her cheeks by nature redder than the rouge she had used upon them. She squared her shoulders, lifted her head, as if she irrevocably had made a decision and would not be thwarted in acting upon it. While she waited, she straightened her hat and tucked up her pretty hair, once more evincing concern about her appearance. After a nervous wait, she secured her party. "Am I speaking with Mr. James Heitman?" she asked. "Yes," came the answer. "Well, Uncle Jim, this is Eileen." "Why, hello, girlie," was the quick response. "Delighted that you're calling her." "Ancient uncle, haven't changed the decision in the last letter I had from you, have you?" "Yes," said Eileen, "I have changed it." "Do you and Aunt Caroline still want me, Uncle Jim?" "You bet we want you," roared the voice over the phone. "Here we are, with plenty of money, and not a relation on earth but you to leave it to. You belong to us by rights. We'd be tickled to death to have you, and for you to have what's left of the money when we get through with it. May I come after you? Say the word and I'll start this minute." "Oh, Uncle Jim, could you? Would you?" cried Eileen. "Well, I'd say I could. We'd be tickled to death, I tell you." "How long would it take you to get here?" said Eileen. "Well, I could reach you by noon tomorrow. 11 something is the shortest time it's been made in. That would give me 13 more than enough. Are you in that much of a hurry?" "Yes," gasped Eileen. "Yes, I am in the biggest kind of a hurry there is, Uncle Jim. This troublesome little estate has to be settled tomorrow afternoon. There's going to be complaint about everything that I have seen fit to do. I've been hounded and harassed till I am disgusted with it. Then I've promised to marry John Gilman as I wrote you, and I don't believe you would think that was my best chance with the opportunities you could give me. It seems foolish to stay here, abused as I have been lately, and as I will be tomorrow. You have the house number. If you come and get me out of it by noon tomorrow, I'll go with you. You may take out those adoption papers you have always entreated me to agree to, and I'll be a daughter that you can be proud of. It will be a relief to have some real money and some real position, and to breathe freely and be myself once." "More. All right for you, girlie," bellowed the great voice over the line. "Pick up any little personal bits you can put in a suitcase, and by 12 o'clock tomorrow I'll whisk you right out of that damn mess." Eileen walked from the telephone booth with her head high, triumph written all over her face and figure. They were going to humiliate her. She would show them. She went home immediately. Entering her room, she closed the door and stood looking at her possessions. How could she get her trunk from the garret? How could she get it to the station? Would it be possible for Uncle James to take it in his car? As she pondered these things, Eileen had a dim memory of a day in her childhood when her mother had gone on business to San Francisco and had taken her along. She remembered a huge house, all turrets and towers and gables, all turns and twists and angles, closed to the light of day and glowing inside with shining artificial lights. She remembered stumbling over deep rugs. One vivid impression was of walls covered with huge canvases, some of them having frames more than a foot wide. She remembered knights in armor, and big fireplaces, and huge urns and vases. It seemed to her like the most wonderful bazaar she ever had been in. She remembered, too, that she had been glad when her mother had taken her out into the sunshine again, and from the presence of two ponderous people who had objected strongly to everything her mother had discussed with them. She paused one instant, contemplating this picture. The look of triumph on her face toned down considerably. Then she comforted herself aloud. "I've heard Mother say," she said softly, "that everybody overdid things and did not know how to be graceful with immense fortunes got from silver and gold mines and lumber. It will be different now. Probably they don't live in the same house even. There is a small army of servants, and there is nothing I can think of." "That Uncle Jim won't gladly get me. I've been too big a fool for words to live this way as long as I have. Crush me, will they? I'll show them. I won't even touch these things I have strained so to get." Eileen jerked from her throat the strand of pearls that she had worn continuously for 4 years and threw it contemptuously on her dressing table. "I'll make Uncle Jim get me a rope with 2 or 3 strands in it that will reach to my waist. A suitcase. I don't know what I would fill a suitcase with from here. The trunk may stay in the garret, and while I am leaving all this rubbish, I'll just leave John Gilman with it. Uncle Jim will give me an income that will buy all the cigarettes I want without having to deceive anyone. And I can have money if I want to stake something at bridge without being scared into paralysis for fear somebody may find it out or the accounts won't balance. I'll put on the most suitable thing I have to travel in and just walk out and leave everything else." That was what Eileen did. At noon the next day her eyes were bright with nervousness. Her cheeks alternately paled with fear and flooded red with anxiety. She had dressed herself carefully, laid out her hat and gloves, and a heavy coat in case the night should be chilly. Once she stood looking at the dainty, brightly colored dresses hanging in her wardrobe. A flash of regret passed over her face. "Tawdry little cheap things and makeshifts," she said. "If Linda feels that she has been so terribly defrauded, she can help herself now." By 12 o'clock she found herself standing at the window, straining her eyes down Lilac Valley. She was not looking at its helpful hills, at its appealing curves, at its brilliant colors. She was watching the roadway. When Katie rang to call her to lunch, she told her to put the things away. She was expecting people who would take her out to lunch presently. In the past years, she had occasionally written to her uncle. Several times, when he had had business in Los Angeles, she had met him at his hotel and dined with him. She reasoned that he would come straight to the house and get her, and then they would go to one of the big hotels for lunch before they started. "I shan't feel like myself," said Eileen, "until we are well on the way to San Francisco." At 1 o'clock she was walking the floor. At 2 she was almost frantic. At 1/2 past she almost wished that she had had the good sense to have some lunch, since she was very hungry and under tense nerve strain. Once she paused before the glass, but what she saw frightened her. Just when she felt that she could not endure the strain another minute, grinding brakes, the blast of a huge klaxon, and the sound of a great voice arose from the street. Eileen rushed to the window. She took one look, caught up the suitcase, and raced down the stairs. At the door, she met a bluff, big man, gross from head to foot. It seemed to Eileen strange that she could see in him even a trace of her mother, and yet she could. Red veins crossed his cheeks and glowed on his nose. His tired eyes were watery. His thick lips had an inclination to sag, but there was heartiness in his voice and earnestness in the manner in which he picked her up. "What have they been doing to you down here?" he demanded. "Never should have left you this long. Ought to have come down and taken you and showed you what you wanted, and then you would have known whether you wanted it or not." At this juncture, a huge woman, gross in a feminine way as her husband was in his, paddled up the walk. "I'm coming in and rest a few minutes," she said. "I'm tired to death and I'm pounded to pieces." Her husband turned toward her. He opened his lips to introduce Eileen. His wife forestalled him. "So this is the Eileen you have been raving about for years," she said. "I thought you said she was a pretty girl." Eileen's soul knew one sick instant of recoil. She looked from James Heitman to Caroline, his wife, and remembered that he had a habit of calling her Callie. All that paint and powder and lipstick and brilliantine could do to make the ponderous big woman more ghastly had been done, but in the rush of the long ride through which her husband had forced her, the colors had mixed and slipped, the false waves were displaced. She was not in any condition to criticize the appearance of another woman. For 1 second Eileen hesitated, then she lifted her shaking hands to her hat. "I have been hounded out of my senses," she said apologetically, "and have been so terribly anxious for fear you wouldn't get here on time. Please, Aunt Caroline, let us go to a hotel, someplace where we can straighten up comfortably." "Well, what's your hurry?" said Aunt Caroline coolly. "You're not a fugitive from justice, are you? Can't a body rest a few minutes and have a drink even? Besides, I am going to see what kind of a place you've been living in, and then I'll know how thankful you'll be for what we got to offer." Eileen turned and threw open the door. The big woman walked in. She looked down the hall, up the stairway, and went on to the living room. She gave it one contemptuous glance and, turning, came back to the door. "All right, Jim," she said brusquely, "I have seen enough. If you know the best hotel in the town, take me there. And then, if Eileen's in such a hurry, after we have had a bite, we'll start for home." "Thank you, Aunt Caroline. Oh, thank you," cried Eileen. "You needn't take the trouble to aunt me every time you speak to me," said the lady. "I know you're my niece, but I ain't going to remind you of it every time I speak to you. It's age in this auntie business. I don't stand for it, and as for a name, I am free to confess I always liked the way Jim calls me Callie. That sounds younger and more companionable than Caroline." James Heitman looked at Eileen and winked. "You just bet, old girl," he said. "They ain't any of them can beat you, not even Eileen at her best. Let's get her out of here. Does this represent your luggage, girlie?" "You said not to bother with anything else," said Eileen. "So I did," said Uncle Jim, "and I meant just what I said if it's all right with you." I suppose I did have in the back of my head an idea that there might be a trunk or a box, some things that belonged to your mother, mebbe, and your keepsakes. Oh, never mind, interrupted Eileen. Do let's go. It's nearly 4 o'clock. Any minute they may send for me from the bank, and I'd be more than glad to be out of the way. Well, I'm not accustomed to being the porter, but if time's that precious, here we go, said Uncle Jim. He picked up the suitcase with one hand and took his wife's arm with the other. Scoot down there and climb into that boat, he said proudly to Eileen. We'll have a good dinner in a private room when we get to the hotel. I won't even register, and then we'll get out of here when we have rested a little. Can't we stay all night and go in the morning? Panted his wife. No, ma'am, we can't, said James Heitman authoritatively. We'll eat a bite because we need to be fed up, and I sincerely hope there's some decent grub to be had in this burg. The first place we come to outside of here that looks like they had a decent bed, we'll stop and make up for last night. But we ain't a-going to stay here if Eileen wants us to start right away, Eileen? Yes, please, panted Eileen. I just don't want to meet any of them. It's time enough for them to know what has happened after I am gone. All right then, said Uncle James. Pile in and we'll go. So Eileen started on the road to the unlimited wealth her soul had always craved. Chapter 24. Linda's First Party. At the bank, Linda and John Gilman waited an hour past the time set for Eileen's appearance. Then Linda asserted herself. I have had a feeling for some time, she said quietly, that Eileen would not appear today, and if she doesn't see fit to come, there is no particular reason why she should. There is nothing to do but go over the revenue from the estate. The books will show what Eileen has drawn monthly for her expense budget. That can be set aside and the remainder divided equally between us. It's very simple. Here is a letter I wrote to the publishers of Father's books asking about royalties. I haven't even opened it. I will turn it in with the remainder of the business. They were in the office with the president of the bank. He rang for the clerk he wanted and the books he required, and an hour's rapid figuring settled the entire matter, with the exception of the private account, amounting to several thousands, standing in Eileen's name. None of them knew any source of separate income. She might have. At a suggestion from Linda, the paying teller was called in and asked if he could account for any of the funds that had gone into the private account. Not definitely, he said, but the amount always corresponded exactly with the royalties from the books. I strongly suspect that they constitute this private account of Miss Eileen's. But he did not say that she had tried to draw it the day previous. John Gilman made the suggestion that they should let the matter rest until Eileen explained about it. Then Linda spoke very quietly, but with considerable finality in her tone. No, she said, I know that Eileen had no source of private income. Mother used to mention that she had some wealthy relatives in San Francisco, but they didn't approve of her marriage to what they called a poor doctor, and she would never accept or allow us to accept anything from them. They never came to see us, and we never went to see them. Eileen knows no more about them than I do. We will work upon the supposition that everything that is here belonged to Father. Set aside to Eileen's credit the usual amount for housekeeping expenses. Turn the private account in with the remainder. Start 2 new bank books, one for Eileen and one for me. Divide the surplus each month exactly in halves. And I believe this is the proper time for the bank to turn over to me a certain key, specified by my father as having been left in your possession to be delivered to me on my coming of age. With the key in her possession, Linda and John Gilman left the bank. As they stood for a moment in front of the building, Gilman removed his hat and ran his hands through his hair as if it were irritating his head. Linda, he said in a deeply wistful tone, I don't understand this. Why shouldn't Eileen have come today as she agreed? What is there about this that is not according to law and honor and the plain, simple rights of the case? I don't know, said Linda, but there is something we don't understand about it, and I am going to ask you, John, as my guardian, closing up my affairs today, to go home with me to be present when I open the little hidden door I found at the back of a library shelf when I was disposing of Daddy's technical books. There was a slip of paper at the edge of it specifying that the key was in possession of the Consolidated Bank and was to be delivered to me in the event of Daddy's passing on my coming of age. I had the key, but I would like to have you with me, and Eileen, if she is in the house, when I open that door. I don't know what is behind it, but there's a certain feeling that always has been strong in my heart, and it never was so strong as it is at this minute. So they boarded the streetcar and ran out to Lilac Valley. When Katie admitted them, Linda put her arm around her and kissed her. She could see that the house was freshly swept and beautifully decorated with flowers, and her trained nostrils could scent whiffs of delicious odors from food of which she was specially fond. In all her world, Katie was the one person who was celebrating her birthday. She seemed rather surprised when Linda and Gilman came in together. "Where is Eileen?" inquired Linda. "She must have made some new friends," said Katie. About 4 o'clock, the biggest car that ever roared down this street rolled up, and the biggest man and woman that I ever see came puffin' and pantin' in. Miss Eileen did not tell me where she was goin' or when she would be back, but I know it won't be the night, because she took her little dressin' case with her. Belike it's another of them trips to Riverside or Pasadena. "Very likely," said Linda quietly. "Katie, can you spare a few minutes?" "No, Lambie, I just can't," said Katie, "because a young person that's the apple of me eye is havin' a birthday the day, and I have got me custard cake in the oven, and after Miss Eileen went, and I didn't see no chance for nothin' special, I just happened to look out, one of the ways you do things unbeknownst to yourself, and there stood Mr. Pater Morrison moonin' over the graveyard, like he called it, and it was lookin' like seein' graves he was. Pater Morrison, it's a good friend you were to the young missus when ye engineered her skylight and her beautiful fireplace. And this bein' her birthday, I'm taking the liberty to ask ye to come to dinner and help me celebrate." And he said he would run up to the garage and get into his regimentals, whatever them might be, and he would be here at 6 o'clock. So ye got a guest for dinner, and if the custard's scorched and the cake's flat, it's up to ye for cappin' me here to tell ye all this. Then Katie hurried to the kitchen. Linda looked at John Gilman and smiled. "Isn't that like her?" she said. Then she led the way to the library, pulled aside the books, fitted the key to the little door, and opened it. Inside lay a single envelope, sealed and bearing her name. She took the envelope, and walking to her father's chair beside his library table, sat down in it, and laying the envelope on the table, crossed her hands on top of it. "John," she said, "ever since I have been big enough to think and reason and study things out for myself, there is a feeling I have had I used to think it was unreasonable, then I thought it remote possibility. This minute I think it's extremely probable. Before I open this envelope, I am going to tell you what I believe it contains. I have not the slightest evidence except personal conviction, but I believe that the paper inside this envelope is written by my father's hand. And I believe it tells me that he was not Eileen's father, and that I am not her sister. If it does not say this, then there is nothing in race and blood and inherited tendencies." Linda picked up the paper cutter, ran it across the envelope, slipped out the sheet, and bracing herself she read, "My darling Linda, these lines are to tell you that your mother went to her eternal sleep when you were born. 4 years later I met and fell in love with the only mother you ever have known. At the time of our marriage, we entered into a solemn compact that her little daughter by a former marriage and mine should be reared as sisters. I was to give half my earnings and to do for Eileen exactly as I did for you. She was to give half her love and her best attention to your interests. I sincerely hope that what I have done will not result in any discomfort or inconvenience to you. With dearest love, as ever your father, Alexander Strong. Linda laid the sheet on the table and dropped her hands on top of it. Then she looked at John Gilman. John, she said, I believe you had better face the fact that the big car and the big people that carried Eileen away today were her mother's wealthy relatives from San Francisco. She must have been in touch with them. I think very likely she sent for them after I saw her in the bank yesterday afternoon, trying with all her might to make the paying teller turn over to her the funds of the private account. John Gilman sat very still for a long time. Then he raised tired, disappointed eyes to Linda's face. Linda, he said, do you mean you think Eileen was not straight about money matters? John, said Linda quietly, I think it is time for the truth about Eileen between you and me. If you want me to answer that question candidly, I'll answer it. I want the truth, said John Gilman gravely. Well, said Linda, I never knew Eileen to be honest about anything in all her life, unless the truth served her better than an evasion. Her hair was not honest color, and it was not honest curl. Her eyebrows were not so dark as she made them. Her cheeks and lips were not so red, her forehead and throat were not so white, her form was not so perfect. Her friends were selected because they could serve her. As long as you were poor and struggling, Marion was welcome to you. When you won a great case and became prosperous and fame came rapidly, Eileen took you. I believe what I told you a minute ago. I think she has gone for good. I think she went because she had not been fair, and she would not be forced to face the fact before you and me and the president of the Consolidated today. I think you will have to take your heart home tonight, and I think that before the night is over, you will realize what Marion felt when she knew that in addition to having been able to take you from her, Eileen was not a woman who would make you happy. I am glad, deeply glad, that there is not a drop of her blood in my veins, sorry as I am for you, and much as I regret what has happened. I won't ask you to stay tonight, because you must go through the same black waters Marion breasted, and you will want to be alone. Later, if you think of any way I can serve you, I will be glad for old sake's sake, but you must not expect me ever to love you or respect your judgment as I did before the shadow fell. Then Linda rose, replaced the letter, turned the key in the lock, and quietly slipped out of the room. When she opened her door and stepped into her room, she paused in astonishment. Spread out upon the bed lay a dress of georgette with little touches of fur and broad ribbons of satin. In color, it was like the flame of seasoned beechwood. Across the foot of the bed hung petticoat, camisole, and hose, and beside the dress a pair of satin slippers exactly matching the hose, and they seemed the right size. Linda tiptoed to the side of the bed and delicately touched the dress, and then she saw a paper lying on the waist front, and picking it up read, Lambie, here's your birthday from loving old Katie. The lines were terse and to the point. Linda laid them down, and picking up the dress she walked to the mirror, and holding it under her chin, glanced down the length of its reflection. What she saw almost stunned her. Oh, good Lord, she said, I can't wear that. That isn't me. Then she tossed the dress on the bed and started in a headlong rush to the kitchen. As she came through the door, you blessed old darling, she cried. What am I going to say to make you know how I appreciate your lovely, lovely gift?" Katy raised her head. There was something that is supposed to be the prerogative of royalty in the lift of it. Her smile was complacent in the extreme. "Don't ye be standin' there wastin' no time talkin'," she said. "I have odals of time," said Linda. "But I warn you, you won't know me if I put on that frock, Katy." "Yes, I will too," said Katy. "Katy," said Linda, sobering suddenly, "would it make any great difference to you if I were the only one here for always, after this?" Katy laughed contemptuously. "Well, I'd warrant to survive it," she said coolly. "But that is exactly what I must tell you, Katy," said Linda soberly. "You know I have told you a number of times through these years that I did not believe Eileen and I were sisters, and I am telling you now that I know it. She did not come to the bank today, and the settlement of father's affairs developed the fact that I was my father's child, and Eileen was her mother's, and I'm thinking, Katy, that the big car you saw and the opulent people in it were Eileen's mother's wealthy relatives from San Francisco. My guess is, Katy, that Eileen has gone with them for good. Lock her door and don't touch her things until we know certainly what she wants done with them." Katy stood thinking intently. Then she lifted her eyes to Linda's. "Lambie," she whispered softly, "are we expected to go into mourning over this?" A mischievous light leaped into Linda's eyes. "Well, if there are any such expectations abroad, Catherine O'Donovan," she said soberly, "the saints preserve 'em, for we can't fulfill 'em, can we, Katy?" "Not to be salvin' our souls," answered Katy heartily. "I'm just so glad and thankful that I don't know what to do, and it's such good news that I don't belave one word of it. And while you're talking, what about John Gilman? I think," said Linda quietly, "that tonight is going to teach him how Marian felt in her blackest hours." "Well, he needn't be coming to me for sympathy," said Katy. "But if Miss Eileen has gone to live with the folks that come after her the day, he might be saving a wee drapple sympathy for her, Lambie. They was just the kind of people that you'd risk your neck slitting down a mountain to get out of their way." "That is too bad," said Linda reflectively, "because Eileen is sensitive and constant contact with crass vulgarity certainly would wear on her nerves." "Now you be goin' and gettin' into that dress, Lambie," said Katy. "Catherine O'Donovan," said Linda, "you're used to it. Come again to confession. Tell me truly, where and how did you get that dress? 'Tain't no rule of polite society to be looking gift horses in the mouth," said Katy proudly. "How I got it is me own affair, just like ye got any gifts you was ever makin' me, is yours. Where I got it, I went into the city on the strafe car, and I went to the biggest store in the city, and I got in the elevator, and I says to the nagger, 'Let me off where real ladies buy ready-to-wear dresses.' And up comes a little woman, and her hair was just as soft and curling round her ears, and brown and pretty was her eyes, and the pink that God made was in her cheeks, and in a voice like runnin' water she says, 'Could I do anything for you?' I told her what I wanted, and she says, 'How old is the young lady, and what's her size, and what's her color?' Darlin', ain't that dress the answer to what I told her?" "Yes," said Linda. "If an artist had been selecting a dress for me, he would probably have chosen that one, but, old dear, it's not suitable for me. It's not the kind of dress that I intended to wear for years and years yet. Do you think, if I put it on tonight, I'll ever be able to go back to boots and breeches again, and hunt the canyons for plants to cook for you know what?" Katy stood in what is commonly designated as a brown study. Then she looked Linda over piercingly. "Yes, ma'am," she said conclusively, "it's my judgment that you will. I think you'll maybe wrap the braids of ye around your head tonight, and I think you'll put on that frock, and I think you'll show Pater Morrison how your pa's daughter can sit at the head of his table and entertain her friends. Then I think you'll hang it in your closet and put on your boots and breeches and go back to your old multi-floors and attend to your business the same as before." "All right, Katy," said Linda. "If you have that much faith in me, I have that much faith in myself. But oh dear, I can't tell you how I love having a pretty dress for tonight. Katy dear, the day of Jubilee has come. Before you go to sleep, I'm coming to your room to tell you fine large secrets that you won't believe for a minute, but I haven't the time to do it now." Then Linda raced to her room and began dressing. She let down the mop of her hair waving below her waist, and looked at it despairingly. "That dress never was made for braids down your back," she said, glancing toward the bed where it lay shimmering in a mass of lovely color. "I am of age today. For state occasions I should be a woman. What shall I do with it?" And then she recalled Katy's voice saying, "Braids round your head." "Of course," said Linda, "that would be the thing to do. I certainly don't need anything to add to my height. I am far too tall now." So she parted her hair in the middle, brushed it back, divided it in even halves, and instead of braiding it, she coiled it around her head, first one side and then the other. She slipped into the dress and struggled with its many and intricate fastenings. Then she went to the guest room to stand before the full-length mirror there. Slowly she turned. Critically she examined herself. "It's a bit shorter than I would have ordered it," she said. "But it reduces my height. It certainly gives wonderful freedom in walking, and it's not nearly so short as I see other girls wearing." Again she studied herself critically. "Need some kind of ornament for my hair," she muttered, "but I haven't got it, and neither do I own beads, bracelet, or a ring, and my ears are sticking right out in the air. I am almost offensively uncovered." Then she went down to show herself to a delighted Katy. When the doorbell rang, Linda turned toward the hall. Katy reached a detaining hand. "You'll do nothing of the sort," she said. "I answered the bell for Miss Eileen. Answer the bell, I shall for you." Down the hall went Katy with the light of battle in her eyes and the air of a conqueror in the carriage of her head. She was well trained. Neither eyelid quivered as she flung the door wide to Pater Morrison. He stood there in dinner dress, more imposing than Katy had thought he could be. With quick inner exultation she reached for 2 parcels he carried. Over them her delight was so overpowering that Pater Morrison must have seen a hint of it. With a flourish Katy seated him and carried the packages to Linda. She returned a second later for a big vase, and in this Linda arranged a great sheaf of radiant roses. As Katy started to carry them back to the room, Linda said, "Wait a second," and selecting one half opened, she slipped it out, shortened the stem, and tucked it among the coils of hair where she would have set an ornament. The other package was a big box that, when opened, showed its interior to be divided into compartments, in each of which nestled an exquisite flower made of spun sugar. The petals, buds, and leaves were perfect. There were wonderful roses with pale pink outer petals and deeper colored hearts. There were pink mallows that seemed as if they must have been cut from the bushes bordering Santa Monica Road. There were hollyhocks of white and gold and simply perfect tulips. Linda never before had seen such a treasure candy box. She cried out in delight and hurried to show Katy. In her pleasure over the real flowers and the candy flowers, Linda forgot her dress, but when she saw Pater Morrison standing tall and straight in dinner dress, she stopped and looked the surprise and pleasure she felt. She had grown accustomed to Peter in khaki pottering around his building. This Peter she never before had seen. He represented something of culture, something of pride, a conformity to a nice custom, and something more. Linda was not a psychoanalyst. She could not see a wonderful aura of exquisite color enveloping Peter, But when Peter saw the girl approaching him, transformed into a woman whose shining coronet was jeweled with his living red rose, when he saw the beauty of her lithe slenderness clothed in a soft flaming color, something emanated from his inner consciousness that Linda did see, and for an instant it disturbed her as she went forward, holding out her hands. "Peter," she said gaily, "do you know that this is my day of jubilee? I am a woman today, by law, Peter. Hereafter I am to experience at least a moderate degree of financial freedom, and that I shall enjoy. But the greatest thing in life is friends." Peter took both the hands extended to him and looked smilingly into her eyes. "You take my breath," he said. "I knew, the first glimpse I ever had of you scrambling from the canyon floor, that this transformation could take place. My good fortune is beyond words that I have been first to see it. Permit me, fair lady." Peter bent and kissed both her hands. He hesitated a second, then he turned the right hand and left, one more kiss in its palm. "To have and to hold," he said whimsically. "Thank you," said Linda, closing her fist over it and holding it up for inspection. "I'll see that it doesn't escape. And this minute I thank you for the candy, which I know is delicious, and for my very first sheaf of roses from any man. See what I have done with one of them?" She turned fully around that he might catch the effect of the rose, and in getting that he also got the full effect of the costume, and the possibilities of the girl before him. And then she gave him a shock. "Isn't it a lovely frock?" she said. "Another birthday gift from the strong rock of ages. I have been making a collection of rocks for my fern bed, and I have got another collection that is not visible to anyone save myself. Katie's a rock, and—" "You're a rock, and Donald is a rock, and Marion's a rock, and I am resting securely on all of you. I wish my father knew that in addition to Marion and Katie, I have found two more such wonderful friends." "And what about Henry Anderson?" inquired Peter. "Aren't you going to include him?" Linda walked over to the chair in which she intended to seat herself. "Peter," she said, "I wish you hadn't asked me that." Peter's figure tensed suddenly. "Look here, Linda," he said sternly, "has that rather bold youngster made himself in any way offensive to you?" "Not in any way that I am not perfectly capable of handling myself," said Linda. She looked at Peter confidently. "Do you suppose," she said, "that I can sit down in this thing without ruining it? Shouldn't I really stand up while I am wearing it?" Peter laughed unrestrainedly. "Linda, you're simply delicious," he said. "It seems to me that I have seen young ladies in like case reach round and gather the sash to one side and smooth out the skirt as they sit." "Thank you, Peter. Of course that would be the way," said Linda. "This being my first, I'm lacking in experience." And thereupon she sat according to direction, while Peter sat opposite her. "Now finish. Just one word more about Henry Anderson," he said. "Are you—" "perfectly sure there is nothing I need do for you in that connection?" "Oh, perfectly," said Linda lightly. "I didn't mean to alarm you. He merely carried that bug-catcher nonsense a trifle too far. I wouldn't have minded humoring him and fooling about it a little. But, Peter, do you know him quite well?" "Are you very sure of him?" "No," said Peter. "I don't know him well at all. The only thing I am sure about him is that he is doing well in his profession. I chose him because he was an ambitious youngster, and I thought I could get more careful attention from him than I could from some of the older fellows who had made their reputation. You see, there are such a lot of things I want to know about in this building proposition, and the last 4 years haven't been a time for any man to be careful about saving his money." "Then," said Linda, "he is all right, of course. He must be. But I think I'm like a cat. I'm very complacent with certain people, but when I begin to get goose flesh and hair prickles my head a bit, I realize that there is something antagonistic around, something for me to beware of. I guess it's because I am such a wild creature." "Do you mean to say," said Peter, "that these are the sensations that Henry gives you?" Linda nodded. "Now forget Henry," she said. "I have had such a big day, I must tell you about it, and then we'll come to that last article you left me. I haven't had time to put anything on paper concerning it yet, but I believe I have an awfully good idea in the paint pot, and I'll find time in a day or two to work it out. Peter, I've just come from the bank, where I was recognized as of legal age and my guardian discharged. And perhaps I ought to explain to you, Peter, that your friend John Gilman is not here because this night is going to be a bad one for him. When you knew him best, he was engaged, or should have been, to Marion Thorne. When you met him this time, he really was engaged to Eileen. I don't know what you think about Eileen. I don't feel like influencing anyone's thought concerning her, so I'll merely say that today has confirmed a conviction that always has been in my heart. Katie could tell you that long ago I said to her that I did not believe Eileen was my sister. Today has brought me the knowledge and proof positive that she is not, and today she has gone to some wealthy relatives of her mother in San Francisco. She expressed her contempt for what she was giving up by leaving everything, including the exquisite little necklace of pearls which has been a daily part of her since she owned them. I may be mistaken, but intuition tells me that with the pearls and the wardrobe, she has also discarded John Gilman. I think your friend will be suffering tonight quite as deeply as my friend suffered when John abandoned her at a time when she had lost everything. Else in life but her money. I feel very sure that we won't see Eileen anymore. I hope she will have every lovely thing in life. "Amen," said Peter Morrison earnestly. "I loved John Gilman when we were in school together, but I have not been able to feel, since I located here, that he is exactly the same John, and what you have told me very probably explains the difference in him." When Katie announced dinner, Linda arose. Peter Morrison stepped beside her and offered his arm. Linda rested her fingertips upon it, and he led her to the head of the table and seated her. Then Katie served a meal that if it had been prepared for Eileen, she would have described as a banquet. She gave them delicious, finely flavored food, stimulating, exquisitely compounded drinks that she had concocted from the rich fruits of California and mints and essences at her command. When, at the close of the meal, she brought Morrison some of the cigars Eileen kept for John Gilman, she set a second tray before Linda, and this tray contained 2 packages. Linda looked at Katie inquiringly, and Katie, her face beaming, nodded her sandy red head emphatically. "More birthday gifts you're having, me lady," she said in her mellowest Irish voice. "More?" marveled Linda. She picked up the larger package, and opening it, found a beautiful book inscribed from her friend Donald, over which she passed caressing fingers. "Why, how lovely of him!" she said. "How in this world did he know?" Catherine O'Donovan could have answered that question, but she did not. The other package was from Marion. When she opened it, Linda laughed unrestrainedly. "What a joke," she said. I had promised myself that I would not touch a thing in Eileen's room, and before I could do justice to Katie's lovely dress, I had to go there for pins for my hair and powder for my nose. This is Marion's way of telling me that I am almost a woman. Will you look at this? Well, just what is it? Inquired Peter. Hairpins, laughed Linda, and hair ornaments, and a box of face powder, and the little feminine touches that my dressing table needs badly. How would you like, Peter, to finish your cigar in my workroom? I would like it immensely, said Peter. So together they climbed to the top of the house. Linda knelt and made a little ceremony of lighting the first fire in her fireplace. She pushed one of her chairs to one side for Peter, and taking the other for herself, she sat down and began the process of really becoming acquainted with him. 2 hours later, as he was leaving her, Peter made a circuit of the room, scrutinizing the sketches and paintings that were rapidly covering the walls, and presently he came to the wasp. He looked at it so closely that he did not miss even the stinger. Linda stood beside him when he made his first dazed comment. If that isn't Eileen, and true to the life. I must take that down, said Linda. I did it one night when my heart was full of bitterness. Better leave it, said Peter dryly. Do you think I need it as a warning? Asked Linda. Peter turned and surveyed her slowly. Linda, he said quietly, what I think of you has not yet been written in any of the books. Chapter 25, Buena Moza. As soon as Peter had left her, Linda took her box of candy flowers and several of her finest roses and went to Katie's room. She found Katie in a big rocking chair, her feet on a hassock, reading a story in Everybody's Home. When her door opened and she saw her young mistress framed in it, she tossed the magazine aside and sprang to her feet. But Linda made her resume her seat. The girl shortened the stems of the roses and put them in a vase on Katie's dresser. They may clash with your coloring a mite, Mother Mackie, she said, but by themselves they are very wonderful things, aren't they? Linda went over, and drawing her dress aside, sat down on the hassock and leaning against Katie's knee, she held up the box of candy flowers for amazed and delighted inspection. Ah, the foine gentleman, cried Katie. Sure 'twas only a pape I had when you opened the box, and I didn't know how rare them beauties really was. Choose the one you like best, said Linda. But Katie would not touch the delicate things, so Linda selected a brushy hollyhock for her, and then sat at her knee again. Catherine O'Donovan, she said solemnly. It's up to a couple of young things, such as we are, stranded on the shoals of the Pacific as we have been, to put our heads together and take counsel. You're a host, Katie, and while I'm taking care of you, I'll be just delighted to have you go on looking after your black sheep, but it's going to be lonely, for all that. After Eileen has taken her personal possessions, what do you say to fixing up that room with the belongings that Marion kept and inviting her to make that suite her home until such time as she may have a home of her own again? Flan, cried Katie, I'd love to be having her. I'd agree to take orders from Miss Marion and to be taking care of her just almost the same as I do of ye, Miss Linda. The one thing I don't like about it is that it ain't fair nor right to give a Vin Marion the best. You be taking that suite yourself, Lambie, and give Miss Marion your room all fixed up with her things, or if you want her nearer, give her the guest room and make a guest room of yours. I am willing to follow either of the latter suggestions for myself, said Linda. It might be pleasant to be across the hall from Marion, where we could call back and forth to each other. I wouldn't mind a change as soon as I have time to get what I'd need to make the change. I'll take the guest room for mine, And you may call in a decorator and have my room freshly done, and the guest things moved into it." Katy looked belligerent. Linda reached up and touched the frowning lines on her forehead. "Brighten your lovely features with a smile, Catherine, me dear," she said gaily. "Don't be forgetting that this is our day of jubilee. We are free. I hope we are free forever from petty annoyances and dissatisfactions, and little galling things that sear the soul and bring out all the worst in human nature. I couldn't do anything to Eileen, sweet, not even if I resorted to tearing out partitions and making it new from start to finish that would eliminate Eileen from it for me. If Marian will give me permission to move and install her things in it, I think she can use it without any such feeling, but I couldn't." "It's agreed then, Katy. I am to write to Marian and extend to her a welcome on your part as well as on mine." "That you may, Lambie," said Katy heartily. "And, as the boss used to be savin', just to make assurance doubly sure, if you would address it for me, I would be writing a bit of a line myself, conveying to her me sentiments on the subject." "Oh, fine, Katy! Marian would be delighted," cried Linda, springing up. "And, Katy dear, it won't make us feel any more like mourning for Eileen when—" "I tell you that it developed at the bank yesterday and today that since she has been managing household affairs she has deposited in a separate account all the royalties from Father's books. I had thought the matter closed at the bank when this fund was added to the remainder of the estate, the household expenses set aside to Eileen, and the remainder divided equally between us. I didn't get the proof that she was not my sister until after I came home. I think it means that I shall have to go back to the bank, have the matter reopened, and unless she can produce a will or something proving that she is entitled to it, it seems to me that what remains of my father's estate is legally mine. Of course, if it develops that he has made any special provision for her, she shall have it. Otherwise, Katy, we'll be in a position to install you as housekeeper and put some light-footed, capable young person under you for a step-saver in any direction you want to use her. It means, too, that I shall be able to repay your loan immediately and to do the things that I wanted to do about the house." "Now I ain't in any hurry about that money, Lambie," said Katy, "and you understand, of course, that the dress you're wearing, I am giving ye. Of course, old dear, and you should have seen Peter Morrison light up and admire it. He thinks you have wonderful taste, Katy." Katy threw up both her hands. "Oh, my lord, Lambie," she cried aghast, "was you telling him that the dress you were wearing was a present from your old cook?" "Why, certainly I was," said Linda, wide-eyed with astonishment. "Why shouldn't I? I was proud too. And now, old dear, before I go, the biggest secret of all. I had a letter, Katy, from the editor of Everybody's Home, and people like our articles, Katy. They are something now, and folk are letting the editor know about it, and he wants all I can send him. He likes the pictures I make. And, Katy, you won't believe it till I show you my little bank book, but for the 3 already published, with their illustrations, he pays me 500 nice, long, smooth, beautifully decorated paper dollars." "Judas pressed," cried Katy, her hands once more aloft. "You ain't manning it, Lambie." "Yes, I are," laughed Linda. "I've got the money, and for each succeeding 3 with their pictures, I am to have that much more. And when I finish, now steady yourself, Katy, because this is going to be a shock when I finish, blessed old dear heart. He is going to make them into a book. That will be my job for this summer, and you shall help me, and it will be a part of our great secret. Won't it be the most fun?" "My soul," said Katy, "you're just crazy. I don't believe a word you're telling. Yeem." "But I can prove it, "Because I have the letter and the bank book," said Linda. Katy threw her arms around the girl and kissed the top of her head and cried over her and laughed at the same time and patted her and ended by saying, "Oh, Lambie, if only the master could be knowing it." "But he does know, Katy," said Linda. She went to her room, removed the beautiful dress, and arranging it on a hanger, left it in her closet. Slipping into an old dressing gown, she ran to her workroom and wrote a letter to Marion from herself. She tried not to tell Marion the big, vital thing that was throbbing in her heart all day concerning her work, the great secret that meant such a wonderful thing to her, the thing that was beating in her heart and fluttering behind her lips like a bird trying to escape its cage. But she could tell her in detail of Eileen's undoubted removal to San Francisco. She could tell her enough of the financial transactions of the day to make her understand what had been happening in the past. And she could tell of her latest interview with John Gilman. Once, as she sat with her pen poised, thinking how to phrase a sentence, Linda said to herself, "I wonder in my heart if he won't try to come crawfishing back to Marion now, and if he does, I wonder, oh, how I wonder what she will do." Linda shut her lips very tight and stared up through her skylight to the stars, as she was fast falling into a habit of doing when she wanted inspiration. "Well, I know one thing," she said to the shining things above her. "Marion will do as she sees fit, of course. But if it were I, and any man had discarded me as John Gilman discarded Marion, in case he ever wanted to pick me up again, he would find I was not there. Much as I plan in my heart for the home and the man and the little people that I hope to have some day, I would give of all of them before I would be discarded and resought like that. And knowing Marion as I do, I have a conviction that she will feel the same way." From the things she is writing. About this snowman, I think it is highly probable that he may awake some day to learn that he is not so deeply grieved, but that he would like to have Marion to comfort him in his loneliness. And as for his little girl, I don't see where he could find a woman who would rear her more judiciously and beautifully than Marion would. She finished her letter, sealed and stamped it, and then, taking out a fresh sheet, she lettered in at the top of it, "Indian potatoes," and continued, "And very good potatoes they are. You will find these growing everywhere throughout California, blooming from May to July, their 6 long, slender, white petals shading to gold at the base, grayish on the outside, a pollen-laden pistil upstanding, 8 or 10 gold club stamens surrounding it, the slender brown stem bearing a dozen or more of these delicate blooms, springing high from a base of leaves, sometimes nearly 2 feet long, and an inch broad, wave-margined, spreading in a circle around it. In the soil of the plains and the dry hillsides you will find an amazingly large solid bulb, thickly enwrapped in a coat of brown fiber, the long threads of which can be braided, their amazing strength making them suitable for bowstrings, lariats, or rope of any kind that must needs be improvised for use at the moment. The bulbs themselves have many uses. Crushed and rubbed up in water, they make a delightful cleansing lather. The extracted juice, when cooked down, may be used as glue. Of the roasted bulbs, effective poultices for bruises and boils may be made. It was an Indian custom to dam a small stream and throw in mashed amyl bulbs, the effect of which was to stupefy the fish so that they could be picked out by hand. All of which does not make it appear that the same bulb would serve as an excellent substitute for a baked potato. But we must remember how our grandmothers made starch from our potatoes, used them to break in the new ironware, and to purify the lard, which goes to prove that one vegetable may be valuable for many purposes. A mole whose ponderous scientific name is Chlorogallum pomeridianum is at its best for my purposes when all the chlorophyll from flower and stem has been driven back to the bulb, and it lies ripe and fully matured from late August until December. Remove the fibrous cover down to the second or third layer enclosing the bulb. These jackets are necessary as they keep the bulbs from drying out and having a hard crust. Roast them exactly as you would potatoes. When they can easily be pierced with a silver fork, remove from the oven and serve immediately with any course with which you would use baked potatoes. And gee, but they're good, commented Linda as she reread what she had written. After that, she turned her attention to drawing a hillside whitened here and there with amolla bloom, showing in its purity against the warm grayish tan. Background: the waving green leaves ran among big rocks and overlapped surrounding growth. At the right of her drawing, Linda sketched in a fine specimen of monkey flower, deepening the yellow from the hearts of the amole lilies for the almost human little monkey faces. On the left, one giant specimen of amole, reared from a base of exquisitely waving leaves, ran up the side of the drawing and broke into an airy and graceful head of gold-hearted white lilies. For a long time Linda sat with poised pencil, studying her foreground. What should she introduce that would be most typical of the location and give her the desired splash of contrasting color that she used as a distinctive touch in the foreground of all her drawings? Her pencil flew busily a few minutes while she sketched in a flatly growing bush of prickly phlox, setting the flower faces as closely as the overlapped scales of a fish, setting them even as they grow in nature. And when she resorted to the color box, she painted these faces a wonderful pink that was not wild rose, not. Cerise, not lilac, but it made one think of all of them. When she could make no further improvement on the sketch, she carefully stretched it against the wall and tacked it up to dry. Afterwards, she cleared her mental decks of all the work she could think of in order to have Saturday free, because Saturday was the day upon which she found herself planning in the back of her mind throughout the strenuous week to save for riding the King's Highway with Donald Whiting. Several times she had met him on the walks or in the hallways, and always he had stopped to speak with her, and several times he had referred to the high hope in which he waited for Saturday. Linda already had held a consultation with Katie on the subject of the lunch basket. That matter being satisfactorily arranged, there was nothing for her to do but to double on her work so that Saturday would be free. Friday evening, Linda was called from the dinner table to the telephone. She immediately recognized the voice inquiring for her as that of Judge Whiting, and then she listened breathlessly while he said to her, "You will recognize that there is very little I may say over a telephone concerning a matter to which you brought my attention. I have a very competent man looking into the matter thoroughly, and I find that your fear is amply justified. Wherever you go or whatever you do, use particular care. Don't have anything to do with any stranger. Just use what your judgment and common sense tell you is a reasonable degree of caution in every direction, no matter how trivial. You understand?" "I do," said Linda promptly. "Would you prefer that we do not go on any more Saturday trips at present?" The length of time that the judge waited to answer proved that he had taken time to think. "I can't see," he said finally, "that you would not be safer on such a trip where you are moving about, where no one knows who you are, than you would where." "You are commonly found." "All right then," said Linda. "Ask the party we are considering, and he will tell you where he will be tomorrow. Thank you very much for letting me know. If anything should occur, you will understand that it was something quite out of my range of foresight." "I understand," said the judge. With all care and many loving admonitions, Katie assisted in the start made early Saturday morning. The previous Saturday, Linda had felt that all nature along the road she planned to drive would be at its best, but they had not gone far until she modified her decision. They were slipping through mists of early morning over level, carefully made roads like pavilion floors. If any one objection could have been made, it would have been that the mists of night were weighting too heavily to earth the perfume from the blooming orchards and millions of flowers in gardens and along the roadside. At that hour there were few cars abroad. Linda was dressed in her outing suit of dark green. She had removed her hat and slicked it on the seat beside her. She looked at Donald, a whimsical expression on her most expressive young face. "Please to excuse me," she said lightly, "if I step on the gas a mite while we have the road so much to ourselves and are so familiar with it. Later, when we reach stranger country and have to share with others, we'll be forced to go slower." "Don't stint your speed on account of me," said Donald. "I am just itching to know what Kitty can do." "All right, here's your chance," said Linda. "Hear her purr." She settled her body a trifle tensely, squared her shoulders, and gripped the steering wheel. Then she increased the gas and let the bear-cat roll over the smooth road from Lilac Valley running south into Los Angeles. At a speed that was near to flying as a non-professional attains, the youngsters traveled that road. Their eyes were shining, their blood was racing. Until the point where rougher roads and approaching traffic forced them to go slower, they raced, and when they slowed down they looked at each other and laughed in morning delight. "I may not be very wise," said Linda, "but didn't I do the smartest thing when I let Eileen have the touring car and save the bear-cat for us?" "Nothing short of inspiration," said Donald. "The height of my ambition is to own a bear-cat. If Father makes any mention of anything I would like particularly to have for a graduation present, I am cocked and primed as to what I shall tell him." "You'd better save yourself a disappointment," said Linda soberly. "You will be starting to college this fall, and when you do, you will be gone 9 months out of the year, and I am fairly sure your father wouldn't think shipping a bear-cat back and forth a good investment, or furnishing you one to take to school with you. He would fear you would never make a grade that would be a credit to him if he did." "My," laughed Donald, "you've got a long head on your shoulders." "When you're thrown on your own for 4 of the longest, lonesomest years of your life, you learn to think," said Linda soberly. She was touching the beginning of Los Angeles traffic. Later, she was on the open road again. The mists were thinning and lifting. The perfume was not so heavy. The sheeted whiteness of the orange groves was broken with the paler white of plum, merging imperceptibly into the delicate pink of apricot and the stronger pink of peach. And there were deep green orchards of smooth waxen olive foliage and the lacy-leaved walnuts. Then came the citrus orchards again. And all the way on either hand running with them were almost uninterrupted miles of roses of every color and kind, and everywhere homes ranging from friendly mansions, all written over in adorable flower color with the happy invitation, "Come in and make yourself at home," to tiny bungalows along the wayside crying welcome to this gay pair of youngsters in greetings fashioned from white and purple wisteria, gold bignonia, every rose the world knows, and myriad brilliant animal he's. Sometimes Linda lifted her hand from the wheel to wave a passing salute to a particularly appealing flower picture. Sometimes she whistled a note or cried a greeting to a mocking bird, a rosy finch or a song sparrow. "Look at the pie timber," she cried to Donald, calling his attention to a lawn almost covered with red-winged blackbirds. 420 might be baked in that pie, she laughed. Then a subtle change began to creep over the world. The sun peered over the mountains inquiringly, a timid young thing, as if she were asking what degree of light and warmth they would like for the day. A new brilliancy tinged every flower face in this light. A throbbing ecstasy mellowed every bird note. The orchards dropped farther apart, meadows filled with grazing cattle flashed past them, The earthy scent of freshly turned fields mingled with flower perfume, and on their right came drifting in a cool salt breath from the sea. At mid-forenoon, as they neared Laguna, they ran past great hills, untouched since the days when David cried, "I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills from whence cometh my help." At one particularly beautiful range, draped with the flowing emerald of spring, decorated with beds of gold poppy set with flowering madrona and manzanita, with the gold of yellow monkey flower or the rich red of the related species, with specimens of lupin growing in small trees, here and there, adventurous streams singing and flashing their unexpected way to the mother. Breast of the waiting ocean, very near to the road which at one surprising turn carried them to the never-ending wonder of the troubled sea, they drove as slowly as the Bearcat would consent to travel, so that they might study great boulders, huge as many of the buildings they had passed, their faces scarred by the rack of ages. Studying their ancient records, one could see that they had been familiar with the star that rested over Bethlehem. On their faces had shone the same moon that opened the highways journeying into Damascus. They had stood the storms that had beaten upon the world since the days when the flood subsided, the land lifted above the face of the waters in gigantic upheavals that had ripped the surface of the globe from north to south and forced up the hills, the foothills, and the mountains of the coast range. They had been born then. They had first seen the light of day in glowing, molten, red-hot, high-piled streams of lava that had gushed forth in that awful evolution of birth. Sometimes Linda stopped the car. They left it and climbed over the faces of these mighty upheavals. Once Linda reached her hand to Donald and cried, half laughingly, half intense earnest, "Oh, kid, we have got to hurry. Compared with the age of these, we've only a few minutes. It's all right to talk jestingly about the crack of doom, but you know there really was a crack of doom, and right here is where it cracked and spewed out the material that hardened into these very rocks. Beside them I feel as a shrimp must feel beside a whale, and I feel that we must hurry." "And so we must," said Donald. "I'm hungry as Lucullus when he waited for them to find enough peacock tongues to satisfy his appetite." "I wonder what brand of home brew made him think of that," said Linda. "Well, you know," said Donald, "the world was only a smallish place then. They didn't have to go far to find everything to which they had access, and it must have been rather a decent time in which to live. Awful lot of light and color, and music and unique entertainment." "You're talking," said Linda, "from the standpoint of the king or the master. Suppose you had lived then and had been the slave." "There you go again," said Donald, throwing a brick into the most delicate mechanism of my profound thought. "You ought to be ashamed to round me up with something scientific and materialistic every time I go a-glimmering. Don't you think this would be a fine place to have lunch?" "You wait and see where we lunch today, and you will have the answer to that," said Linda, starting back to the Bearcat. A few miles farther on they followed the road around the frowning menace of an overhanging rock and sped out directly to the panorama of the sea. The sun was shining on it, but, as always round the laguna's shore, the riptide was working itself into undue fury. It came dashing up on the ancient rocks until one could easily understand why a poet of long ago wrote of seahorses. Some of the waves did suggest monstrous white chargers racing madly to place their feet upon the solid rock. Through the village, up the steep inclines, past placid Everbecleaned or Philum, wild creeple, and oneies of tiny shining diamonds of the ice plant, past the old ostrich tree reproduced by etchers of note the world over, with grinding brakes, sliding down the breathless declivity leading to the shore. Linda stopped at last where the rock walls lifted sheer almost to the sky. She led Donald to a huge circle carpeted with schiertremote de weeds from its finave schmenzig with it late. The rolled with now. And strange, uncanny, grotesque flower forms, almost human in their writhing turns as they twisted around the rocks and slipped along, clinging to the sheer walls. Just where the vegetation met the white, sea-washed sand, Linda spread the Indian blanket and Donald brought the lunchbox. At their feet, adventurous waves tore themselves to foam on the sharp rocks. On their left they broke in booming spray, tearing and fretting the base of cliffs that had stood impregnable through eons of such ceaseless attack and repulse. "I wonder," said Donald, "how it comes that I have lived all my life in California, and today it seems to me that most of the worthwhile things I know about her I owe to you. When I go to college this winter, the things I shall be telling the boys will be how I could gain a living, if I had to, on the desert in Death Valley from the walls of Multiflores Canyon, and how the waves go to smash on the rocks of Laguna, not to mention cactus fish hooks, mescal sticks, and Bregan beefsteak. It's no wonder the artists of all the world come here." Copying these pictures. It's no wonder they build these bungalows and live here for years, unsatisfied with their efforts to reproduce the pictures of the master painter of them all. "I wonder," said Linda, "if anybody is very easily satisfied. I wonder today if Eileen is satisfied with being merely rich. I wonder if we are satisfied to have this golden day together. I wonder if the white swallows are satisfied with the sea. I wonder if those rocks are satisfied and proud to stand impregnable against the constant torment of the tide. I wonder, oh, Lord, how I wonder," broke in Donald, "about Catherine O'Donovan's lunchbox. If you want a picture of perfect satisfaction, Belinda beloved, lead me to it." "Thank heaven you're mistaken," she said. "They spared me the bee. It's truly just Linda." "Well, I'm not sparing you the bee," said Donald, busy with the fastenings of the lunch basket. "Did you hear where I used it?" "Yes, child, and I like it heaps," said Linda casually. "It's fine to have you like me. Awfully proud of myself." "You have two members of our family at your feet," said Donald soberly as he handed her packages from the box. "My dad is beginning to discourse on you with such signs of intelligence that I am almost led to believe, from some of his wildest outbursts, that he has had some personal experience in some way." "And why not?" asked Linda lightly. "Haven't I often told you that my father constantly went on fishing and hunting trips, that he was a great collector of botanical specimens, that he frequently took his friends with him? You might ask your father if he does not recall me as having fried fish and made coffee and rendered him camp service when I was a slip of a thing in the dawn of my teens." "Well, he didn't just mention it," said Donald, "but I can easily see how it might have been." After they had finished one of Katie's inspired lunches, in which a large part of the inspiration had been mental on Linda's part and executive on Katie's, they climbed rock faces, skirted wave-beaten promontories, and stood peering from overhanging cliffs, dipping down into the fathomless green sea where the water boiled up in turbulent fury. Linda pointed out the rocks upon which she would sit if she were a mermaid to comb the seaweed from her hair. She could hear the sea bells ringing in those menacing depths, but Donald's ears were not so finely tuned. At the top of one of the highest cliffs they climbed, there grew a clump of slender pale green bushes, towering high above their heads with exquisitely cut blue-green leaves, land-shaped and slender. Donald looked at the fascinating growth appraisingly. Linda, he said, do you know that the slimness and the sheerness and the audacious foothold and the beauty of that thing remind me of you? It is covered all over with the delicate frost bloom you taught me to see upon fruit. I find it everywhere, but you have never told me what it is. Linda laughingly reached up and broke a spray of greenish-yellow tubular flowers, curving out like clustered trumpets spilling melody from their fluted throats. You will see it everywhere. You will find these flowers every month of the year, she said, and I am particularly gladsome that this plant reminds you of me. I love the bluish-green bloom of its sheer foliage. I love the music these flower trumpets make to me. I love the way it has traveled, God knows how, all the way from the Argentine and spread itself over our country wherever it is allowed footing. I am glad that there is soothing in these dried leaves for those who require it. I shall be delighted to set my seal on you with it. There are two little Spanish words that it suggests to the Mexican buena moza, but you shall find out for yourself what they mean. Encountering his father that night at his library door, Donald Whiting said to him, "May I come in, Dad? I have something I must look up before I sleep." "Have you a Spanish lexicon, or no doubt you have this in your head?" "Well, I've a halting vocabulary," said the judge. "What's your phrase?" "Linda put this flower on me today," said Donald, "and she said she was pleased because I said the tall, slender bush it grew on reminded me of her. She gave me the Spanish name, but I don't know the exact significance of the decoration I am wearing until I learn the meaning of the phrase." "Try me on it," said the judge. "Buena moza," quoted Donald. The judge threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Son," he said, "you should know that from the Latin you're learning. You should translate it instinctively. I couldn't tell you exactly whether a Spaniard would translate buena fine or good. Knowing their highfalutin rendition of almost everything else, I would take my chance on fine. Son, your phrase means a fine girl." Donald looked down at the flower in his buttonhole, and then he looked straight at his father. "And only the Lord knows, Dad," he said soberly, "exactly how fine Linda girl is." Chapter 26. A Mouse Nest. Linda dearest, I am delighted that you had such a wonderful birthday. I would take a shot and air that anything you don't understand about it you might with reasonable safety charge to Catherine O'Donovan. I think it was great of her to have a suitable and a becoming dress waiting for you and a congenial man like Peter Morrison to dine with you. He appealed to me as being a rare character, highly original, and, I should think, to those who know him well, he must be entertaining and lovable in the extreme. I never shall be worried about you so long as I know that he is taking care of you. I should not be surprised if someday I meet Eileen somewhere, because Dana and I are going about more than you would believe possible. I heartily join with you in wishing her every good that life can bring her. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I can't help feeling, Linda, that she is taking a poor way to win. The best, and I gravely doubt whether she finds it in the spending of unlimited quantities of the money of a coarse man who stumbled upon his riches accidentally, as has many a man of California and Colorado. I intended, when I sat down to write, the very first thing I said, to thank you for your wonderful invitation, seconded so loyally and cordially by Katie, to make my home with you until the time comes, if it ever does come when I shall have a home of my own again. And just as simply and wholeheartedly as you made the offer, I accepted. I am enclosing the address and a receipt for my furniture in storage, and a few lines ordering it delivered at your house, and the bills sent to me. I only kept a few heirlooms and things of mother's and father's that are very precious to me. Whenever Eileen takes her things, you can order mine in and let me know, and I'll take a day or two off and run down for a short visit. Mentioning Eileen makes me think of John. I think of him more frequently than I intend or wish that I did, but I feel my ninth life is now permanently extinguished concerning him. I thought I detected in your letter, Linda dear, a hint of fear that he might come back to me, and that I might welcome him. If you have any such feeling in your heart, abandon it, child. Because, while I try not to talk about myself, I do want to say that I rejoice in a family inheritance of legitimate pride. I couldn't give the finest loyalty and comradeship I had to give to a man, have it returned disdainfully, and then furbish up the pieces and present it over again. If I can patch those same pieces and so polish and refine them that I can make them, in the old phrase, as good as new, possibly in time. But, Linda, one thing is certain as the hills of morning. Never in my life will any man make any headway with me again with vague suggestions and innuendos and hints. If ever any man wants to be anything in my life, he will speak plainly and say what he wants and thinks and hopes and intends and feels in not more than 2-syllable English. I learned my lesson about the futility of building your house of dreams on a foundation of sand. Next time I erect a dream house, it is going to have a proper foundation of solid granite. And that may seem a queer thing for me to say when you know that I am getting the joy in my life that I do not hesitate to admit I am, from letters written by a man whose name I don't know. It may be that I don't know the man, but I certainly am very well acquainted with him, and in some way he seems to me to be taking on more definite form. I should not be surprised if I were to recognize him the first time I met him face to face. Linda looked through the skylight and cried out to the stars. Good heavens, have I copied Peter too closely? She sat thinking a minute, and then she decided she had not. And in this connection you will want to know how I am progressing in my friendship with a junior partner and what kind of motorist I am making. I am still driving twice a week, and lately on Sundays in a larger car, taking Dana and a newspaper friend of hers along. I think I have driven every hazard that this part of California affords except the mountains. Mr. Snow is still merciful about them. Linda dear, I know what you're dying to know. You want to know whether Mr. Snow is in the same depths of mourning as when our acquaintance first began. This, my dear child, is very reprehensible of you. Young girls with braids down their backs. And by the way, Linda, you did not tell me what happened after the ball was over. Did you go to school the next morning with braids down your back, or wearing your coronet? Because on that depends what I have to say to you now. If you went with braids, you're still my little girl chum, the cleanest, finest kid I have ever known. But if you wore your coronet, then you're a woman and my equal and my dearest friend, far dearer than Dana even. And I tell you this, Linda, because I want you always to understand that you come first. I have tried and tried to visualize you and can't satisfy my mind as to whether the braids are up or down. Going on the assumption that they are up and that life may in the near future begin to hold some interesting experiences for you, I will tell you this, beloved child. I don't think Mr. Snow is mourning quite so deeply as he was. I have not been asked, the last 4 or 5 trips we have been on, to carry an armload of exquisite flowers to the shrine of a departed love. I have been privileged to take them home and arrange them in my room and Dana's, and I haven't heard so much talk about loneliness, and I haven't seen such tired, sad eyes. It seems to me that a familiar pair of shoulders are squaring up to the world again, and a very kind pair of eyes are brighter with interest. I don't know how you feel about this. I don't know how I feel about it myself. I am sure that Eugene Snow is a man who, in the years to come, would line up beside your father and mine, and I like him immensely. It is merely a case of not liking him less, but of liking my unknown man more. I couldn't quite commit the sacrilege, Linda dear, of sending you a sample of the letters I am receiving, but they are too fanciful and charming for any words of mine to describe adequately. I don't know who this man is, or what he has to offer, or whether he intends to offer anything, but it is a ridiculous fact, Linda, that I would rather sit with him in a chimney corner of field boulders, on a pine floor, with a palm roof and an ocotillo candle, than to glow in the parchment-shielded electric light of a rich man. In a recent letter, Linda, there was a reference to a woman who wore a diadem of crystallized light. It was a beautiful thing, and I could not help taking it personally. It was his way of telling me that he knew me and knew my tragedy. And as I said before, I am beginning to feel that I have him rather definitely located, and I can understand the fine strain in him that prompted his anonymity and his reasons for it. Of course, I am not sufficiently confident yet to say anything definite, but my heart is beginning to say things that I sincerely hope my lips never will be forced to deny. Linda laid down the letter, folded her hands across it, and once more looked at the stars. "Good gracious," she said. "I am tincturing those letters with too much Peter. I'll have to tone down a bit. Next thing I know, she will be losing her chance with that wonderful snowman for a dream. In my efforts to comfort her, I must have gone too far. It is all right to write a gushy love letter and stuff it full of Peter's whimsical nonsense, but, in the language of the poet, how am I going to deliver the goods? Of course, that talk about Louise Whiting was all well enough. Equally, of course, I outlined and planted the brook and designed the bridge for Marion, whether she knows it or Peter knows it or not. If they don't know it, it's about time they were finding it out. I think it's my job to visit Peter more frequently and see if I can't invent some way to make him see the light. I will give Katie a hint in the morning. Tomorrow evening I'll go up and have supper with him and see if he has another article in the stewpan. I like this work with Peter. I like having him make me dream dreams and see pictures. I like the punch and the virility he puts into my drawings. It's all right, reproducing monkey flowers and lilies for pastime, but for serious business, for real-life work, I would rather do Peter's brainstorming, heart-thrilling pictures than my merely pretty ones. On the subject of Peter, I must remember in the morning to take those old books he gave me to Donald. I believe that from one of them he is going to get the very material he needs to down the Jap in philosophy. And they are not textbooks, which proves that Peter must have been digging into the subject and hunted them up in some second-hand store, or even sent away an order for them. In the hall the next morning Linda stopped Donald and gave him the books. In the early stages of their friendship, she had looked at him under half-closed lids and waited to see whether he intended stopping to say a word with her when they passed each other or came down the halls together. She knew that their acquaintance would be noted and commented upon, and she knew how ready the other girls would be to say that she was bold and forward, so she was careful to let Donald make the advances, until he had called to her so often and had dug flowers and left his friends waiting at her door while he delivered them, that she felt free to address him as she chose. He had shown any interested person in the high school that he was her friend, that he was speaking to her exactly as he did to girls he had known from childhood. He was very popular among the boys and girls of his class and the whole school. His friendship, coming at the time of Linda's rebellion on the subject of clothes, had developed a tendency to bring her other friendships, boys who never had known she was in existence, followed Donald's example in stopping her to say a word now and then. Girls who had politely ignored her now found things to say, and several invitations she had not had leisure to accept had been sent to her for afternoon and evening entertainments among the young people. Linda had laid out for herself something of a task in deciding to be the mental leader of her class. There were good brains and plenty among the other pupils. It was only by work, concentration, and purpose, only by having a mind keenly alert, by independent investigation and introducing new points of view, that she could hold her prestige. Up to the receipt of her letter containing the offer to publish her book, she had been able rigorously to exclude from her mind the personality and the undertakings of Jane Meredith. She was Linda Strong in the high school and for an hour or two at her studies. She was Jane Meredith over the desert, through the canyons, beside the sea, in her multiflorist kitchen, or in Catherine O'Donovan's. But this book offer opened a new train of thought, a new series of plans. She could see her way thanks to her father. She had the material in her mind and the art in her fingertips to materialize what she felt would be even more attractive in book form than anything her editor had been able to visualize from her material. She knew herself, she knew her territory so minutely. Frequently she smiled when she read statements in her botanies as to where plants and vegetables could be found. She knew the high home of the rare and precious snow plant. She knew the northern limit of the strawberry cactus. She knew where the white sea swallow nested. She knew where the monarch butterfly went on his winter migration. She knew where the trapdoor spider, with cunning past the cunning of any other architect of nature, built his small, round, silken-lined tower and hinged his trapdoor so cleverly that only he could open it from the outside. She had even sat immovable and watched him erect his house, and she would have given much to see him weave its silver lining. Linda was fast coming to the place where she felt herself to be one in an interested group of fellow workers. She no longer gave a thought to what kind of shoes she wore. Other girls were beginning to wear the same kind. The legislatures of half a dozen states were passing laws regulating the height of heel which might be worn within their boundaries. Manufacturers were promising for the coming season that suitable shoes would be built for street wear and mountain climbing, for the sands of the sea and the sands of the desert and the sheer face of canyons. The extremely long dirt-sweeping skirts were coming up. The extremely short, immodest skirts were coming down. A sane and sensible wave seemed to be sweeping the whole country. Under the impetus of Donald Whiting's struggles to lead his classes and those of other pupils to lead theirs, a higher grade of scholarship was beginning to be developed throughout the high school. Pupils were thinking less of what they wore and how much amusement they could crowd in, and more about making grades that would pass them with credit from year to year. The horrors of the war and the disorders following it had begun to impress upon the young brains growing into maturity the idea that soon it would be their task to take over the problems that were now vexing the world's greatest statesmen and its wisest and most courageous women. A tendency was manifesting itself among young people to equip themselves to take a worthy part in the struggles yet to come. Classmates who had looked with toleration upon Linda's common-sense shoes and plain dresses because she was her father's daughter, now looked upon her with respect and appreciation because she started so many interesting subjects for discussion, because she was so rapidly developing into a creature well worth looking at. Always she would be unusual because of her extreme height, her narrow eyes, her vivid coloring. But a greater maturity, a fuller figure, had come to be a part of the vision with which one looked at Linda. In these days, no one saw her as she was. Even her schoolmates had fallen into the habit of seeing her as she would be in the years to come. Thus far she had been able to keep her identities apart without any difficulty. But the book proposition was so unexpected, it was such a big thing to result from her modest beginning, that Linda realized that she must proceed very carefully. She must concentrate with all her might, else her schoolwork would begin to suffer in favor of the book. Recently, so many things had arisen too. Distract her attention. Many days she had not been able to keep Eileen's face off her geometry papers. And again she saw Gilman's, anxious and pain-filled. Sometimes she found herself lifting her eyes from tasks upon which she was concentrating with all her might and with no previous thought whatever she was searching for, Donald Whiting, and when she saw him, coming into muscular and healthful manhood, she returned to her work with more strength, deeper vision, a quiet, assured feeling around her heart. Sometimes, over the edge of literature and ancient history, Peter Morrison looked down at her with gravely questioning eyes and dancing imps twisting his mouth muscles, and Linda paused a second to figure upon what had become an old problem with her. Why did her wild flower garden make Peter Morrison think of a graveyard? What was buried there besides the feet of her rare flowers? She had not as yet found the answer. This day her thoughts were on Peter frequently because she intended to see him. That night, she was going to share with him a supper of baked ham and beans, and bread and butter, and pickled onions and little nut cakes, still warm from Katie's oven. She was going to take Katie with her in order that she might see Peter Morrison's location and the house for his dream lady, growing at the foot of the mountain like a gay orchid homing on a forest tree. To Linda it was almost a miracle, the rapidity with which a house could be erected in California. In a few weeks' time she had seen a big cellar scooped out of the plateau, had seen it lined and rising to foundation height above the surface in solid concrete, faced outside with cracked boulders. She had seen a framework erected, a roof tree set, and joists and rafters and beams swinging into place. Fretworks of lead and iron pipe were running everywhere, and wires for electricity. Soon shingles and flooring would be going into place, and Peter said that when he had finished acrobatic performances on beams and girders and really stepped out on solid floors where he might tread without fear of breaking any of his legs, he would perform a peacock dance all by himself. "Peter, you sound like a centipede," said Linda. "Dear child," said Peter, "when I enter my front door and get to the back on 2-inch footing, I positively feel that I have numerous legs, and I ache almost as badly in the fear that I shall break the 2 I have as I should if they were really broken." And then he added a few words on a subject of which he had not before spoken to Linda. "It was like that in France. When we really got into the heat of things and the work was actually being done, we were not afraid, we were too busy. We were supermen. The time when we were all legs and arms and head, and all of them were being blown away wholesale, was when the shells whined over while we had a rest hour and were trying to sleep, or in the cold dim dawn when we stumbled out stiff, hungry and sleepy. It's not the real thing, when it's really occurring, that gets one. It's the devils of imagination tormenting the soul. There is only one thing in this world can happen to me that is really going to be as bad as the things I dream." Linda looked down Lilac Valley, her eyes absently focusing on Katie busily setting supper on a store box in front of the garage. Then she looked at Peter. "Mind telling?" she inquired lightly. Peter looked at her speculatively. "And would a man be telling his heart's best secret to a kid like you?" he asked. "Now, I call that downright mean," said Linda. "Haven't you noticed that my braids are up? Don't you see a maturity and a dignity and a general matronliness apparent all over me today?" Matronliness was too much for Peter. You could have heard his laugh far down the blue valley. "That's good," he cried. "It is," agreed Linda. "It means that my braids are up to stay, so hereafter I'm a real woman." She lingered over the word an instant, glancing whimsically at Peter, a trace of a smile on her lips. Then she made her way down a slant declivity and presently returned with an entire flower plant, new to Peter and of unusual beauty. "And because I am a woman I shall set my seal upon you," she said. In the buttonhole of his light linen coat she placed a flower of satin face of purest gold, the 5 petals rounded but sharply tipped, a heavy mass of silk stamens, pollen dusted in the heart. She pushed back the left side of his coat, and taking one of the rough, hairy leaves of the plant, she located it over Peter's heart, her slim, deft fingers patting down the leaf and flattening it out until it lay pasted smooth and tight. As she worked, she smiled at him challengingly. Peter knew he was experiencing a ceremony of some kind, the significance of which he must learn. It was the first time Linda had voluntarily touched him. He breathed lightly and held steady, lest he startle her. "Lovely enough," he said, "to have come from the hills of the stars. Don't make me wait, Linda. Help me to the interpretation." "Buena mujer," suggested Linda. "Good woman," translated Peter. Linda nodded, running a finger down the leaf over his heart. "Because she sticks close to you," she explained. Then, startled by the look in Peter's eyes, she cried in swift change, "Now we are all going to work for a minute. Katie's spreading the lunch. You take this pail and go to the spring for water, and I shall tidy your quarters for you." With the eye of experience, Linda glanced over the garage, deciding that she must ask for clean sheets for the cot, and that the Salvation Army would like the heap of papers. Studying the writing table, she heard a faint sound that untrained ears would have missed. "Ah ha, ma wood mouse," said Linda. "Nibbling Peter's dry goods, are you?" Her cry a minute later answered the question. She came from the garage upon Catherine O'Donovan rushing to meet her, holding a man's coat at the length of her far-reaching arm. "I wish you'd look at that pocket. I don't know how long this coat has been hanging there, but there is a nest of field mice in it," she said. Katie promptly retreated to the improvised dining table, seated herself upon an end of it, and raised both feet straight into the air. "Small help I'll be getting from you," said Linda laughingly. She went to the edge of the declivity that cut back to the garage, and with a quick movement reversed the coat, catching it by the skirts and shaking it vigorously. Chapter 27. The Straight and Narrow. This served exactly the purpose Linda had intended. It dislodged the mouse nest and dropped it 3 feet below her level. But it did something else upon which Linda had no time to count. It emptied every pocket in the coat and sent the contents scattering down the rough declivity. "Oh, my gracious!" gasped Linda. "Look what I have done. Katie, come help me quickly. I have to gather up this stuff, but it's no use. I'll have to take it to Peter and tell him. I couldn't put these things back in the pockets where his hand will reach for them because I don't know which came from inside and which came from out." Linda sprang down and began hastily gathering up everything she could see that had fallen from the coat pockets. She had almost finished when her fingers chanced upon a very soiled, befigured piece of paper whose impressed folds showed that it had been carried for some time in an inner pocket. As her fingers touched this paper, her eyes narrowed. Her breath came in a gasp. She looked at it a second, irresolute. Then she glanced over the top of the declivity in the direction Peter had taken. He was standing in front of the building, discussing some matter with the contractor. He had not yet gone to the spring. Shielded by the embankment, with shaking fingers, Linda opened the paper barely enough to see that it was Marion's lost sheet of plans. But it was not as Marion had left it. It was scored deeply here and there with heavy lines suggestive of alterations, and the margin was fairly covered with fine figuring. Linda did not know Peter Morrison's writing or figures. His articles had been typewritten and she had never seen his handwriting. She sat down suddenly on account of weakened knees and gazed unseeingly down the length of Lilac Valley, her heart sick, her brain tormented. Suddenly she turned and studied the house. "Before the Lord," she gasped. "I thought there was something mighty familiar even about the skeleton of you." "Oh, Peter, Peter, where did you get this?" "And how could you do it?" For a while a mist blurred her eyes. She reached for the coat and started to replace the things she had gathered up. Then she shut her lips tight. "Best time to pull a tooth," she said tersely to a terracotta red manzanita bush, "is when it aches." When Peter returned from the spring, he was faced by a trembling girl, colorless and trying hard to keep her voice steady. She held out the coat to him with one hand, the package of papers with the other, the folded drawing conspicuous on the top. With these, she gestured toward the declivity. "Mouse nest in your pocket, Peter," she said thickly. "Reverse the coat to shake it out and spilled your stuff." Then she waited for Peter to be confounded. But Peter was not in the faintest. Degree troubled about either the coat or the papers. What did trouble him was the face and the blazing eyes of the girl, concerning whom he would not admit, even to himself, his exact state of feeling. "The mouse did not get on you, Linda?" he asked anxiously. Linda shook her head. Suddenly she lost her self-control. "Oh, Peter," she wailed, "how could you do it?" Peter's lean frame tensed suddenly. "I don't understand, Linda," he said quietly. "Exactly what have I done?" Linda thrust the coat and the papers toward him accusingly and stood there wordless, but with visible pain in her dark eyes. Peter smiled at her reassuringly. "That's not my coat, you know. If there is anything distressing about it, don't lay it to me." "Oh, Peter," cried Linda, "tell the truth about it. Don't try any evasions. I am so sick of them." A rather queer light sprang into Peter's eyes. He leaned forward suddenly and caught the coat from Linda's fingers. "Well, if you need an alibi concerning this coat," he said, "I think I can furnish it speedily." As he talked, he whirled the garment around and shot his long arms into the sleeves. Shaking it into place on his shoulders, he slowly turned in front of Linda and the surprised Katy. The sleeves came halfway to his wrists and the shoulders slid down over his upper arms. He made such a quaint and ridiculous figure that Katy burst out laughing. She was very well trained, but she knew Linda was deeply distressed. "Wake up, Lambie," she cried sharply. "That coat ain't belonging to Mr. Peter Morrison. That garment is the property of that bug-catching architect of his." Peter shook off the coat and handed it back to Linda. "Am I acquitted?" he asked lightly, but his surprised eyes were searching her from braid to toe. Linda turned from him swiftly. She thrust the packet into a side pocket and started to the garage with the coat. As she passed inside, she slipped down her hand, slid the sheet of plans from the other papers, and slipped it into the front of her blouse. She hung the coat back where she had found it, then suddenly sat down on the side of Peter Morrison's couch, white and shaken. Peter thought he heard a peculiar gasp, and when he strayed past the door, casually glancing inward, he saw what he saw, and it brought him to his knees beside Linda with all speed. "Linda girl," he implored, "what in this world has happened?" Linda struggled to control her voice, but at last she buried her face in her hands and frankly emitted a sound that she herself would have described as howling. Peter knelt back in wonder. "Of all the things I ever thought about you, Linda," he said, The one thing I never did think was that you were hysterical." If there was one word in Linda's vocabulary more opprobrious than nerves, which could be applied to a woman, it was hysterics. The great specialist had admitted nerves. Hysterics had no standing with him. Linda herself had no more use for a hysterical woman than she had for a Gila monster. She straightened. Suddenly, and in removing her hands from her face, she laid one on each of Peter's shoulders. "Oh, Peter," she wailed, "I am not a hysterical idiot, but I couldn't have stood it if that coat had been yours. Peter, I just couldn't have borne it." Peter held himself rigidly in the fear that he might disturb the hands that were gripping him. "I see I have the job of educating these damned field mice as to where they may build with impunity," he said soberly. But Linda was not to be diverted. She looked straight and deep into his eyes. "Peter," she said affirmatively, "you don't know a thing about that coat, do you?" "I do not," said Peter promptly. "You never saw what was in its pockets, did you?" "Not to my knowledge," answered Peter. "What was in the pockets, Linda?" Linda thought swiftly. Peter adored his dream house. If she told him that the plans for it had been stolen by his architect, the house would be ruined for Peter. Anyone could see from the candor of his gaze and the lines that God and experience had graven on his face that Peter was without guile. Suddenly, Linda shot her hands past Peter's shoulders and brought them together on the back of his neck. She drew his face against hers and cried, "Oh, Peter, I would have been killed if that coat had been yours. I tell you, I couldn't have endured it, Peter. I am just tickled to death." One instant she hugged him tight. If her lips did not brush his cheek, Peter deluded himself. Then she sprang up and ran from the garage. Later, he took the coat from its nail, the papers from its pockets, and carefully looked them over. There was nothing among them that would give him the slightest clue to Linda's conduct. He looked again, penetratingly, searchingly, for he must learn from them a reason, and no reason was apparent. With the coat in one hand and the papers in the other, he stepped outside. "Linda," he said, "won't you show me? Won't you tell me? What is there about this to upset you?" Linda closed her lips and shook her head. Once more, Peter sought in her face, in her attitude, the information he craved. "Needn't tell me," he said, "that a girl who will face the desert and the mountains and the canyons and the sea is upset by a mouse." Well, you should have seen Katy sitting in the midst of our supper with her feet rigidly extended before her, cried the girl, struggling to regain her composure. "Put back that coat and come to your supper. It's time for you to be fed now. The last workman is gone and we'll barely have time to finish nicely and show Katy your dream house before it's time to go." Peter came and sat in the place Linda indicated. His mind was whirling. There was something he did not understand, but in her own time, in her own way, a girl of Linda's poise and self-possession would tell him what had occurred that could be responsible for the very peculiar thing she had done. In some way she had experienced a shock too great for her usual self-possession. The hands with which she fished pickled onions from the bottle were still unsteady, and the corroboration Peter needed for his thoughts could be found in the dazed way in which Katy watched Linda as she hovered over her in serving her. But that was not the time. By and by the time would come. The thing to do was to trust Linda. And await its coming. So Peter called on all the reserve wit and wisdom he had at command. He jested, told stories, and to Linda's satisfaction and Katy's delight, he ate his supper like a hungry man, frankly enjoying it, and when the meal was finished, Peter took Katy over the house, explaining to her as much detail as was possible at that stage of its construction, while Linda followed with mute lips and rebellion surging in her heart. When leaving time came, while Katy packed the bear cat, Linda wandered across toward the spring, and Peter, feeling that possibly she might wish to speak with him, followed her. When he overtook her, she looked at him straightly, her eyes showing the hurt her heart felt. "Peter," she said, "that first night you had dinner with us, was Henry Anderson out of your presence 1 minute from the time you came into the house until you left it?" Peter stopped and studied the ground at his feet intently. Finally, he said, conclusively, "I would go on oath, Linda, that he was not. We were all together in the living room, all together in the dining room. We left together at night, and John was with us." "I see," said Linda. "Well then, when you came back the next morning after Eileen, before you started on your trip to hunt a location, was he with you all the time?" Again, Peter took his time to answer. "We came to your house with Gilman," he said. "John started to the front door to tell Miss Eileen that we were ready. I followed him. Anderson said he would look at the scenery. He must have made a circuit of the house because when we came out ready to start, a very few minutes later, he was coming down the other side of the house." "Ah," said Linda comprehendingly. "Linda," said Peter quietly, "it is very obvious that something has worried you extremely. Am I in any way connected with it?" Linda shook her head. "Is there anything I can do?" The negative was repeated. Then she looked at him. "No, Peter," she said quietly. "I confess I have had a shock, but it is in no way connected with you, and there is nothing you can do about it but forget my foolishness. But I am glad, Peter. You will never know how glad I am that you haven't anything to do with it." Then, in the friendliest fashion imaginable, she reached him her hand and led the way back to the bear cat, their tightly gripped hands swinging between them. As Peter closed the door, he looked down on Linda. "Young woman," he said, "since this country has as yet no nerve specialist to take the place of your distinguished father, if you have any waves to wave to me tonight, kindly do it before you start or after you reach the highway. If you take your hands off that steering wheel as you round the boulders and strike that declivity as I have seen you do heretofore, I won't guarantee that I shall not require a specialist myself." Linda started to laugh. Then she saw Peter's eyes, and something in them stopped her suddenly. "I did not realize that I was taking any risk," she said. "I won't do it again. I will say goodbye to you right here and now, so I needn't look back." So she shook hands with Peter and drove away. Peter slowly followed down the rough driveway, worn hard by the wheels of delivery trucks, and stood upon the highest point of the rocky turn, looking after the small gray car as it slid down the steep declivity. And he wondered if there could have been telepathy in the longing with which he watched it go, for at the level roadway that followed between the cultivated land out to the highway, Linda stopped the car, stood up in it, and turning, looked back straight to the spot upon which Peter stood. She waved both hands to him, and then gracefully and beautifully, with outstretched, fluttering fingers, she made him the sign of birds flying home, and with the whimsy in his soul uppermost. Peter reflected, as he turned back for a microscopic examination of Henry Anderson's coat and the contents of its pockets, that there was one bird above all others which made him think of Linda. But he could not at the moment feather Catherine O'Donovan. And then he further reflected as he climbed the hill, that if it had to be done the best he could do would be a bantam hen contemplating domesticity. Linda looked the garage over very carefully when she put away the bear cat. When she closed the garage doors, she was particular about the locks. As she came through the kitchen, she said to Katy, busy with the lunchbox, "Belovedest, have there been any strange Japs poking around here lately?" She nearly collapsed when Katy answered promptly, "A dale too many of the square-headed haythens. I am pestered to death with them. They used to come just to water the lawn. But now they want to clean the rugs, they want to do the wash, they are willing to clean house. they want to get into the garage. They insist on washing the car. If they can't wash it, they just want to see if it needs washing." Linda stood amazed. "And how long has this been going on, Katie?" she finally asked. "Well, I have had 2 good months of it," said Katie. "That is, it started 2 months ago. The past month has been working up. In the last 10 days it seemed to me they was a Jap on the back steps oftener than they was a stray cat, and I ain't no truck with either of them. They give me just about the same feelin'. Between the two, I would trust the cat a deal further with my bird than I would the Jap." "Have you ever unlocked the garage for them, Katie?" asked Linda. "No," said Katie. "I only go there when I need something about me work." "Well, Katie," said Linda, "let me tell you this. The next time you go there for anything, take a good look for Japs before you open the door. Get what you want, and get out as quickly as possible, and be sure, Katie, desperately sure, that you lock the door securely when you leave." Katie set her hands on her hips, flared her elbows, and lifted her chin. "What's any of them little haythen been doin' to scare ye, missy?" she demanded belligerently. "Don't you think I'm afraid of them? Comes any of them around me, and I'll take my mopstick over the heads of them." "And you'll break a perfectly good mopstick and not hurt the Jap when you do it," said Linda. "There's an undercurrent of something deep and subtle going on in this country right now, Katie. When Japan sends college professors to work in our kitchens and relatives of her greatest statesmen to serve our tables, you can depend on it she is not doing it for the money that is paid them. If California does not wake up very shortly and very thoroughly, she is going to pay an awful price for the luxury she is experiencing while she pampers herself with the service of the Japanese, just as the South has pampered herself for generations with the service of the Negroes. When the Negroes learn what there is to know, then the day of retribution will be at hand. And this is not croaking, Katie. It is the truest gospel that was ever preached. Keep your eyes wide open for Japs. Keep your doors locked, and if you see one prowling around the garage and don't know what he is after, go to the telephone and call the police." Linda climbed the stairs to her workroom, plumped down at the table, set her chin in her palms, and lost herself in thought. For half an hour she sat immovable, staring at her caricature of Eileen through narrowed lids. Then she opened the typewriter, inserted a sheet, and wrote, "My dear Mr. Snow, I am writing as the most intimate woman friend of Marion Thorne. As such, I have spent much thought trying to figure out exactly the reason for the decision in your recent architectural competition. Why a man should think of such a number of very personal, intimate touches that, from familiarity with them, I know that Miss Thorne had incorporated in her plans, and why his winning house should be her winning house, merely reversed. Today I have found the answer, which I am forwarding to you, knowing that you will understand exactly what should be done. Enclosed you will find one of the first rough sketches Marion made of her plans. In some mysterious manner, it was lost on a night when your prize-winning architect had dinner at our house where Miss Thorne was also a guest. Before retiring, she showed to me and explained the plans with which she hoped to win your competition. In the morning, I packed her suitcase and handed it to the porter of her train. When she arrived at San Francisco, she found that the enclosed sheet was missing. This afternoon, tidying a garage in which Mr. Peter Morrison, the author, is living while Henry Anderson completes a residence he is building for him near my home, I reversed a coat belonging to Henry Anderson to dislodge from its pocket the nest of a field mouse. In so doing, I emptied all the pockets, and in gathering up their contents, I found this lost sheet from Marion's plans. I think nothing more need be said on my part, save that I understood the winning plan was to become the property of Nicholson and Snow. Without waiting to see whether these plans would win or not, Henry Anderson has them 3/4 of the way materialized in Mr. Morrison's residence in Lilac Valley, which is a northwestern suburb of Los Angeles. You probably have heard Marion speak of me, and from her you may obtain any information you might care to have concerning my responsibility. I am mailing the sketch to you rather than to Marion because I feel that you are the party most deeply interested in a business way, and I hope, too, that you will be interested in protecting my very dear friend from the disagreeable parts of this. Very disagreeable situation. Very truly yours, Linda Strong. Chapter 28. Putting it up to Peter. When Peter Morrison finally gave up looking in the pockets of Henry Anderson's coat for enlightenment concerning Linda's conduct, it was with his mind settled on one point. There was nothing in the coat now that could possibly have startled the girl or annoyed her. Whatever had been there that caused her extremely peculiar conduct, she had carried away with her. Peter had settled convictions concerning Linda. From the first instant he had looked into her clear young eyes as she stood in Multiflora's canyon triumphantly holding aloft the cotyledon in one hand, and with the other struggling to induce the skirt of her blouse to resume its proper location beneath the band of her trousers, he had felt that her heart and her mind were as clear and cool and businesslike as the energetic mountain stream hurrying past her. Above all others, straight was the one adjective he probably would have applied to her. Whatever she had taken from Henry's pockets was something that concerned her. If she took anything, she had a right to take it. Of that Peter was unalterably certain. He remembered that a few days before she practically had admitted to him that Anderson had annoyed her, and a slow anger began to surge up in Peter's carefully regulated heart. His thoughts were extremely busy, but the thing he thought most frequently and most forcefully was that he would thoroughly enjoy taking Henry Anderson by the scruff of the neck, leading him to the sheerest part of his own particular share of the mountain, and exhaustively booting him down it. It takes these youngsters to rush in and raise the devil where there's no necessity for anything to happen if just a modicum of common sense had been used, growled Peter. He mulled over the problem for several days, and then he decided he should see Linda, and with his first look into her straightforward eyes, from the tones of her voice and the carriage of her head, he would know whether the annoyance persisted. About the customary time for her to return from school, Peter started. On foot down the shortcut between his home and the Strong residence. He was following a footpath rounding the base of the mountain, crossing and recrossing the enthusiastic mountain stream as it speeded toward the valley, when a flash of color on the farther side of the brook attracted him. He stopped, then hastily sprang across the water, climbed a few yards and, after skirting a heavy clump of bushes, looked at Linda sitting beside them, a most astonishing Linda, appearing small and humble, very much tucked away, unrestrained tears rolling down her cheeks, a wet handkerchief wadded in one hand, a packet of letters in her lap. A long instant they studied each other. "Am I intruding?" inquired Peter at last. Linda shook her head vigorously and gulped down a sob. "No, Peter," she sobbed. "I had come this far on my way to you when my courage gave out." Peter rearranged the immediate landscape and seated himself beside Linda. "Now stop distressing yourself," he said authoritatively. "You youngsters do take life so seriously. The only thing that could have happened to you worth your shedding a tear over can't possibly have happened, so stop this waste of good material. Tears are very precious things, Linda. They ought to be the most unusual things in life. Now tell me something. Were you coming to me about that matter that worried you the other evening?" Linda shook her head. No, she said, I have turned that matter over where it belongs. I have nothing further to do with it. I'll confess to you I took a paper from among those that fell from Henry Anderson's pocket. It was not his. He had no right to have it. He couldn't possibly have come by it honorably, or without knowing what it was. I took the liberty to put it where it belongs, or at least where it seemed to me that it belongs. That is all over. Then something else has happened? Asked Peter. Something connected with the package of letters in your lap? Linda nodded vigorously. Peter, I have done something perfectly awful, she confessed. I never in this world meant to do it. I wouldn't have done it for anything. I have got myself into the dreadfulest mess, and I don't know how to get out. When I couldn't stand it another minute, I started right to you, Peter, just like I'd have started to my father if I'd had him to go to. I see, said Peter, deeply interested in the toe of his shoe. You depended on my age and worldly experience and my unconcealed devotion to your interests, which is exactly what you should do, my dear. Now tell me, dry your eyes and tell me, and whatever it is, I'll fix it all right and happily for you. I'll swear to do it if you want me to. Then Linda raised her eyes to his face. Oh, Peter, you dear, she cried. Peter, I'll just kneel and kiss your hands if you can fix this for me. Peter set his jaws and continued his meditations on shoe leather. Make it snappy, he said tersely. The sooner your troubles are out of your system, the better you'll feel. Whose letters are those, and why are you crying over them? Oh, Peter, quavered Linda. You know how I love Marian. You have seen her, and I have told you over and over. Yes, said Peter soothingly, I know. I have told you how, after years of devotion to Marian, John Gilman let Eileen make a perfect rag of him and tie him into any kind of knot she chose. Peter, when Marian left here, she had lost everything on earth but a little dab of money. She had lost a father who was fine enough to be my father's best friend. She had lost a mother who was fine enough to rear Marian to what she is. She had lost them in a horrible way that left her room for a million fancies and regrets. If I had done this, or if I had done that, or if I had taken another road. And when she went away, she knew definitely she had lost the first and only love of her heart. And I knew, because she was so sensitive and so fine, I knew, better than anybody living, how she could be hurt. And I thought if I could fix some scheme that would entertain her and take her mind off herself and make her feel appreciated only for a little while, I knew in all reason, Peter, when she got out in the world where men would see her and see how beautiful and fine she is, there and what the basic back she would be somebody who would want her quickly. All the time I have thought that when she came back, you would want her. Peter, I fibbed when I said I was setting your book for Louise Whiting. I was not. I don't know Louise Whiting. She is nothing to me. I was setting it for you and Marian. It was a white head I saw among the iris marching down your creek bank, not a gold one, Peter. Peter licked his dry lips and found it impossible to look at Linda. Straight ahead with it, he said gravely. What did you do? Oh, I have done the awfulest thing, wailed Linda, the most unforgivable thing. She reached across and laid hold of the hand next her, and realizing that she needed it for strength and support, Peter gave it into her keeping. Yes, he questioned. Get on with it, Linda. What was it you did? I had a typewriter. I could. I began writing her letters, the kind of letters that I thought would interest her and make her feel loved and appreciated. You didn't sign my name to them, did you, Linda? Asked Peter in a dry, breathless voice. No, Peter, said Linda. I did not do that. I did worse. Oh, I did a whole lot worse. I don't understand, said Peter hoarsely. I wanted to make them fine. I wanted to make them brilliant. I wanted to make them interesting. and of course I could not do it by myself. I am nothing but a copycat. I just quoted a lot of things I had heard you say, and I did worse than that, Peter. I watched the little whimsy lines around your mouth, and I tried to interpret the perfectly lovely things they would make you say to a woman if you loved her and were building a dream house for her. And, oh, Peter, it's too ghastly. I don't believe I can tell you. This is pretty serious business, Linda, said Peter gravely. Having gone this far, you are in honor bound to finish. It would not be fair to leave me with half a truth. What is the result of this impersonation? Oh, Peter, sobbed Linda, breaking down again. You're going to hate me. I know you're going to hate me. And Marion's going to hate me. And I didn't mean a thing but the kindest thing in all the world. Don't talk like that, Linda, said Peter. If your friend is all you say she is bound to understand. And as for me, I am not very likely to misjudge you. But be quick about it. What did you do, Linda? Why, I just wrote these letters that I am telling you about, said Linda. And I said the things that I thought would comfort her and entertain her and help with her work. And these are the answers that she wrote me, and I don't think I realized till last night that she was truly attributing them to any one man, truly believing in them. Oh, Peter, I wasn't asleep a minute all last night, and for the first time I failed in my lessons today. And what is the culmination, Linda? Urged Peter. She liked the letters, Peter. They meant all I intended them to, and they must have meant something I never could have imagined. And in San Francisco, one of the firm where she studies, a very fine man she says he is, Peter. I can see that in every way he would be quite right for her. And I had a letter from her last night, and Peter, he had asked her to marry him, to have a lifelong chance at work she's crazy about. He had offered her a beautiful home with everything that great. Wealth and culture and good taste could afford. He had offered her the mothering of his little daughter, and she refused him, Peter, refused him because she is in love with all the love there is left in her disappointed, hurt heart, with the personality that these letters represent to her, and that personality is yours, Peter. I stole it from you. I copied it into those letters. I'm not straight. I'm not fair. I wasn't honest with her. I wasn't honest with you. I'll just have to take off front to top of the highest mountain or sink in the deepest place in the sea, Peter. I thought I was straight. I thought I was honorable. I have made Donald believe that I was. If I have to tell him the truth about this, he won't want to wear my flower any more. I shall know all the things that Marion has suffered, and 1,000 times worse, because she was not to blame. She had nothing with which to reproach herself. Peter put an arm across Linda's shoulders and drew her up to him. For a long, bitter moment he thought deeply, and then he said hoarsely, "Now calm down." Linda, you're making an extremely high mountain out of an extremely shallow gopher hole. You haven't done anything irreparable. I see the whole situation. You are sure your friend has finally refused this offer she has had on account of these letters you have written? Suddenly Linda relaxed. She leaned her warm young body against Peter. She laid her tired head on his shoulder. She slipped the top letter of the packet in her lap from under its band, opened it, and held it before him. Peter read it very deliberately, then he nodded in acquiescence. "It's all too evident," he said quietly, "that you have taught her that there is a man in this world more to her liking than John Gilman ever has been." When it came to materializing the man, Linda, what was your idea? Were you proposing to deliver me? I thought it would be suitable, and you would be perfectly happy, sobbed. Linda, and that way I could have both of you." "And Donald also?" asked Peter lightly. "Donald, of course," assented Linda. And then she lifted her tear-spilling, wonderful eyes wide open to Peter's and demanded, "But oh, Peter, I am so miserable I am almost dead." "I have said you were a rock, and you are a rock. Peter, can you get me out of this?" "Sure," said Peter grimly. "Merely a case of living up to your blue china, even if it happens to be in the form of hieroglyphics instead of baked pottery. Give me the letters, Linda. Give me a few days to study them. Exchange typewriters with me so I can have the same machine. Get me some of the paper on which you have been writing and the address you have been using, and I'll guarantee to get you out of this in some way that will leave you Donald and your friendship with." Marian quite as good as new. At that juncture Peter might have been kissed, but his neck was very stiff, and his head was very high, and his eyes were on a far distant hilltop from which at that minute he could not seem to gather any particular help. "Would it be your idea," he said, "that by reading these letters I could gain sufficient knowledge of what has passed to go on with this?" "Of course you could," said Linda. Peter reached in his side pocket and pulled out a clean handkerchief. He shook it from its folds and dried her eyes. Then he took her by her shoulders and set her up straight. "Now stop this nerve strain and this foolishness," he said tersely. "You have done a very wonderful thing for me. It is barely possible that Marian Thorne is not my dream woman. But we can't always have our dreams in this world. And if I could not have mine, truly and candidly, Linda, so far as I have lived my life, I would rather have Marian Thorne than any other woman I have ever met." Linda clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, goody, goody, Peter," she cried. "How joyous! Can it be possible that my bungling is coming out right for Marian and right for you?" "And right for you, Linda?" inquired Peter lightly. "Sure, right for me," said Linda eagerly. "Of course it's right for me when it's right for you and Marian. And since it's not my secret alone, I don't think it would be quite honorable to tell Donald about it. What hurts Marian's heart or heals it is none of his business. He doesn't even know her." "All right then, Linda," said Peter, rising. "Give me the letters and bring me the machine and the paper. Give me the joyous details and tell me when I'm expected to send in my first letter in propria persona." "Oh, Peter," cried Linda, beaming on him. "Oh, Peter, you are a rock. I do put my trust in you." "Then God help me," said Peter, "for whatever happens, your trust in me shall not be betrayed, Linda." Chapter 29. Katie Unburdens Her Mind. Possibly because she wished to eliminate herself from the offices of Nicholson and Snow for a few days, possibly because her finely attuned nature felt the call, Marian Thorne boarded a train that carried her to Los Angeles. She stepped from it at 10 o'clock in the morning and by the streetcar route made her way to Lilac Valley. When she arrived, she realized that she could not see Linda before, possibly, 3 in the afternoon. She entered a restaurant, had a small lunchbox packed, and leaving her dressing case, she set off down the valley toward the mountains. She had need of their strength, their quiet, and their healing. To the one particular spot where she had found comfort in Lilac Valley, her feet led her. By paths of her own, much overgrown for want of recent usage, she passed through the cultivated fields, left the roadway, and began to climb. When she reached the stream flowing down the rugged hillside, she stopped to rest for a while, and her mind was in a tumult. In 1 minute she was seeing the bitterly disappointed face of a lonely, sensitive man whose first wound had been opened by the making of another possibly quite as deep, and at the next her heart was throbbing because Linda had succeeded in transferring the living Peter to paper. The time had come when Marian felt that she would know the personality embodied in the letters she had been receiving, and in the past few days her mind had been fixing tenaciously upon Peter Morrison. And the feeling concerning which she had written Linda had taken possession of her. Wealth did not matter, position did not matter, losing the love of a good man did not matter, but the mind and the heart and the personality behind the letters she had been receiving did matter. She thought long and seriously. When at last she arose, she had arrived at the conclusion that she had done the right thing, no matter whether the wonderful letters she had received went on and offered her love or not, no matter about anything. She must merely live and do the best she could, until the writer of those letters chose to disclose himself and say what purpose he had in mind when he wrote them. So Marian followed her own path beside the creek until she neared its head, which was a big, gushing, icy spring at the foot of the mountain, keeping watch over the small plateau that in her heart she had thought of as hers for years. As she neared the location, strange sounds began to reach her, voices of men, clanging of hammers, the rip of saws. A look of deep consternation overspread her face. She listened an instant, and then began to run. When she broke through the rank foliage flourishing from the waters of the spring and looked out on the plateau, what she saw was Peter Morrison's house, in the process of being floored and shingled. For a minute Marian was physically ill. Her heart hurt until her hand crept to her side in an effort to soothe it. Before she asked the question of a man coming to the spring with a pail in his hand, she knew the answer. It was Peter Morrison's house. Marian sprang across the brook, climbed to the temporary roadway, and walked down in front of the building. She stood, looking at it intently. It was in a rough stage, but much disguise is needed to prevent a mother from knowing her own child. Marian's dark eyes began to widen and to blaze. She walked up to the front of the house and found that rough flooring had been laid so that she could go over the first floor. When she had done this, she left the back door, a deeply indignant woman. There is some connection, she told herself tersely, between my law sketch and this house, which is merely a left-to-right rehearsal of my plans, and it's the same plan with which Henry Anderson won the Nicholson and Snow prize money and the still more valuable honor of being the prize winner. What I want to know is how such a wrong may be righted, and what Peter Morrison has to do with it. Stepping from the back door, Marian followed the well-worn pathway that led to the garage, looking right and left for Peter, and she was wondering what she would say to him if she met him. She was thinking that perhaps she had better return to San Francisco and talk the matter over with Mr. Snow before she said anything to anyone else. By this time she had reached the garage and stood in its wide open door. She looked in at the cot, left just as someone had arisen from it, at the row of clothing hanging on a rough wooden rack at the back, at the piled boxes, at the big table, knocked together from rough lumber in the center, scattered and piled with books and magazines, and then her eyes fixed intently on a packet lying on the table beside a typewriter and a stack of paper and envelopes. She walked over and picked up the packet. As she had known the instant she saw them, they were her letters. She stood an instant holding them in her hand, a dazed expression on her face. Mechanically she reached out and laid her hands on the closed typewriter to steady herself. Something about it appealed to her as familiar. She looked at it closely. Then she lifted the cover and examined a machine. It was the same machine that had stood for years in Dr. Strong's library, a machine upon which she had typed business letters for her own father, and sometimes she had copied lectures and book manuscript on it for Dr. Strong. Until his house was completed and his belongings arrived, Peter undoubtedly had borrowed it. Suddenly a wild desire to escape swept over Marian. Her first thought was of her feelings. She was angry, and justly so. In her heart, she had begun to feel that the letters she was receiving were from Peter Morrison. Here was the proof. Could it be possible that in their one meeting, Peter had decided that she was his dream woman, that in some way he had secured that rough sketch of her plans, and from them was preparing her dream house for her? The thought sped through her brain that he was something more than human to have secured those plans, to have found that secluded and choice location. For an instant, she forgot the loss of the competition in trying to comprehend the wonder of finding her own particular house, fitting her own particular location as naturally as one of its. Big boulders. She tried to replace the package of letters exactly as she had found them. On tiptoe she slipped back to the door and looked searchingly down the road, around, and as far as possible through the house. Then she gathered her skirts, stepped from the garage, and began the process of effacing herself on the mountainside. From clump to clump of the thickest bushes, crouching below the sage and greasewood, pausing to rest behind lilac and elder, without regard for her traveling suit or her beautifully shod feet, Marian fled from her location. When at last she felt that she was completely hidden and at least a mile from the spot, she dropped panting on a boulder, brushing the debris from her skirts, lifting trembling hands to straighten her hat, and ruefully contemplating her shoes. Then she tried to think in a calm, dispassionate, and reasonable manner, but she found it a most difficult process. Her mind was not well ordered, neither was it at her command. It whirled and shot off at unexpected tangents. Danced as irresponsibly as a grasshopper from one place to another. The flying leaps it took ranged from San Francisco to Lilac Valley, from her location upon which Peter Morrison was building her house to Linda. Even John Gilman obtruded himself once more. At one minute she was experiencing a raging indignation against Henry Anderson. How had he secured her plan? At another she was trying to figure dispassionately what connection Peter Morrison could have had with the building of his house upon her plan. Every time Peter came into the equation, her heart arose in his defense. In some way, his share in the proceeding was all right. He had cared for her, and he had done what he thought would please her. Therefore she must be pleased, although forced to admit to herself that she would have been infinitely more pleased to have built her own house in her own way. She was hungry to see Linda. She wanted Catherine O'Donovan to feed her and fuss over her and entertain her with her mellow Irish brogue. But if she went to them and disclosed her presence in the valley, Peter would know about it, and if he intended the building he was erecting as a wonderful surprise for her, then she must not spoil his joy. Plan in any way she could, Marian could see no course left to her other than to slip back to the station and return to San Francisco without meeting any of her friends. She hurriedly ate her lunch, again straightened her clothing, went to the restaurant for her traveling bag, and took the car for the station where she waited for a return train to San Francisco. She bought a paper and tried to concentrate upon it in an effort to take her mind from her own problems so that, when she returned to them, she would be better able to think clearly, to reason justly, to act wisely. She was very glad when her train came, and she was started on her way northward. At the first siding upon which it stopped to allow the passing of a southbound limited, she was certain that as the cars flashed by, in one of them she saw Eugene Snow. She was so certain that when she reached the city, she immediately called the office and asked for Mr. Snow. Only to be told that he had gone away for a day or two on business. After that, Marian's thought was confused to the point of exasperation. It would be difficult to explain precisely the state of mind in which Linda, upon arriving at her home that afternoon, received from Katy the information that a man named Snow had been waiting an hour for her in the living room. Linda's appearance was that of a person so astonished that Katy sidled up to her giving strong evidence of being ready to bristle. "Yea, no, Lambie," she said with elaborate indifference. "Ye aren't having to see anybody ye don't want to. If it's somebody intruding himself on ye, Just say the word and I'll fire him. Higher than Gilderoy's kite, I'll be firing him." "No, I must see him, Katy," said Linda quietly. "And have something specially nice for dinner. Very likely I'll take him to see Peter Morrison's house, and possibly I'll ask him and Peter to dinner. He is a San Francisco architect from the firm where Marian takes her lessons, and it's business about Peter's house. I was surprised, that's all." Then Linda turned and laid a hand on each of Katy's hairy red arms. "Catherine O'Donovan, old dear," she said, "if we do come back for dinner, concentrate on Mr. Snow and study him. Scrutinize, Katy. It's a bully word. Scrutinize closely. To add one more to our long list of secrets, here's another. He's the man I told you about, who has asked Marian to marry him, and Marian has refused him, probably because she prefers somebody nearer home." Then Linda felt the tensing of every muscle in Katy's body. She saw the lift of her head, the incredulous, resentful look in her eyes. There was frank hostility in her tone. "Well, who is there nearer home that Marian knows?" she demanded. Belligerently. "Well, now, who would there be?" retorted Linda. "Ye ain't mannin' John Gilman?" asked Katy. "No," said Linda, "I am not meaning John Gilman. You should know Marian well enough to know that." "Well, you ought to know yourself well enough to know that they ain't anybody else around these diggings that Marian Thorne's going to get," said Katy. "I imagine Marian will get pretty much whom she wants," said Linda laughingly. "In your heart, Katy, you know that Marian need not have lost John Gilman if she had not deliberately let him go. If she had been willing to meet Eileen on her own ground and to play the game with her, it wouldn't have happened. Marian has more brains in a minute than Eileen has in a month." When Linda drew back the portiere and stepped into the living room, Eugene Snow rose to meet her. What either of them expected it might be difficult to explain. Knowing so little of each other, it is very possible that they had no visualizations. What Snow saw was what everyone saw who looked at Linda, a girl arrestingly unusual. With Linda lay the advantage by far, since she had Marian's letters for a background. What she saw was a tall man, slender, and about him there was to Zenda a strong appeal. As she looked into his eyes, she could feel the double hurt that fate had dealt him. She thought she could fathom the fineness in his nature that had led him to made home building his chosen occupation. Instantly she liked him. With only one look deep into his eyes, she was on his side. She stretched out both her hands and advanced. "Now, isn't this the finest thing of you?" she said. "I am so glad that you came. I'll tell you word for word what happened here." "That will be fine," he said. "Which is your favorite chair?" "You know," she said, "that is a joke. I am so unfamiliar with this room that I haven't any favorite chair. I'll have to take the nearest, like Thoreau selected his piece of chicken." Then for a few minutes Linda talked frankly. She answered Eugene Snow's every question unhesitatingly and comprehensively. Together they ascended the stairs, and in the guest room she showed him the table at which she and Marian had studied the sketches of plans, and exactly where they had left them lying overnight. "The one thing I can't be explicit about," said Linda, "is how many sheets were there in the morning. We had stayed awake so late talking that we overslept. I'd packed Marian's bag while she dressed. I snatched up what there were without realizing whether there were 2 sheets or 3, laid them in the flat bottom of the case, and folded her clothing on top of them." "I see," said Mr. Snow comprehendingly. "Now let's experiment a little. Of course the window before that table was raised. Yes, it was, said Linda, but every window in the house is screened. And what about the door opening into the hall? Can you tell me whether it was closed or open? It was open, said Linda. We left it slightly ajar to create a draft. The night was warm. Is there anyone about the house, inquired Mr. Snow, who could tell us certainly whether that window was screened that night? Of course, said Linda. Our housekeeper, Catherine O'Donovan, would. No. When we go down, we'll ask her. On their return to the living room, for the first time in her life, Linda rang for Katy. She hesitated an instant before she did it. It would be establishing a relationship that never before had existed between them. She always had gone to Katy as she would have gone to her mother. She would have gone to her now, but she wanted Katy to make her appearance and give her information without the possibility of previous discussion. Katy answered the bell almost at once. Linda went to her side and reached her arm across her shoulders. "Katy," she said, "this is Mr. Eugene Snow of San Francisco. He's interested in finding out exactly what became of that lost plan of Marion's that we have looked for so carefully. Put on your thinking cap, old dear, and try to answer accurately any question that Mr. Snow may wish to ask you." Katy looked expectantly at Eugene Snow. "In the meantime," said Linda, "I'll be excused and go bring round the bear-cat." "I have only one question to ask you," said Mr. Snow. "Can you recall whether, for any reason, there was a screen out of the guest-room window, directly in front of which the reading table was standing the night Miss Marion occupied the room before leaving for San Francisco?" "Sure there was," answered Katy instantly in her richest, mellowest brogue. She was taking the inventory she had been told to take. She was deciding as instantly as Linda had done that she liked this man. Years, appearance, everything about him appealed to Katy as being exactly right for Marion, and her cunning Irish mind was leaping and flying and tugging at the leash that 30 years of conventions had bound upon her. "Sure," she repeated, "the wildest Santana that ever roared over us just caught." That screen and landed it slam against the side of the garage and is set inside for 3 days till I could get a workman to go up the outside and put it back. It had been out 2 days before the night Marion was here. "Did Miss Linda know about it?" asked Snow. "Not that I know of," said Katy. "She is a schoolgirl, you know, off early in the morning, backing up to her room, the busiest youngster the valley knows, and doing a deal of good she is too. It was Miss Eileen that heard the screen ripped out and told me it was gone. She's the one who looked after the housekeeping and paid the bills. She knew all about it. If 'twould be helping Miss Marion any about finding them plans we've ransacked the premises for, I couldn't see any reason why Miss Eileen wouldn't tell ye the same as I'm telling ye, and her housekeeping accounts in her checkbook would show she paid the carpenter, if it's legal business you're wantin'." "Thank you, Katy," said Mr. Snow. "I hope nothing of that kind will occur. A great wrong has been perpetrated, but we must find some way to right it without involving such extremely nice young women in the annoyance of legal proceedings." Katy folded her arms and raised her head. All her share of the blarney of Ireland began to roll from the mellow tip of her tongue. "Now, the nice men ye are to be seeing the beauty of them girls so quick," she said. "The good Lord airly in the mornin' of creation thought them out when he was just fresh from rest, and the material was none shop-worn. They ain't ladies like 'em anywhere else in the whole of California, and belave me, a many rale ladies have I seen in my time. You can just make up your mind that Miss Linda is the broth of the earth. She is her father's own child, and she is like him as 2 pace in the pod. And Marion growed beside her, and much of a hand I've had in her raisin misself, and well I'm knowin' how fine she is, and what a droll she be, set on any man's hearthstone. I'm wonderin', said Katy challengingly, if you're the Mr. Snow at whose place she has taken her lessons, and if ye are, I'm wonderin' if ye ain't goin' to use the good judgment to set her, like the jewel she would be, in the stone of your own hearth. Eugene Snow looked at Katy intently. He was not accustomed to discussing his affairs with household helpers, but he could not look at Katy without there remaining in his vision the form of Linda standing beside her, a reassuring arm stretched across her shoulders, the manner in which she had presented her and then left her that she might be free to answer as she chose, without her young mistress even knowing exactly what was asked of her. Such faith and trust and love were unusual. I might try to do that very thing, he said, but you know, a wonderful woman is an animated jewel. You can't manufacture a setting and put her in and tighten the clasps without her consent. Then why don't you get it? Said Katy casually. Eugene Snow laughed ruefully. But suppose, he said, that the particular jewel you're discussing prefers to select her own setting, and mine does not please her. Well, they's just one thing, said Katy. Her heels left the floor involuntarily. She arose on her tiptoes. Her shoulders came up and her head lifted to a height it never had known before. They's just one thing, she said. Aside from Miss Linda, who is my very own child that I have washed and I have combed and I have done for since she was a tallin' 4-year-old, they ain't no woman in this world. I would go as far for as I would for Miss Marian, but I'm tellin' ye now, ye. Mr. Eugene Snow, that they's one thing I don't lend no countenance to. I am sorry she has had the cold, cruel luck that she has, but I ain't sorry enough that I'm going to stand for her droppin' herself into the place where she doesn't belong. If the good Lord ain't give her the sense to see that you're just the image of the man that would be just exactly right for her, somebody had better be tellin' her so. Anyway, if Miss Linda is taking you up to the house that Mr. Pater Morrison is buildin' and the Pater man is there, I would advise ye to cast your most discernin' eye on that gentleman. You watch him just 1 minute when he looks at the young missus and he thinks nobody ain't observing him, and you'll see what you'll see. If ye want Marian, ye just go on and take her. I'm not cur'n whether you use a club or white violets, but don't ye be lettin' Marian Thorne get no idea into her head that she is going to take Mr. Pater Morrison. Because concernin' Pater, I know what I know, and I ain't goin' to stand by and see things goin' wrong for want of spakin' up. Now if you're a wise man, ye don't need nothing further said on the subject. Eugene Snow thought intently for a few moments. His vision centered on Catherine O'Donovan's face. "You're absolutely sure of this?" he said at last. "Just as sure as the sun's sure, and the mountains, and the seasons come and go," said Katy with finality. "Watch him and you'll see it sticking out all over him. I have picked him for me, boss, and it's just adorin' that man Curatari am." "What about Miss Linda?" inquired Snow. "Is she adoring him?" "She ain't nothing but a ganglin' school kid, adorin' the spade with which she can shoot around that bear cat of hers, and race the canyons, and the raily lovely things she can strike on paper with her pencil and light up with her joyous colors. Her day and her hour ain't come, and the Patterman's that fine he won't." Lay a finger on her to wake her up when she has a year yet of her school in before her. But in the meantime, it's my job to stand guard as I'm standin' right now. I'm tellin' ye frank and fair, ye go on and take Marian Thorne, because ye ought to have her. If she's got any idea in her head that she's going to have Pater Morrison, she'll have to get it out. Eugene Snow held out his hand and started to the front door in answer to the growl of the bear cat. As he came down the steps and advanced to the car, Linda, with the quick eye that had been one of her special gifts as a birthright, noted a change in him. He seemed to have been keyed up and toned up. There was a different expression on his face. There was buoyancy in his step. There was a visible determination in his eye. He took the seat beside her, and Linda started the car. She looked at him interrogatively. "Can you connect a heavy wind with the date of the lost plan?" he inquired. "There was a crack-a-jack a few days before," said Linda. "It blew over some trees in the lot next to us." "Exactly," said Snow. "And it plucked a screen from your guest room window. Katie thinks that the check to the carpenter and the cost of the repairs will be in your sister's account books." Nodded Linda. "Well, that simplifies matters because Peter Morrison is going to tell you about a trip Henry Anderson made around our house the morning Marion left." "I think that is about all we need to know," said Mr. Snow conclusively. "I think so," said Linda, "but I want you to see Peter's house for yourself, since I understand that according to your contract, the rights to reproduce these particular plans remained with you after you had paid prize money for them." "Most certainly," said Mr. Snow. "We should have that much to show for our share of the transaction." "It's a queer thing," said Linda. "You would have to know me a long time, and perhaps know under what conditions I have been reared, in order to understand a feeling that I frequently have concerning people. I tobogganed down a sheer side of Multiflores Canyon one day without my path having been previously prepared, and I very nearly landed in the automobile that carried Henry Anderson and Peter Morrison on their first trip to Lilac Valley. I was much interested in preserving the integrity of my neck. I fervently hoped not to break more than a dozen of my legs and arms, and was forced to bring down intact the finest Cottiaden pulverulenta that Daddy or I had found in 14 years of collecting in California. I am telling you all this that you may see why I might have been excused for not having been minutely observant of my surroundings when I landed. But what I did observe was a chilly caterpillary sensation chasing up my spine the instant I met the eyes of Henry Anderson. In that instant I said to myself that I would not trust him, that I did not like him. "And what about his companion?" asked Eugene Snow lightly. "Oh, Peter," said Linda. There was a caress in her pronunciation of the name. "Why, Peter is a rock." The instant I deposited my cotyledon in a safe place, I would have put my hand in Peter Morrison's and started around the world if he had asked me to go. There is only one Peter. You will recognize that the instant you meet him. "I am altogether willing to take your word for it," said Mr. Snow. "And there's one thing about this disagreeable business," said Linda. "It was not Peter's coat that had the plan in it. He knew nothing about it. He has had his full service of stiff war work, and he has been knocking around big cities in newspaper work, and now he has come home to Lilac Valley to set up his rest, as in the hymn book, you know. He built his garage first, and he is living in it because he so loves this house of his that he has to be present to watch it grow in minute detail. Once in a time I saw a great wizard walking along the sidewalk, and he looked exactly like any man. He might have been you so far as anything different from other men in his appearance were concerned." Linda cut down the bear cat to its slowest speed. "What is on my mind is this," she said. "I don't think Peter could quite afford the amount of ground he has bought and the house he is building. I think possibly he is tying himself up in obligations. It may take him 2 or 3 years to come even on it, but it is a prepossession with him. Now can't you see that if we go to him and tell him this sordid, underhand, unmanly tale, how his fine nature is going to be hurt, how his big heart is going to be wrung, how his home, house that he is building with such eager watchfulness will be a weighty old man of the sea clinging to his back. Do you think, Mr. Eugene Snow, that you're enough of a wizard to examine this house and to satisfy yourself as to whether it's an infringement of your plans or not, without letting Peter know the things about it that would spoil it for him? Eugene Snow reached across and closed a hand over the one of Linda's nearest him on the steering wheel. "You very decent kid, you," he said appreciatively. "I certainly am enough of a wizard to save your Peter man any disillusionment concerning his dream house." "Oh, but he is not my Peter man," said Linda. "We are only the best friends in the world. Really and truly, if you can keep a secret, he's Marion's." "Is he?" asked Mr. Snow interestedly. And then he added very casually, "In the most offhand manner, he said it more to an orange orchard through which they were passing than he said it to Linda. I have very grave doubts about that. I think there must be some slight complication that will have to be cleared up." Linda's heart gave a great jump of consternation. "Indeed, no," she said emphatically. "I don't think he has just told Marion yet, but I am very sure that he cares for her more than for any other woman, and I am equally sure she cares for him, and nothing could be more suitable." "All right, then," agreed Mr. Snow. Linda put the bear cat at the mountain, crept around the road, skirted the boulders, and stopped halfway to the garage. And there, in a low tone, she indicated to Mr. Snow where they had lunched, when she found the plans, how she had brought out the coat, where she had emptied the mouse nest. Then she stepped from the car and hallooed for Peter. Peter came hurrying from the garage, and Eugene Snow was swift in his mental inventory. It coincided exactly with Linda's. He would have been willing to join hands with Peter and start around the world, quite convinced of the fairness of the outcome, with no greater acquaintance than one intent look at Peter, one grip of his sure hand. After that he began to act on Katie's hint, and in a very short time he had convinced himself that she was right. Maybe Peter tried to absorb himself in the plans he was going over, in the house he was proud to show the great architect. But it seemed to the man he was entertaining that his glance scarcely left Linda, that he was so preoccupied with where she went and what she did that he was like a juggler keeping two mental balls in the air at the same time. It seemed to Peter a natural thing that, the architect being in the city on business, he should run out to call on Miss Thorne's dearest friend. It seemed to him equally natural that Linda should bring him to see a house in which she was so kindly interesting herself. And just when Peter was most dexterous in his juggling, just when he was trying to explain the very wonderful step-saving, time-saving, rational kitchen arrangements, and at the same time watch Linda on her course down to the spring, the architect halted him with a jerk. Eugene Snow stood very straight, his hands in his coat pockets, looking, Peter supposed, with interest at the arrangements of kitchen conveniences. His next terse sentence fairly staggered Peter. He looked him straight in the eye and inquired casually, "Chosen your dream woman to fit your house, Morrison?" Peter was too surprised to conceal his feelings. His jaws snapped together. A belligerent look sprang into his eyes. "I have had a good deal to do with houses," continued Mr. Snow. "They are my life work. I find that invariably they are built for a woman. Almost always they are built from her plans and for her pleasure. It's a new house, a unique house, a wonderful house you're evolving here. It must be truly a wonderful woman you're dreaming about while you build it." That was a nasty little trap. With his years and worldly experience, Peter should not have fallen into it. But all men are children when they are sick, heart sick or body sick, and Peter was a very sick man at that minute. He had been addressed in such a frank and casual manner, his own brain shot off at queer tangents and led him constantly into unexpected places. The narrow side lane that opened up came into view so suddenly that Peter, with the innocence of a 4-year-old, turned with military precision at the suggestion and looked over the premises for the exact location of Linda. Eugene Snow had seen for himself the thing that Katy had told him he would see if he looked for it. Suddenly, he held out his hand. As man to man, Morrison, in this instance, he said in rather a hoarse, breathless voice, "Don't you think it would be a good idea for you and me to assert our manhood, to manage our own affairs, to select our own wives if need be? If we really set ourselves to the job, don't you believe we can work out our lives more to our liking than anyone else can plan for us? You get the idea, don't you, Morrison?" Peter was facing the kitchen sink, but he did not see it. His brain was whirling. He did see Snow's point of view. He did realize his position. But what Mr. Snow knew of his affairs, he could only guess. The one thing Mr. Snow could not know was that Linda frankly admitted her prepossession for her school chum, Donald Whiting, but in any event, if Peter could not have Linda, he would much prefer occupying his dream house alone. So he caught at the straw held out to him with both hands. "I get you," he said tersely. "It is not quite up to the mark of the manhood we like to think we possess to let our lives be engineered by a high school kid. Suppose we do just quietly and masterfully assert ourselves concerning our own affairs." "Suppose we do," said Snow with finality. Whereupon they shook hands with a grip that whitened their knuckles. Then they went back to Lilac Valley and had their dinner together, and Linda and Peter escorted Eugene Snow to his train and started him on his return trip to San Francisco feeling very much better. Peter would not allow Linda to drive him home at night, so he left her after the Bearcat had been safely placed in the garage. As she stood on the walk beside him, strongly outlined in the moonlight, Peter studied Linda whimsically. He said it half laughingly, but there was something to think about in what he said. "I'm just picturing, Linda, what a nice old lady you will be by the time that high school kid of yours spends 4 years in college, one on the continent, and the Lord knows how many at mastering a profession." Linda looked at him with widened eyes. "Why, what are you talking about, Peter? Are you moonstruck?" she inquired solicitously. "Donald's only a friend, you know. I love him because he is the nicest companion, but there is nothing for you to be silly about." Then Peter began to realize the truth. There wasn't anything for him to be concerned about. She had not the slightest notion what love meant, even as she announced that she loved Donald. Chapter 30. Peter's Release. Eugene Snow returned to San Francisco enthusiastic about Linda, while he would scarcely have known how to express his appreciation of Catherine O'Donovan. He had been served a delicious dinner, deftly and quietly, such food as men particularly like, but there had been no subservience. If Catherine O'Donovan had been waiting on her own table, serving her own friends, she could not have managed with more pride. It was very evident that she loved service, that she loved the girl to whom she gave constant attention. He understood exactly what there was in her heart, and why she felt as she did when he saw Linda and Peter together and heard their manner of speaking to each other, and made mental note of the many points of interest which seemed to exist between them. He returned to San Francisco with a good deal of a "see the conquering hero comes" mental attitude. He went directly to his office, pausing on the way for a box of candy and a bunch of Parma violets. His first act on reaching the office was to send for Miss Thorne. Marian came almost. Immediately, a worried look in her eyes. She sat in the big cushioned chair that was offered her and smiled faintly when the box was laid on her lap, topped with the violets. She looked at Eugene Snow with an "I wish you wouldn't" expression on her face, but he smiled at her reassuringly. "Nothing," he said. "Picked them up on the way from the station. I made a hasty trip to that precious lilac valley of yours, and I must say it pales your representation. It is a wonderfully lovely spot." Marian settled back in the chair. She picked up the violets and ran an experienced finger around the stems until she found the pin with which she fastened them at her waist. Then, as they occupied themselves making selections from the candy box, he looked smilingly at Marian. Her eyes noted the change in him. He was neither disappointed nor sad. Something had happened in Lilac Valley that had changed his perspective. Woman-like, she began probing. "Glad you liked my valley," she said. "We are told that blue is a wonderful aura to surround a person, and it's equally wonderful when it surrounds a whole valley. With the blue sky and the blue walls and a few true blue friends I have there, it's naturally a very dear spot to me." "Yes," said Mr. Snow, "I can see that it is. I ran down on a business matter. I've been deeply puzzled and much perturbed over this prize contest. We have run these affairs once a year, sometimes oftener, for a long time, so I couldn't understand the peculiar thing about the similarity of the winning plans and your work this year. I have been holding up the prize money because I did not feel that you were saying exactly what was in your heart, and I couldn't be altogether satisfied that everything was right. I went to Lilac Valley because I had a letter from your friend, Miss Linda Strong. There was an enclosure in it." He drew from his pocket the folded sheet and handed it to Marian. Her eyes were surprised, incredulous, as she opened the missing sheet from her plans, saw the extraneous lines drawn upon it and the minute figuring with which the margin was covered. "Linda found it at last," she cried. "Where in this world did she get it? And whose work is this on it?" "She got it," said Eugene Snow, "when she undertook to clean Peter Morrison's workroom on an evening when she and her cook were having supper with him. She turned a coat belonging to his architect that hung with some of his clothing in Peter Morrison's garage. She was shaking the nest of a field mouse from one of the side pockets. Naturally, this emptied all the pockets, and in gathering up their contents, she came across that plan, which she recognized. She thought it was right to take it and very wisely felt that it was man's business, so she sent it to me with her explanations. I went to Lilac Valley because I wanted to judge for myself." Exactly what kind of young person she was. I wanted to see her environment. I wanted to see the house that she felt sure was being built from these plans. I wanted to satisfy myself of the stability of what I had to work on before I mentioned the matter to you or Henry Anderson. Marian sat holding the plan, listening absorbedly to what he was saying. "It's an ugly business," he said, "so ugly that there is no question whatever, but that it can be settled very quietly and without any annoyance to you. I shall have to take the matter up with the board. But I have the details so worked out that I shall have no difficulty in arranging matters as I think best. There is no question whatever, Marian, but Anderson found that sketch on the west side of the Strong residence. When you left your plans lying on a table before a window in the Strong guest room the night before you came to San Francisco, you did not know that the Santana, which raged through the valley a day or two previously, had stripped a screen from the window before which you left them. In opening your door to establish a draft before you went to bed, you started one that carried your top drawing through the window. waiting for Miss Strong the next morning, and making a circuit of the grounds, Anderson found it and appropriated it to most excellent advantage. Miss Linda tells me that your study of architecture was discussed at the dinner table that night. He could not have helped realizing that any sheet of plans he found there must have been yours. If he could acquit his conscience of taking them and using them, he would still have to explain why he was ready to accept the first prize, and the conditions imposed when he already had a house fairly well under construction from the plans he submitted in the contest. The rule is unbreakable that the plans must be original, must be unused, must be our sole property, if they take the prize. Marian was leaning forward, her eyes wide with interest, her breast agitated. She nodded in acquiescence. Eugene Snow reached across and helped himself too. Another piece of candy from the box on her knee. He looked at her speculatively and spoke quietly as if the matter were of no great importance. Would it be agreeable, Marian, if the prize committee should announce that there were reasons as to why they were not satisfied, that they have decided to return all plans and call off the present contest, opening another in a few months in which interested parties may again submit their drawings? I will undertake swiftly and comprehensively to eliminate Henry Anderson from California. I would be willing to venture quite a sum that when I finish with the youngster, he will see the beauty of going straight hereafter and the desirability of a change of atmosphere. He's a youngster. I'd hate to make the matter public, not only on account of involving you and your friends in such disagreeable business, but I am sorry for him. I would like to deal with him like the proverbial Dutch uncle. Then I would like to send him away to make a new start with the assurance that I am keeping close watch on him. Would you be satisfied if I handled the matter? Quietly and in my own way? Could you wait a few weeks for justice? Marian drew a deep breath. Of course, she said, it would be wonderful if you could do that. But what about Peter Morrison? How much did he know concerning the plans, and what does he know about this? Nothing, said Mr. Snow. That most unusual young friend of yours made me see the light very clearly concerning Peter Morrison. There is no necessity for him ever to know that the dream house, as Miss Linda calls it, that he is building for his dream woman has any disagreeable history attached to it. He so loves the spot that he is living on it, to watch that house in minutest detail. Miss Linda was fairly eloquent in the plea she made on his behalf. He strikes me as a very unusual person, and she appealed to me in the same way. There must be some scientific explanation concerning her that I don't just get, but I can see that. She is most unusual. When I watched them together and heard them talk of their plans for the house and the grounds, and discussing illustrations that she is making for articles that he is writing, I saw how deep and wholesome was the friendship existing between them. I even heard that wonderful serving woman, whom they so familiarly speak of as Katie, chiding Peter Morrison for allowing Linda to take her typewriter to him and do her own work with a pen. And because Miss Linda seemed so great-hearted and loving with her friends, I was rather glad to hear his explanation that they were merely changing machines for the time being, for a very particular reason of their own. Do you mean, asked Marian, that you think there is anything more than casual friendship between Linda and Peter Morrison? Not on her part, answered Eugene Snow. Anybody can see that she is a child deeply engrossed in all sorts of affairs, uncommon for a girl of her age, and position. Her nice perceptions, her wonderful loyalty to her friends, her loving thought for them, are manifest in everything she says or does. If she ever makes any mistakes, they will be from the head, not from the heart. But for the other end of the equation, I could speak authoritatively. Katie pointed out to me the fact that if I would watch Peter Morrison in Miss Linda's presence, I should see that he adored her. I did watch, And I did see that very thing. When I taxed him about building a dream house for a dream woman, his eyes crossed a plateau, leaped a brook, and started up the side of a mountain. They did not rest until they had found Linda. Marian sat so still that it seemed as if she were not even breathing. In view of what Katie had said, and his few words with Peter Morrison, Eugene Snow had felt justified in giving Marian a hint as to what was going on in Lilac Valley. Exactly what he had done he had no means of knowing. If he had known and had talked intentionally, he could not have made clearer to Marian the thing which, for months, had puzzled her. She was aware that Eugene Snow was talking, that he was describing the dinner he had been served, the wonderful wildflower garden that he had seen, how skillfully Linda drove the bear cat. She heard these things and dimly comprehended them, but underneath her brain was seizing upon one fact after another. They had exchanged typewriters. The poor, foolish little kid had known how her health was racked, how she was suffering, how her pride would not let her stoop to Eileen's subterfuges and wage war with her implements for a man she did not want, if her manner of living her everyday life did not appeal to him. Linda had known how lonely and heart-hungry and disappointed she had gone away, and loyally she had tried to create an interest in life for her, and she had succeeded entirely too well. And then in the panic she must have gone to Peter Morrison and explained the situation, and Peter must have agreed to take over the correspondence. One by one, things that had puzzled her about the letters and about the whole affair began to grow clear. She even saw how Linda, having friendly association with no man save Peter, would naturally use him for a model. The trouble was that, with her gift of penetration and insight and her facility with her pen, she had overdone the matter. She had not imitated Peter, she had been Peter. Marian arose suddenly. She went home, locked the door, and one after another she read the letters that had piqued, amused, comforted, and finally intrigued her. They were brilliant letters, charming, appealing letters, and yet, with knowledge concerning them, Marian wondered how she could have failed to appreciate in the beginning that they were from Linda. "It goes to prove," she said at last, "how hungry the human heart is for love and sympathy, and that poor kid, what she must have suffered when she went to Peter for help. And if, as Mr. Snow thinks, he cares for her, how he must have suffered before he agreed to help her, as no doubt he did. What I have to do is to find some way out of the situation that will relieve Linda's anxiety and at least partially save my face. I shall have to take a few days to work it out. Luckily, I haven't answered my last letter. When I find out what I really want to say, then I will be very careful how I say it. I don't just exactly relish having my letters turned over to Peter Morrison, but possibly I can think of some way I must think, of some way to make them feel that I have not been any more credulous than they." While she thought, both Linda and Peter were doing much thinking on the same subject. Linda's heart was full of gratitude to Peter for helping her out of her very disagreeable situation. Peter had not yet opened the packet of letters lying on his table. He had a sickening distaste for the whole transaction. He had thought that he would wait until he received the first letter he was to answer. If it gave him sufficient foundation in itself for the answer, he would not be forced to search further. He had smoked many pipes on this decision. After the visit of Mr. Snow, Peter had seen a great light and had decided, from the mood and the attitude of that gentleman after his interview with Katie, that he very likely would be equal to any complication that might arise when he reached San Francisco. Mulling over the situation one day, Peter said reflectively to the spring, which was very busy talking to him, I am morally certain that this matter has resolved itself into a situation that closely resembles the bootblack's apple. They ain't going to be any core. I am reasonably certain that I never shall have a letter to answer. In a few days probably I shall be able to turn back that packet to Linda without having opened it. To make up for the perturbation which had resulted in failure in class and 2 weeks of work that represented her worst appearances in high school history, Linda, her mind freed from the worry over Marion's plans and her heart calmer over the fiasco in trying to comfort her, devoted herself absorbingly to her lessons and to the next magazine article that she must finish. She had decided that it was time to write on the subject of Indian confections. Her first spare minute she and Katie must busy themselves working out the most delicious cactus candy possible. Then they could try the mesquite candy. No doubt she could evolve the delicious gum from the mesquite and the incense plant. She knew she could from the willow milkweed, and under the head of sweets an appetizing jelly from manzanita. There were delightful drinks too, from the manzanita and the chia. And better than either, the lemonade berry would serve this purpose. She had not experimented to an authoritative extent with the desert pickles, and among drinks she might use the tea made from blue-eye grass brewed by the Indians for feverish conditions, and there was a whole world of interest to open up in differing seeds and berries, parched or boiled for food. And there were the seeds that were ground for mush, like the thistle sage, and the mock orange, which was food and soap also, and the wild sunflowers that were parched for meal, and above all, the acorns. She could see that her problem was not going to be one of difficulty in securing sufficient material for her book. It would be how to find time to gather all these things and put them through the various processes and combinations necessary to make edible dishes from them. It would mean a long summer of interesting and absorbing work for her and for Katie. Much of it could not be done until the summer was far advanced and the seeds and the berries were ripe. She could rely on Donald to help her search for the material. With only herself and Katie in the family, they could give much of their time to the work. Where Katie will rebel, said Linda to herself, is when it comes to gathering sufficient seeds and parching them to make these meal and mush dishes. She will call it fiddlin' business. She shall be propitiated with a new dress and a beautiful bonnet, and she shall go with me frequently to the fields. The old dear loves to ride. First thing I do, I'll call at the bank again and have our affairs properly straightened and settled there in the light of the letter Daddy left me. Then I done shall have money to get all the furniture and the rugs and things we truly need. I'll repaint the kitchen and get Katie some new cooking utensils to gladden her soul. And Saturday I must make my trip with Donald account for something worthwhile on the book. All these plans were feasible. What Linda had to do was to accomplish them, and this she proceeded to do in a swift and businesslike manner. She soon reached the place where the whole house with the exception of Eileen's suite had been gone over, freshened, and refurnished to her liking. The guest room furniture had been moved to her rejuvenated room. On the strength of her returns from the book she had disposed of her furniture and was finding much girlish delight in occupying a beautiful room, daintily decorated, comfortably furnished with pieces of her own selection. As she and Katie stood looking over their work when everything was ready for her first night of occupancy, Katie had said to her, "It's just right and proper, Lambie. It's just the way it ought to be. And now say the word and let me clean out Eileen's shoeit and get it ready for Miss Marion, so she would drop down unexpected she would find we was good as our word." "All right," said Linda, "And what am I to do with the stuff?" inquired Katy. "Katy, my dear," said Linda with a dry laugh, "you'll think I am foolish, but I have the queerest feeling concerning those things. I can't feel that Eileen has done with them. I can't feel that she will never want them again. I can't feel that they should go to some second-hand basement. Pack all of her clothing that you can manage in her trunk, and put it in the garret, and what the trunk won't hold pack in a tight box, and put that in the garret also. She hasn't written me a line. She has sent me no address. I don't know what to do, but, as I have said before, I am going to save the things at least a year, and see whether someday Eileen won't." Think of something she wants to do with them. Clean the rooms, and I will order Marian's things sent. According to these arrangements, it was only a few days until Linda wrote Marian that her room was ready for her, and that any time she desired to come and take possession, she could test the lovingness of the welcome that awaited her by becoming intimately acquainted with it. Marian answered the letter immediately. She said that she was planning to come very soon to test that welcome. She longed for the quiet of the valley, for its cool, clean, wild air. She was very tired. She needed rest. She thought she would love the new home they were offering her. Then came two amazing paragraphs. "The other day Dana and I went into one of the big cafes in the city to treat ourselves to a taste of the entertainment with which the people of wealth regale themselves. We had wandered and laughingly jesting about what we should order, and ran into Eileen in the company of her aunt and uncle and a very flashy and loudly dressed young man, evidently a new suitor of Eileen's. I don't think Eileen wanted to introduce us, and yet she acted like a person ravenous for news of her home and friends. She did introduce us, and immediately her ponderous uncle took possession of us. It seems that the man is a brother of Eileen's mother. Linda, he is big and gross. He is everything that a man of nice perceptions would not be, but he does love Eileen. He is trying conscientiously to please her. His wife is the kind of person who would marry that kind of man and think everything he said and did was right. And the suitor, my dear, was the kind of man who could endure that kind of people. Eileen was almost, if not quite, the loveliest thing I ever have seen. She was plain, she was simple, but it was the costly simplicity of extravagance. Ye gods, but she had pearls of the size she had always wanted. She tried with all her might to be herself, but she knows me well enough to know what I would think and what I would write to you concerning. The conditions under which I met her, we were simply forced to lunch with them. We could only nibble at the too rich, too highly seasoned food set before us. And I noticed that Eileen nibbled also. She is not going to grow fat and waddle and redden her nose. But, my dear, back deep in her eyes and in the curve of her lips and in the tone of her voice there were such disappointment and discontent as I never have seen in any woman. She could not suppress them. She could not conceal them. There was nothing on earth she could do but sit quietly and endure. They delivered us at our respective offices, leaving both of us dates on which to visit them, but neither of us intends to call on them. Eileen's face was a tragedy when her uncle insisted on making the arrangements. I can at least spare her that. And now, my dear, life is growing so full and my time is so taken with my work at the office and with my widening friendships with Dana and her friends and with Mr. Snow that I really feel I have not time to go farther with our. Anonymous correspondence. It is all I can do to find time to write you letters such as the one I am writing. I have done my best to play up to what you expected of me, and I think I have succeeded in fooling you quite as much as you have felt that you were fooling me. But, Linda dear, I want you always to know that I appreciate the spirit in which you began this thing. I know why you did it, and I shall always love you a trifle more for your thought of me and your effort to tide over the very dark days you knew I would be facing in San Francisco. I think, dear friend of mine, that I have had my share of dark days. I think there is very beautiful sunlight ahead for me. And by I hope to come into happiness that maybe is even more than my share. I am coming to see you soon, and then I will tell you all about it. There was more of the letter, but at that point Linda made one headlong rush for the Bearcat. She took the curve on two wheels and almost ran into the mountain face behind the garage before she could slow down. Then she set the cat screaming wildly for Peter. As he came up to the car, she leaned toward him, shaking with excitement. "Peter," she cried, "have you opened that packet of letters yet?" "No," said Peter, "I have not." "Then give them to me quickly, Peter," said Linda. Peter rushed into the garage and brought out the packet. Linda caught it in both hands and dropped it in her lap. "Well, thank God," she said devoutly. "And, Peter, the joke's on me. Marian knew I was writing those letters all the time, and she just pretended that she cared for them to make the game interesting for me. And when she had so many friends and so much to do, she hadn't time for them any longer. Then she pretended that she was getting awfully in earnest in order to stop me, and she did." "Stop me all right." Linda's face was a small panorama of conflicting emotions as she appealed to Peter. "Peter," she said in a quivering voice, "you can testify that she stopped me properly, can't you, Peter?" Peter tried to smile. He was older than Linda, and he was thinking swiftly, intently. "Yes, kid," he said with utmost corroboration. "Yes, kid, she stopped you, but I can't see that it was necessary, literally to scare the life out of you till she had you at the point where you were thinking of taking off from a mountain or into the sea. Did you really mean that, Linda?" Linda relaxed suddenly. She sank back into the deeply padded seat of the Bear. Cat. A look of fright and entreaty swept into her dark eyes. "Yes, Peter, I did mean it," she said with finality. "I couldn't have lived if I had hurt Marian irreparably. She has been hurt so much already. And, Peter, it was awfully nice of you to wait about reading these letters. Even if she only did it for a joke, I think Marian would rather that you had not read them. Now I'll go back home and begin to work in earnest on the headpiece of How to Grow Good Citizens. And I quite agree with you, Peter, that the oath of allegiance, citizenship, and the title to a piece of real estate are the prime requisites. People have no business coming to our country to earn money that they intend to carry away, to invest in the development and the strengthening of some other country that may someday be our worst enemy. I have not found out yet how to say it in a 4 by 12-inch strip, but by the time I have read the article aloud to my skylight along about 10 tonight, I'll get an inspiration. I am sure I shall. "Of course you will," said Peter. "But don't worry about it, dear. Don't lose sleep. Take things slower. Give time for a little more flesh to grow on your bones. And don't forget that while you're helping Donald to keep at the head of his classes, it's your first job to keep at the head of your own." "Thank you," said Linda. "How is the dream coming?" "Beautifully," said Peter. "One of these days you're going to come rushing around the boulders and down the side of the building to find all this debris cleared away and the place for a lawn leveled. I am fighting down every possible avenue of expertise on the building in the effort to save money to make the brook run and the road wind where you have indicated that you want them to follow you." Linda looked at Peter while a queer, reflective light gathered in her eyes. At last she said soberly, "Well, I don't know, Peter, that you should make them so very personal to me as all that." "Why not?" asked Peter casually. "Since there is no one else, why not?" Linda released the clutch and started the car. She backed in front of the garage and turned. She was still thinking deeply as she stopped. Once again she extended a hand to Peter. "Thank you 1,000 times for not reading these letters, Peter," she said. "I can't express how awfully fine I think it is of you. And if it's all right with you, perhaps there's not any real reason why you should not run that brook and drive that road the way I think they should go. Somebody is going to design them. Why shouldn't I if it pleases you to have me?" "It pleases me very greatly," said Peter, "more than anything else I can think of in all the world at this minute." And then he did a thing that he had done once or twice before. He bent back Linda's fingers and left another kiss in the palm of her hand, and then he closed her fingers very tightly over it. Chapter 31. The End of Donald's Contest. The middle of the week, Linda had told Katy that she intended stocking up the bear cat for 3 and that she would take her along on the next Saturday's trip to her canyon kitchen. It was a day upon which she had planned to gather greens, vegetables, and roots and prepare a dinner wholly from the wild. She was fairly sure exactly where in nature she would find the material she wanted, but she knew that the search would be long and tiring. It would be jolly to have Katy to help her prepare the lunch. It would please Katy immensely to be taken, and the original thing she said in her quaint Irish brogue greatly amused Donald. The arrangement had been understood among them for some time, so they all started on their journey filled with happy expectations. They closed the house and the garage carefully. Linda looked over the equipment of the Bearcat minutely, making sure that her field axe, saw, knives, and her field glasses were in place. Because more food than usual was to be prepared in the kitchen, they took along a nest of cooking vessels and a broiler. They found Donald waiting before either of them were ready, and in great glee, with much laughing and many jests, they rolled down the valley in the early morning. They drove to the kitchen, spread their blankets, set up their table, and arranged a small circular opening for their day's occupancy. While Katy and Linda were busy with these affairs, Donald took the axe and collected a big heap of wood. Then they left Katy to burn the wood and have a deep bed of coals ready while they started out to collect from the canyon walls, the foot of the mountains, and the nearby desert the materials they would use for their dinner. Just where the desert began to climb the mountain, Linda had for a long time watched a big bed of a mole. Donald used the shovel, she the hatchet, and soon they had brought to the surface such a quantity that Donald protested. "But I have 2 uses for them today," explained Linda. "They must serve for potatoes and they have to furnish our meat." "Oh, I get you," said Donald. "I have always been crazy to try that." So he began to dig again enthusiastically. "Now I'll tell you what I think we had better do," said Linda. "We will skirmish around this side of the mountain and find a very nice tender yucca shoot, and then we'll take these back to Katy and let her bury them in the ashes and keep up the fire while we forage for the remainder of our wild Indian feast." Presently they found a yucca head that Linda said was exactly right, a delicate pink, thicker than her wrist and 2 feet in length. With this and the amole, they ran back to Katy. She knew how to prepare the amole for roasting. Linda gave her a few words of instruction concerning the yucca. Then from the interior of the bearcat, she drew a tightly rolled section of wire window screening. Just where a deep, wide pool narrowed at a rocky defile, they sank the screening, jammed it well to the bottom, fastened it tight at the sides and against the current side of it. They threw leaves, grass, chunks of moss, any debris they could gather that would make a temporary dam. Then, standing on one side with her field knife, Linda began to slice the remainder of the amole very thin and to throw it over the surface of the pool. On the other, Donald pounded the big, juicy bulbs to pulp and scattered it broadcast over the water. Linda instructed Katy to sit on the bank with a long-handled landing net, and whenever a trout arose, to snatch it out as speedily as possible, being careful not to take more than they would require. Then the two youngsters, exhilarated with youth, with living, with the joy of friendship, with the lore of the valley, with the heady intoxication of the salt breeze and the gold of the sunshine, climbed into the bearcat and went rolling through the canyon and out to the valley on the far side. Here they gathered the tenderest heart-shoots of the lupin until Linda said they had enough. Then, to a particular spot that she knew on the desert, they hurried for the enlarged stems of the desert trumpet, which was to serve that day for an appetizer in the stead of pickles. Here, too, they filled a bucket from the heart of a big bisnaga cactus as a basis for their drink. Among Catherine O'Donovan's cooking utensils there was a box of delicious cactus candy made from the preserved and sun-dried heart meat of this same fruit, which was to serve as their confection. On the way back they stopped at the bridge and gathered cress for their salad. When they returned to Katy, she had 5 fine trout lying in the shade, and with more experienced eyes and a more skillful hand, Linda in a few minutes doubled this number. Then they tore out the dam, rinsed the screen, and spread it over a rock to dry. While Donald scaled the fish, Linda put the greens to cook, prepared the salad, and set the table. Once, as he worked under her supervision, Linda said to Donald, "Now about bread, kid. There's not going to be any bread, because the Indians did not have it when they lived the way we are living today. When you reach the place where your left hand feels empty without a piece of bread in it, just butter up." Another amole and try it. It will serve the same purpose as bread and be much better for the inner man. "If you would let me skin these fish," said Donald, "I could do it much faster and make a better job of it." "But you shouldn't skin them. You want the skin to hold the meat together when it begins to cook tender, and you should be able to peel it off and discard it if it burns or gets smoky in the cooking. It's a great concession to clean them as we do. The Indians cooked them in the all together and ate the meat from the bones." "Oh, my tummy," said Donald. "I always thought there was some dark secret about the Indians." Linda sat on a rock opposite him and clasped her hands around her knees. She looked at him meditatively. "Did you?" she asked. "Suppose you revise that opinion. Our North American Indians in their original state were as fine as any peoples that ever have been discovered, the round of the globe. My grandfather came into intimate contact with them in the early days, and he said that their religion, embracing the idea of a great spirit to whom they were responsible for their deeds here, and a happy hunting ground to which they went as a reward for decent living, was as fine as any religion that ever has been practiced by people of any nation. Immorality was unknown among them. Family ties were formed, and they were binding. They loved their children and reared them carefully. They were hearty and healthful. Until the introduction of whiskey and what we are pleased to term civilized methods of living, very few of them died save from war or old age. They were free. They were happy. The moping, lazy, diseased creature that you find sleeping in the sun around the reservations is a product of our civilization. Nice! Commentary on civilization, isn't it? For heaven's sake, Linda, said Donald. Don't start any big brainstorming trains of thought today. Grant me repose. I have overworked my brain for a few months past until I know only one thing for certain. All right then, me lad, this is the time for the big secret, said Linda. I just happened to be in the assembly room on some business of my own last Thursday afternoon when my sessions were over, and I overheard your professor in trigonometry tell a man I did not know, who seemed to be a friend visiting him, that the son of Judge Whiting was doing the finest work that ever had been done in any of the Los Angeles high schools, and that undoubtedly you were going to graduate with higher honors than any other boy ever had from that school. Donald sat thinking this over. He absently lifted an elbow and wiped the tiny scales from his face with his shirt sleeve. Young woman, he said solemnly, them things what you're saying, are they cross your heart, honest to goodness, so help you, truth, or are they the fruit of a perfervid imagination? Linda shook her head vigorously. "De trut, kid," she said, "de gospel trut. You have the jab going properly. He can't stop you now. You have fought your good fight, and you have practically won it. All you have to do is to carry on till the middle of June, and you're it." "I wish Dad knew," said Donald in a low voice. "The judge does know," said Linda heartily. "It wasn't 15 minutes after I heard that till I had him on the telephone repeating it as fast as I could repeat. Come to think of it, haven't you noticed a particularly cocky set of his head and the corksome lightness about his heels during the past few days?" "By Jove, he has been happy about something," said Donald. "And I noticed that Louise and the mater were sort of cheery in making a specialty of the only son and brother." "Sure, brother, sure," said Linda. "Hurry up and scrape those fish and let's scamper down the canyon merely for the joy of flying with wings on our feet. You're it, young man, just it." Donald was sitting on a boulder. On another in front of him, he was operating on the trout. His hands were soiled, his hair was tousled, he was fairly well decorated with fine scales. He looked at Linda appealingly. "Am I it with you, Linda?" he asked soberly. "Sure you are," said Linda. "You're the best friend I have. Will you write to me when I go to college this fall?" "Why, you couldn't keep me from it," said Linda. "I'll have so many things to tell you. And when your first vacation comes, we'll make it a hummer. I know Dad won't let me come home for my holidays except for the midsummer ones," said Donald soberly. "It would take most of the time there would be of the short holidays to travel back and forth." "You will have to go very carefully about getting the start," said Linda. "And you should be careful to find the right kind of friends at the very start. Christmas and Thanksgiving boxes can always be sent on time to reach you. It won't be so long for you as for us. And by the time you have Okaseye beaten to revellings, you will have such a perfect habit that you will start right in with the beaten idea. That should keep you fairly busy because most of the men you come up against will be beaters themselves." "Yes, I know," said Donald. "Are you going to start me to college with the idea that I have to keep up this beating habit? If I were to be one of 50 or 100, wouldn't that be good enough?" "Why, sure," said Linda, "if you will be satisfied with having me like 50 or 100 as well as I do you." "Oh, damn," said Donald angrily. "Do I have to keep up this top crust business all my days?" Linda looked at him with a queer smile on her lips. "Not unless you want to, Donald," she said quietly. "Not unless you think you would rather." Donald scraped a fish vigorously. Linda sat watching him. Presently, the tense lines around his eyes vanished. A faint red crept up his neck and settled on his left cheekbone. A confused grin slowly widened his naturally wide mouth. "Then it's me for the top crust." he said conclusively. Then it's me for you, answered Linda in equally as matter-of-fact tones. And rising, she gathered up the fish and carried them to Katy, while Donald knelt beside the chilly stream and scoured his face and hands, after which Linda whipped away the scales with an improvised brush of willow twigs. It was such a wonderful day. It was such an unusual and delicious feast. Plump brook trout, fresh from icy water, delicately broiled over searing wood coals, are the finest of food. Through the meal to the point where Donald lay on his back at the far curve of the canyon wall, nibbling a piece of cactus candy, everything had been perfect. 9 months would be a long time to be gone, but Linda would wait for him, and she would write to him. He raised his head on his elbow and called across to her. "Say, Linda, how often will you write to me?" Linda answered promptly, "Every Saturday night. Saturday is our day." "I'll tell." You. What has happened all the week? I'll tell you specially what a darned unprofitable day Saturday is when you're 3,000 miles away. Bending over the canyon fireplace, her face red with heat and exertion, Catherine O'Donovan caught up her poker and beat up the fire until the ashes flew. "Easy, Katy, easy," cautioned Linda. "We may want to bury those coals and resurrect them to warm up what is left for supper." "We'll do no such thing," said Katy promptly. "What remains goes to feed the fish. Next time it's hungry ye are, we're going to hit it straight to Lilac Valley and fill ourselves with God's own bread and beefsteak and paratees. Don't ye think we're going to be attend these hay-thin messes twice in one day?" To herself she was saying, "The sooner I get you home to Pater Morrison, missy." The better I'll be satisfied. Once she stood erect, her hands at her belt, her elbows widespread, and with narrowed eyes watched the youngsters. Her lips were closed so tightly they wrinkled curiously as she turned back to the fireplace. "Neither one of them fool kids has come to yet," she said to herself, "and the mighty good thing it is that they haven't." Linda was looking speculatively at Donald as he lay stretched on the Indian blanket at the base of the cliff. And then, because she was forever busy with nature, her eyes strayed above him up the side of the cliff, noting the vegetation, the scarred rocks, the sheer beauty of the canyon wall until they reached the top. Then, for no reason at all, she sat looking steadily at a huge boulder overhanging the edge of the cliff, and she was wondering how many ages it had hung there and how many more it would hang, poised almost in air, when a tiny pebble at its base loosened and came rattling and bounding down the canyon face. Every nerve in Linda tensed. She opened her mouth, but not a sound came. For a breathless second she was paralyzed. Then she shrieked wildly, "Donald! Donald! Roll under the ledge! Quick! Quick!" She turned to Katy. "Back, Katy, back!" she screamed. "That boulder is loose. It's coming down." For months, Donald Whiting had obeyed Linda implicitly and instantly. He had moved with almost invisible speed at her warning many times before. Sometimes it had been a venomous snake, sometimes a yucca bayonet, sometimes poison vines, again unsafe footing. In each case, instant obedience had been the rule. He did not question why at her warning. He instantly did as he was told. He, too, had noticed the falling pebble. With all the agility of which he was capable, he rolled onto the narrow projecting ledge above him. Catherine O'Donovan was a good soldier also. She whirled and ran to the roadway. She had barely reached it when, with a grinding crash, down came the huge boulder, carrying bushes, smaller rocks, sand, and debris with it. On account of its weight, it fell straight, struck heavily, and buried itself in the earth exactly on the spot upon which Donald had been lying. Linda raised terrified eyes to the top of the wall. For one instant, a dark object appeared over it and then drew back. Without thought for herself, Linda rushed to the boulder and, kneeling, tried to see back of it. "Donald!" she cried. "Donald, are you all right?" "Guess I am, unless it hit one foot pretty hard. Feels fast." "Can you get out?" she cried, beginning to tear with her hands at the stone and the bushes where she thought his head would be. "I'm fast, but I'm all right," he panted. "Why the devil did that thing hang there?" "For ages and then come down on me today." "Yes, why did it?" gasped Linda. "Donald, I must leave you a minute. I've got to know if I saw a head peer over just as that stone came down." "Be careful what you do," he cried after her. Linda sprang to her feet and rushed to the car. She caught out the field glasses and threw the strap over her head as she raced to the far side of the fireplace where the walls were not so sheer. Catherine O'Donovan promptly seized the axe, caught its carrying strap lying beside it, thrust the handle through, swung it over her own head, dropped it between her shoulders, and ripping off her dress skirt, she started up the cliff after Linda. Linda was climbing so swiftly and so absorbedly that she reached the top before she heard a sound behind her. Then she turned with a white face, and her mouth dropped open as she saw Katy 3/4 of the way up the cliff. For 1 second, she was again stiff with terror. Then, feeling she could do nothing, she stepped back out of sight and waited a second until Katy's red head and redder face appeared over the edge. Realizing that her authority was of no avail, that Katy would follow her no matter where she went or what she did, and with no time to argue, Linda simply called to her encouragingly, "Follow where I go. Take your time. Hang tight, old dear. It's dangerous." She started around the side of the mountain, heading almost straight upward, traveling as swiftly and as noiselessly as possible. Over big boulders on precarious footing, clinging to bushes, they made their way until they reached a place that seemed to be sheer above them. Certainly it was for hundreds of feet below. On a point of rock screened by overhanging bushes, Linda paused until Katy overtook her. "We are about stalled," she panted. "Find a good footing and stay where you are." "I'm going to climb out on these bushes and see if I can get a view of the mountainside." Advancing a few yards, Linda braced herself, drew around her glasses, and began searching the side of the mountain opposite her and below, as far as she could range with the glasses. At last she gave up. "Must have gone the other way," she said to Katy. "I'll crawl back to you. We'll go after help and get Donald out. There will be time enough to examine the cliff afterward, but I am just as sure now as I will be when it is examined that that stone was purposely loosened to a degree where a slight push would drop it. As Donald says, there's no reason why it should hang there for centuries and fall on him today. Shut your eyes, old dear, and back up. We must go to Donald. I rather think it's on one of his feet from what he said. Let me take one more good look." At that minute, from high on the mountain above them, a shower of sand and pebbles came rattling down. Linda gave Katy one terrified look. "My God," she panted, "he's coming down right above us." Just how Linda recrossed the bushes and reached Katy she did not know. She motioned for her to make her way back as they had come. Katy planted her feet squarely upon the rock. Her lower jaw shot out. Her eyes were aflame. She stood perfectly still, with the exception of motioning Linda to crowd back under the bushes, and again Linda realized that she had no authority, As she had done from childhood when Katy was in earnest, Linda obeyed her. She had barely reached the overhanging bushes, crouched under them, and straightened herself, when a small avalanche came showering down, and a minute later a pair of feet were level with her head. Then, screened by the bushes, she could have reached out and touched Okasai, as his feet found a solid resting place on the ledge on which Linda and Katy stood, and while he was still clinging to the bushes, Catherine O'Donovan advanced upon him. He had felt that his feet were firm, let go his hold, and turned when he faced the infuriated Irishwoman. She had pulled the strap from around her neck, slipped the axe from it, and with a strong thrust she planted the head of it against Okasai's chest so hard that she almost fell forward. The Jap plunged backward among the bushes, the roots of which had supported Linda while she used the glasses. Then he fell, sliding among them, snatching wildly. Linda gripped the overhanging growth behind which she had been screened and leaned forward. "He has a hold. He is coming back up, Katy," she cried. Katy took another step forward. She looked over the cliff down an appalling depth of hundreds of feet. Deliberately she raised the axe, circled it round her head, and brought it down upon that particular branch to which Okasai was. Clinging, she cut it through, and the axe rang upon the stone wall behind it. As she swayed forward, Linda reached out, gripped Katy, and pulled her back. "Get him," she asked tersely, as if she were speaking of a rat or a rattlesnake. Katy sank back limply against the wall. Linda slowly turned her around, and as she faced the rock, squeezed tight against it. "Shut your eyes and keep a stiff upper lip," she cautioned. "I'm going to work around you. I want to be ahead of you." She squeezed past Katy, secured the axe and hung it round her own neck. She cautioned Katy to keep her eyes shut and follow where she led her. Then they started on their way back. Linda did not attempt to descend the sheer wall by which they had climbed, but making a detour she went lower, and in a very short time they were back in the kitchen. Linda rushed to the boulder and knelt again, but she could get no response to her questions. Evidently Donald's foot was caught, and he was unconscious from the pain. Squeezing as close as she could, she thrust her arm under the ledge until she could feel his head. Then she went to the other side, and there she could see that his right foot was pinned under the rock. She looked at Katy reassuringly. Then she took off the axe and handed it to her. "He's alive," she said. "Can't kill a healthy youngster to have a crushed foot. You stand guard until I take the bear-cat and bring help. It's not far to where I can find people." At full speed, Linda put the cat through the stream and out of the canyon until she reached cultivated land, where she found a man who would gather other men and start to the rescue. She ran on until she found a house with a telephone. There she called Judge Whiting, telling him to bring an ambulance and a surgeon, giving him explicit directions as to where to come, and assuring him that Donald could not possibly be seriously hurt. She found time to urge also that before starting he set in motion any precautions he had taken for Donald's protection. She told him where she thought what remained of Okasai could be found, and then, as naturally and as methodically as she had done all the rest, she called Peter Morrison and told him that she was in trouble and where he could find her. And because Peter had many miles less distance to travel than the other she had summoned, he arrived first. He found Linda and Katy had burrowed under the stone until they had made an opening into which the broken foot might sink so that the pain of the pressure would be relieved. Before the rock, with picks and shovels, half a dozen sympathetic farmers from ranches and cultivated land at the mouth of the canyon were digging furiously to make an opening undermining the boulder so that it could be easily tipped forward. Donald was conscious, and they had been passing water to him and encouraging him with the report that his father and a good surgeon would be there very soon. Catherine O'Donovan had crouched at one side of the boulder, supporting the hurt foot. She was breathing heavily, and her usually red face was a ghastly green. Linda had helped her to resume the skirt of her dress. At the other side of the rock, the girl was reaching to where she could touch Donald's head or reassuringly grip the hand that he could extend to her. Peter seized Linda's axe and began hewing at the earth and rock in order to help in the speedy removal of the huge boulder. Soon Judge Whiting, accompanied by Dr. Fleming, the city's greatest surgeon, came roaring into the canyon and stopped on the roadway when he saw the party. The judge sprang from the car, leaped the stream, and started toward them. In an effort to free his son before his arrival, all the men braced themselves against the face of the cliff and pushed with their combined strength. The boulder dropped forward into the trench they had dug for it, enough to allow Peter to crowd his body between it and the cliff and lift Donald's head and shoulders. Linda instantly ran around the boulder, pushed her way in, and carefully lifting Donald's feet, she managed to work the lithe slenderness of her body through the opening so that they carried Donald out and laid him down in the open. He was considerably dazed and shaken, cruelly hurt, but proved himself a game youngster of the right mettle. He raised himself to a sitting posture, managing a rather stiff-lipped smile for his father and Linda. The surgeon instantly began cutting to reach the hurt foot, while Peter Morrison supported the boy's head and shoulders on one side, his father on the other. An exclamation of dismay broke from the surgeon's lips. He looked at Judge Whiting and nodded slightly. The men immediately picked up Donald and carried him to the ambulance. Catherine O'Donovan sat down suddenly and buried her face in the skirt of her dress. Linda laid a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Don't, Katie," she said. "Keep up your nerve. You're all right, old dear. Donald's fine. That doesn't mean anything except that his foot is broken, so he won't be able, and it won't be necessary for him to endure the pain of setting it in a cast without an anesthetic, and Dr. Fleming can work much better where he has every convenience. It's all right." The surgeon climbed into the ambulance and they started on an emergency run to the hospital. As the car turned and squeaked down the canyon, for no reason that she could have explained, Linda began to shake until her teeth clicked. Peter Morrison sprang back across the brook, and running to her side, he put his arm around her, and with one hand he pressed her head against his shoulder, covering her face. "Steady, Linda," he said quietly. "Steady. You know that he is all right. It will only be a question of a short confinement." Linda made a brave effort to control herself. She leaned against Peter and held out both her hands. "I'm all right," she chattered. "Give me a minute." Judge Whiting came to them. "I am getting away immediately," he said. "I must reach Louise and Mother before they get word of this. Dr. Fleming will take care of Donald all right. What happened, Linda? Can you tell me?" Linda opened her lips and tried to speak, but she was too breathless, too full of excitement to be coherent. To her amazement, Catherine O'Donovan scrambled to her feet, lifted her head, and faced the judge. She pointed to the fireplace. "I was right there, busy with me cooking utensils," she said. "Miss Linda was a-sittin' on that exact spot. They just haven't finished ottin' some of her hay-thin messes, and the lad was linen square where the boulder struck on the Indian blanket atin a pace of cactus candy. And just one pebble came rattling down, but Miss Linda happened to be lookin', and she scrammed to the bill to be rollin' under where you found him, so he gave a flop or two, and it's well that he took his orders without waitin' to ask Raisin for them, for if he had at the present minute he would be about as thick as a shade of writing paper." The thing dropped clear and straight and drove itself into the earth and stone below it, as ye see." Catherine O'Donovan paused. "Yes," said the judge. "Anything else?" Miss Linda got to him and she made sure he had breath and space and he wasn't hurt bad, and then she told him he had got to stand it because sitting where she did, she faced the cliff and she thought she had seen someone. She took the telescope and started climbing, and I took the axe and I started climbing after her. Katie broke down and emitted a weird Irish howl. Linda instantly braced herself, threw her arms around Katie, and drew her head to her shoulder. She looked at Judge Whiting and began to talk. "I can show you where she followed me, straight up the face of the canyon almost," she said. And she never had tried to climb a canyon side for a yard either, but she came up and over after me like a cat, and up there on a small ledge, Okasaya came down directly above us. I couldn't be mistaken. I saw him plainly. I know him by sight as well as I do any of you. We heard the stones coming down before him and we knew someone was going to be on us who was desperate enough to kill. When he touched our level and turned to follow the ledge we were on, I pushed him over." Katie shook off Linda's protecting arm and straightened suddenly. "Why, ye darned little fool, ye!" she screamed. "Ye never told a lie before and all." Your days. Judge Whiting, I had the axe round me neck by the climbin' strap, and I got it in me fingers when we heard the cratur comin', and against his chist I set it, and I gave him a shove that sent him over. Like a cat, he was a clean and climbin', and when I saw him comin' up on us with that awful face of his, I just swung the axe like I do when I'm rejoicin' a pace of eucalyptus to fireplace size, and whack! I took the branch supportin' him, and a dome good axe I spoiled doin' it. Katie folded her arms, lifted her chin higher than it ever had been before, and glared defiance at the judge. "Now go on," she said, "and decide what you'll do to me for it." The judge reached over and took both Catherine O'Donovan's hands in a firm grip. "You brave woman," he said. "If it lay in my power, I would give you the Carnegie Medal. In any event, I will see that you have a good bungalow with plenty of shamrock on each side of your front path, and a fair income to keep you comfortable when the rheumatic days are upon you." "I am no overfeeder," said Katie proudly. "I'm daily exercisin' me muscles enough to kape them young. The rheumatism I'll not have. And neither will I have the house nor the income. I've saved me money. I've an income of me own." "And as for the bungalow," interrupted Linda, "Catherine, as I have mentioned frequently before, is my father and my mother and my whole family, and her front door is mine." "Sure," said Katie proudly. "When these two fine people before you set up their hearthstone, a swappin' it I'll be, and carin' for their youngsters. But Judge, I would like a bit of the shamrock. You might be sendin' me a start of that, if it would place your honor." Judge Whiting looked intently at Catherine O'Donovan, and then, as if they had been on the witness stand, he looked searchingly at Linda. But Linda was too perturbed, too accustomed to Katie's extravagant nonsense, even to notice the purport of what she had said. Then the judge turned his attention to Peter Morrison and realized that at least one of the parties to Catherine's proposed hearthstone had understood and heartily endorsed her proposal. "I will have to be going. The boy and his mother will need me," he said. "I will see all of you later." Then he sprang across the brook and sent his car roaring down the canyon after the ambulance. Once more Katie sank to the ground. Linda looked at her as she buried her face and began to wail. "Peter," she said quietly, "hunt our belongings and pack them in the Bearcat the best you can. Excuse us for a few minutes. We must get this out of our systems." Gravely, she sat down beside Katy, laid her head on her shoulder, and began to cry very nearly as energetically as Katy herself. And that was the one thing which was most effective in restoring Katy's nerves. Tears were such an unaccustomed thing with Linda that Katy controlled herself speedily so that she might be better able to serve the girl. In a few minutes, Katy had reduced her emotions to a dry sniffle. She lifted her head, groped for her pocket, and being unable to find it for the very good reason that she was sitting upon it, she used her gingham hem as a handkerchief. Once she had risen to the physical effort of wiping her eyes, she regained calmness rapidly. The last time she applied the hem, she looked at Peter. But addressed the Almighty in resigned tones. "There, Lord, I guess that will do." In a few minutes she was searching the kitchen, making sure that no knives, spoons, or cooking utensils were lost. Missing her support, Linda sat erect and endeavored to follow Katy's example. Her eyes met Peter's, and when she saw that his shoulders were shaking, a dry, hysterical laugh possessed her. "Yes, Katy," she panted. "That will do, and remember the tears we are shedding are over Donald's broken foot. And because this may interfere with his work, though I don't think it will for long." "When I cry," said Katy tersely, "I cry because I feel like it. I wasn't whopping over the snake that plan a death like that for anyone." Katy waved toward the boulder, and neither was I wasting me tears over the fruit of a kid being jummed up a trifle. "Well then, Katy," asked Linda tremulously, "why were you crying?" "Well, there's times," said Katy judicially, "when me spirits tell me I would be the better for letting off a wee bit of steam, and one of them times having arrived, I just bowed me head to it, as is in accordance with the makings of me. Far be it from me to be flying in the face of Providence and saying I won't, when all me interior disposition says to me, ye will." "And now, Linda," said Peter, "can you tell us why you were crying?" "Why, I think," said Linda, "that Katy has explained sufficiently for both of us. It was merely time for us to howl after such fearful nerve strain, so we howled." "Well, that's all right," said Peter. "Now I'll tell you something. If you had gone away in that ambulance to an anesthetic and an operation, no wildcat that ever indulged in a hunger hunt through this canyon could have put up a howl equal to the one that I would have sent up." "Peter," said Linda, "there is nothing funny about this. It's no tame for jest. But do men have nerves? Would you really?" "Of course I would," said Peter. "No, you wouldn't," contradicted Linda. "You just say that because you want to comfort us for having broken down instead of trying to tease us as most men would." "He would too," said Katy, starting to the Bearcat with a load of utensils. "Now come on. Let's go home and be getting claned up and ready for what's going to happen to us. Will they be jailing us, belike, Miss Linda?" Linda looked at Peter questioningly. "No," he said quietly. "It is very probable that the matter never will be mentioned to you again unless Judge Whiting gets hold of some clue that he wishes to use as an argument against mature Japs being admitted in the same high school classes with our clean, decent young Americans. They stopped that in the grades several years ago, I am told. Before they could start back to Lilac Valley, a car stopped in the canyon, and a couple of men introducing themselves as having come from Judge Whiting interviewed Katy and Linda exhaustively. Then Linda pointed out to them an easier but much longer route by which they might reach the top of the canyon to examine the spot from which the boulder had fallen. She showed them where she and Katy had ascended, and told them where they would be likely to find Okasaye. When it came to a question of really starting, Linda looked with appealing eyes. At Peter. "Peter," she said, "could we fix it any way so you could drive Katy and me home? For the first time since I have begun driving this spring, I don't feel equal to keeping the road." "Of course," said Peter. "I'll take your car to the nearest farmhouse and leave it, Then I'll take you and Katie in my car." Late that evening, Judge Whiting came to Lilac Valley with his wife and daughter to tell Linda that the top of the cliff gave every evidence of the stone having been loosened previously, so that a slight impetus would send it crashing down at the time when Donald lay in his accustomed place directly in the line of its fall. His detectives had found the location of the encounter, and they had gone to the bottom of the cliff, 1,000 feet below, but they had not been able to find any trace of Okasaye. Somewhere in waiting there had been Confederates who had removed what remained of him. On the way home, Mrs. Whiting said to her husband, "Judge, are you very sure that what the cook said to you this afternoon about Miss Strong and Mr. Morrison is true?" "I am only sure of its truth so far as he is concerned," replied the judge. "What he thought about Linda was evident. I am very sorry. She is a mighty fine girl, and I think Donald is very much interested in her." "Yes, I think so too," said Donald's mother. "Interested, but he has not even a case of first love. He is interested for the same reason you would be, or I would be, because she is intellectually so stimulating. And you have to take into consideration the fact that in 2 or 3 years more she will be ready for marriage and a home of her own, and Donald will still be in school with his worldly experience and his business education not yet begun. The best thing that can happen to Donald is just to let his infatuation for her die a natural death." With the quiet assistance of his family. The judge's face reddened slightly. "Well, I would like mighty well to have her in the family," he said. "She's a corking fine girl. She would make a fine mother of fine men. I haven't a doubt but that with the power of his personality and the power of his pen and the lure of propinquity, Peter Morrison will win her. But I hate it. It's the best chance the boy ever will have." And then Louise spoke up softly. "Donald hasn't any chance, Dad," she said quietly, "and he never did have. I have met Peter Morrison myself, and I would be only too glad if I thought he was devoted to me. I'll grant that Linda Strong is a fine girl, but when she wakes up to the worth of Peter Morrison and to a realization of what other women would be glad to be to him, she will merely reach out and lay possessive hands upon what already belongs to her." It was a curious thing that such occurrences as the death of Okasaye and the injury to Donald could take place and no one know about them. Yet the papers were silent on the subject, and so were the courts. Linda and Katie were fully protected. The Confederates of Okasaye, for reasons of their own, preferred to keep very quiet. By Monday, Donald, with his foot in a plaster cast, was on a side veranda of his home with a table beside him strewn with books and papers. An agreement had been made that his professors should call and hear his recitations for a few days, until by the aid of a crutch and a cane he could resume his place in school. Linda went to visit him exactly as she would have gone to see Marian in like circumstances. She succeeded in making all of the Whiting family her very devoted friends. One evening, after he had been hobbling about for over a week, Linda and Peter called to spend the evening, and a very gay and enjoyable evening it was. And yet when it was over and they had gone away together, Donald appeared worried and deeply thoughtful. When his mother came to his room to see if the foot was unduly painful or there was anything she could do to make him more comfortable, he looked at her belligerently. "Mother," he said, "I don't like Peter Morrison being so much with my girl." Mrs. Whiting stood very still. She thought very fast. Should she postpone it, or should she let the boy take all of his hurts together? Her heart ached for him, and yet she felt that she knew what life had in store for him concerning Linda. So she sat on the edge of the bed and began to talk quietly, plainly, reasonably. She tried to explain nature and human nature and what she thought the laws of probability were in the case. Donald lay silent. He said nothing until she had finished all she had to say, and then he announced triumphantly, "You're all wrong. That is what would happen if Linda were a girl like any of the other girls in her class, or like Louise. But she has promised that she would write to me every Saturday night, and she has said that she thinks more of me than of any of the other boys." "Donald, dear," said Mrs. Whiting, "you're not in love with Linda yourself, and neither is she with you. By the time you are ready to marry and settle down in life, Linda, in all probability, will be married and be the mother of 2 or 3 babies." "Yes, like fun she will," said Donald gruffly. "Have you asked her whether she loves you?" inquired Mrs. Whiting. "Oh, that love business," said Donald. "It makes me tired. Linda and I never did any mushing around. We had things of some importance to talk about and to do." A bit of pain in Mrs. Whiting's heart eased. It was difficult to keep her lips quiet and even. "You haven't asked her to marry you, then?" she said soberly. "Oh, good Lord!" cried Donald. "Marry! How could I marry anyone when I haven't even graduated from high school and with college and all that to come?" "That is what I have been trying to tell you," said his mother evenly. "I don't believe you have been thinking about marriage, and I am absolutely certain that Linda has not. But she is going to be made to think about it long before you will be in such financial position that you dare. That is the reason I am suggesting that you think about these things seriously and question yourself as to whether you would be doing the fair thing by Linda if you tried to tie her up in an arrangement that would ask her to wait 6 or 8 years yet before you would be ready." "Well, I can get around faster than that," said Donald belligerently. "Of course you can," agreed his mother. "I made that estimate fully a year too long. But even in 7 years Linda could do an awful lot of waiting. And there are some very wonderful girls that will be coming up 6 or 7 years from now, here at home. You know that hereafter all the girls in the world are going to be very much more Linda's kind of girls than they have been heretofore. The girls who have lived through the war and who have been intimate with its sorrow and its suffering and its terrible results to humanity are not going to be such heedless, thoughtless, not nearly such selfish girls as the world has known in the Desterbiac decade just passed, and there is going to be more outdoor life, more nature study. There are going to be stronger bodies, better food, better care for young people, and every year educational advantages are going to be greater. If you can bring yourself to think about giving up the idea of there ever existing any extremely personal thing between you and Linda, I am very sure I could guarantee to introduce you to a girl who would be quite her counterpart, and undoubtedly we could meet one who would be handsomer." Donald punched his pillow viciously. "That's nice talk," he said, "and it may be true talk. But in the first place, I wish that Peter Morrison would let my girl alone, and in the second place, I don't care if there are 1,000 just as nice girls, or even better-looking girls than Linda, though any girl would be going some, if she were nicer and better-looking than Linda. But I am telling you that when my foot gets better, I am going to Lilac." "Valley and tell him where to head in, and I'll punch his head if he doesn't do it promptly." "Of course you will," said his mother reassuringly, "and I'll go with you and will see to it that he attends strictly to his own affairs." Donald burst out laughing, exactly as his mother in her heart had hoped that he would. "Yes, I've got a hand-painted picture of myself starting to Lilac Valley to fight a man who is butting in with my girl, and taking my mother along to help me beat him up," he said. Mrs. Whiting put her arms around her boy, kissed him tenderly, and smoothed his hair, and then turned out the lights and slipped from the room. But in the clear moonlight, as she closed the door, she could see that a boyish grin was twisting his lips, and she went down to tell the judge that he need not worry. If his boy were irreparably hurt anywhere, it was in his foot. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.